Well, good morning to you all. And also, we have Catfish Tyler here down at the bottom feeding on some of these low lying SOFI worms. Let's get over here real quickly. We'll be right back. Cat will be right back. We will return shortly. And I'm going to highlight me here. And we're going to bring me down to size where I don't need to be in the way. And then we're going to take my display capture. We're going to put me right at the very tippy top up here if we can. And then we're going to put my display capture right below me because we want to show you what's going on right here, right now. Thank you for being here, everybody, to make some money. All right, so let's get this down here out of the way. And let's go over here to our YouTube page. And hopefully we can see we are up and running. And welcome, 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 everyone. Thank you for being here. I have taken away the delay, so we should be up and started and running. And I wish you all wonderful. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Thank you for being here. And let me get on over to the main page where you can see the bottom, right? That's where Catfish comes on. And you know, if you got the notification, that's where we are at the bottom. Why I believe that firmly is because of this, how long it's been here now for over about 5 minutes at this price. And I just filled an order before I got on here at the low of the day, 926. And I also had 927, 28. I had all those numbers in there. And I had them in there because I went back to the last, to a long time back. And I wasn't really seeing any resistance levels. But right here, I saw this is as low as we probably were going to go. So I figured right here, I know they like the number 933, so or 931. I've shown you that before. There it is right there, because it's the reverse image of the 913 they can't get to, but they try still to assimilate. That's just my theory. I could be completely wrong, but I know they like, for some reason, that's a good number that I've always bought out and made money, right? So I hope you're here with me. See, we got some folks in here with me. Let me move this back up where I can possibly see a little bit better to the top of the screen. There we go. So I do see that it looks like we're up and running. It looks like we have somebody who's been over here and hasn't maybe said anything when they came aboard. But thank you for being here with me right now as I'm at the bottom on SoFi. And that's, when I come up and I start showing you things that were usually there. So Catfish is once again at the bottom of the day. And the reason that I truly feel that is because when I'm coming over here to the historical data, I can see that I'm looking at lows over here. I want to see these achieved lows. And you can see their efforts here to get this thing down below where we were for the last low. That's as simple as that. And you can see that right here, they're showing in the days range nine, what now? Days range 930. Okay. And so the reason that I'm showing you this is because if you look over here to the previous day's low, look where we were, 926. So we've established a higher low again today. All right. And that's not surprising because if you go back here, look at this 786, 803, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, a little pullback, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, little pullback, couple days. Then here we go to another higher low. So, as I've said before, the winds are changing. The winds have changed, and SoFi is rolling in the right direction. Hola, Anthony. Welcome and welcome, Rolling Dubs. That's right. Yep. Hope you rolling. If you went down to the old casino this weekend with some of your earnings from SoFi, I hope you put a little in the right places and rolled up dubs quite a few times. And so for everybody else, you can see when I came on, it was at the bottom, wasn't it? 9:32 when my screen popped up live, folks. And so there you go. You know, when you get the signal notification button that SoFi is on the bottom, and I'm down here feeding on the SoFi bottom worm. So we're right here, and here we are, right here, as simple as that, right there. Boop. And come on, baby, get on up there over there. Where you at? There we are. Ah, yeah. There we are. Catfish Tyler today. Checking things out, feeling good, swimming around and sniffing out the good deals and good information for you folks so that you'll know when it's at the bottom. And there I am grabbing up some SoFi and that crack right there. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. So, anyway, back to me and back to where we should be. Back to this, get this back up here to the top. And We got to get me up above the display capture, not my tunes, that's for sure. And we'll get this done, folks. Just give me a little patience. Be patient with me here. I try to manipulate these things around where they're supposed to be. And thank you again for being here with me this morning. We had a good weekend. It was a good chance for me to get out and do a little sniffing around on the bottom. And I said, I don't know if you looked at my last video, but anyway, and I have to check one other thing here because I did have a sound issue. Let's just make sure that we've got good, solid sound here. Pull this mic into the range a little bit. Maybe we'll get a little bit better there. And again, thank you for being here. And so here we are. We're going to pull this back up now. It looks like we're good with the volume levels. If you see anything that's not right, folks, please let me know over here. Please let me know. Yes, hello, sir. How are you today? Good luck. Yes, yes, welcome. Thank you for coming and joining. As you know, if you see that indicator, we're at the bottom. So Catfish Tyler's here again, remaining true to his name, and that is feeding at the bottom. So we've been buying some here this morning and probably going to continue to accumulate and get over here, get things wound up, get things rocking and rolling. And I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad you're here buying, hopefully, with me at the bottom, which I have already told you. I think we're there. Um, just let me get in here because I have to make money while I help everybody else hopefully make money. And again, I'm not a financial advisor, so keep that in mind. I don't have any kind of a degree in finance or anything. Let me get over here and figure out something here. Whoop. Make sure we are. Yes, indeed. Yep. And then we're coming in here. There we go. Enter. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, typical of the morning session at this time, down about $500, but I've been down 5 grand sometimes in the morning. So today is going to be a very good day for us if that's all we're down here at this time of day, correct? When we're holding as many shares as we're holding on to, some of us and many that come here to see what I'm doing have a lot more shares than I do, way, way more, tens of thousands. And so, it's important some of the stuff that I try to sniff out and dig up, and those folks are hopefully going to benefit as well from what I'm trying to show them here. Now, there's a couple of things that I discovered over the weekend. If you didn't see what go back to my video I posted here on Saturday. I found out some things that I thought were interesting. Now, I've shown you how many times over the past that Morgan Stanley has, on good news days for SoFi, Morgan Stanley's been there to try to block that news with something saying downgrade or, no, it's not a 200 billion opportunity with the new school loans being, students paying back the school loans. It's not what SoFi has indicated. It's not 200 billion. It's only going to be 90 billion. And then they actually downgraded the stock. They're the last ones back to have downgraded it. I think it was 9 days ago. And so here it is. SoFi stops drops after Morgan Stanley downgrade. Many of you shown this. I've shown it before, but this time there's something different I want to show you about it. And if you looked already, I'm sorry, but I'm retracing this for folks that are new. So just be patient with me. And what that is when you get over here to the holders, we can still see 613 institutions that holds firm and solid with Vanguard and BlackRock, the top two. But come on down here and see Morgan Stanley. I've shown some people before. They currently own 61 million worth of these SoFi shares. So someone has to start questioning the logic behind them putting out headlines like this. And it's a little bewildering, I know, and kind of makes you wonder. And as I said, the plot thickens. But what I did find out when I went to Wikipedia, which I'll do here in real time, so you can all see that I am not. Oh, I gotta put WIKIPD, and I put in SoFi right there. You can see my already been there. And what I found out were some interesting things that I pointed out. One of them, let me go over here and see who else you might be here with me right now. Okay, I got everybody identified so far, so thank you for being here. But let's look at this. If you go back here to the history, you'll see that SoFi was started up in 2011 by Mike Cagney. And what I want you to do is go ahead and click on this And then you'll find out when you do, or you can just hover your mouse over it, like I just was about to do there. But here you can jump over to Mike Cagney and read about his career. And he's, these people that are running the show here for SoFi, they're not, first time on the turnip wagon. These people been around a long time, worked with excellent companies, Wells Fargo, so I want you to know that if you look into all of their what they've achieved over their lifetime, and this is why they're running the company. This is why they're in a position that they're in with SoFi. So I want to point out this. When you go over here to these, you can click on each one of them. You can click on each one of these people's names you're going to see in this article and see what their accomplishments were, see how achieved they are, see their success rate. Okay. But here's the thing I want to bring out to your attention. It says here on October the 2nd, 2013, that they announced that it had raised 500 million in debt and equity to fund and refinance student loans. This total funding amount came from 90 million in equity, 151 million in debt, and 200 million in bank participations, with the remaining capital from alumni and community investors. But here's the catch right here. Look right here. The 151 million in debt includes a 60 million line of credit from Morgan Stanley and a 41 million line of credit from Bancorp. So isn't it interesting that these other banks in the initial stages, way back when, were some of the founding companies that were initially part of the beginnings, right? So I point this out to you because that's what the cat does, goes digging around and looks for. And then as you come on down with this article, in April 2014, SoFi raised 80 million in a Series C round led by Discovery Capital Management. But if you go on down here and you read these again, click on, you can put your thing over here, German American billionaire entrepreneur, venture capitalist, and political activist, a co founder of PayPal, Palantir Technologies, and Founders Fund. So here's Palantir. He's part of a co founder, and here's Kathy Wood buying Palantir, buying SoFi. Um, and I just point out these little things for you. In May 2016, SoFi became the first startup online lender to receive a AAA rating from Moody's. Okay. And so, as you read through all of these achievements and accolades, you'll find out that you're in the right place with SoFi, and we already can tell that. So, I'm showing you this. Go look it up on Wikipedia. If you're really a dedicated investor who wants to really make money and really know everything there is to know, then you need to get over and find out what all they've done. Look about here in April 2020, SoFi acquired Salt Lake City payments from Galileo for 1.2 billion in stock and cash, and Hong Kong-based investment app 8 Securities. So SoFi merged with a SPAC to go public at 9 billion valuation at the end of the first quarter 2021. After going public, the overall valuation of SoFi increased by 12%. So it was, and folks, this is the thing. Everyone else in the banking industry that's attempted to do what they've done, go digital, they've tried that as a segment of their operation. This is SoFi's only. You can't walk into a SoFi bank building anywhere. This is where this is where they're achieving. And if you watched one of my other videos about the review by David Ford, Foord, he is with Seeking Alpha. And if you go down and he shows you the conversion of people going away from other checking over to this new digital format, and you can see them, the other banks dropping. I mean, over here on the digital, whoop, just going on crazy. So very, very encouraging stuff there. Go over and read his article. Go see how well he is rated as one of the top 10% in his field, not someone like the May 15th David Chiaverini. And so, anyway, let's get back over here, see where we're at in price. Yes. Well, we're up 10 cents off of our buys. Whoever came in with me coming over to Catfish Tyler's bottom feeding, thank you for being here. We got a lot of folks coming on now. Let's see. Terry, thank you for the SoFi coverage. I love me some SoFi. Yes, the DD files. Welcome. Welcome to you both as well. Thank you for being here with me because, as you always know, when you get that indicator, SoFi is at the bottom. And if you want to see when I clocked on, the price was 932 on my initial screen. because it had all the feeling of some good SoFi worms on the bottom, didn't it? And I got stuffed, and I'm gonna probably be farting some SoFi bubbles to the surface. Oh, hey, let's have some fun today. We're all gonna make money off this excellent stock, aren't we? And it's gonna be so.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. And so, folks, this has become so easy, and as I've indicated, this is a day trader's dream come true stock. There's no question about it. This is what we're looking for. These massive swings we're going to start seeing will get bigger and bigger, as I've already indicated. And it's neat to go over here to take a look at these historical data. Let's go on back over here. But I hope you appreciate this information enough to give me a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Tell your friends about what I'm doing over here each day and what Catfish does, and when I come on, and to hit that notification bell so you know and can take advantage of these bottoms, right? That's what it's all about. You got to accumulate at the bottom. Buy low, sell high. Everybody knows it's on with SoFi. So you can do it every single day by looking at their charts. And we've seen these now 4 days in a row of the morning takedown right out of the gate. And so that's the new strategy that they'll try for a week to 10 days or whatever. And then they'll throw in a curveball and come out at 2 in the afternoon or whatever once in a while to break it up. But this is their preferred method because it's worked for so many decades of new folks coming in on a position, and then they scare them out on the Monday morning or the next morning after, because they let them make the money first and go, oh, this is great, SoFi, yeah, I'm making money. Oh, just like everyone said I should do. I should buy in, and I did, and I'm making money. The next morning they're down, and they start see it dropping, and they freak panic and sell the thing, and then they watch and learn, don't they? We've all done it, haven't we? It's a pattern we've all been down. It's a path we've all fallen for. How easily we're swayed when we're dealing with our life savings, or whatever. It means so much, and nobody wants to lose. Hey, Billy Jack, there you go. That's right, the Chia Farini Chia Pet. And don't know what he's doing right now for income, but oh, we got a caller. Let's see who we got with us. Oh, no, that's not me, and that's not anyone I know. So sorry about that. And all right, so if you want to see one of my short videos, this was me wanting to put up a little note that I had stepped away, and I'm going to hang it from my mic when I'm when I'm not around for a few minutes. It says be right back. But when I made this note, it bled through the paper. That's horrible. I know that is really an indication of although I'm a musical artist, I am definitely no artist. And, but it bled through on my desk. And I know a little trick about that. And I hadn't noticed it until hours later. So it was permanent marker. I used a permanent Sharpie. Now, the trick is, and I learned this from being painting for a while, is if you get paint blobs on the floor, droplet that you didn't notice in the next day, you're like, oh my gosh, you can just take a little of that paint and put it back on it, and then it will liquefy that dried paint, and it will make it so you can just swipe it right off. Same thing applies with black Sharpies. If it's been on there even a day or so, you can take the Sharpie wherever the mark is on your desk, just go over it and make sure you got a wet paper towel, and then just swipe, and then, folks, poof. So there's a little Tyler's tip of the day to go along with, because I'm not just here to talk about stocks all the time. I'm here to tell people about what's going on in the world of making things simple for yourselves, making things easier, right? So that's what I like to do, make life easier. Look with this, we're about to break into the green. Congratulations, all of you folks who came along with me this morning and bought at the low, and Catfish popped on. And it's going to be a wonderful green day. And I like the color green, don't you? Go green. And if you don't know what that's about, here in Michigan, the Michigan State response would be go white. And you get this shouting back and forth across at the stadium, go green, go white, go green, go white. That's us. Yeah. And I tell you, it's been entertaining since I moved up here to Michigan to watch the Michigan teams and the way they have these clashes and these games. And some of these Michigan State games have just been, and everybody knows about the historical a failed final punt attempt back in, don't remember the year, but you probably might if you're obviously a big time state fan. But I'd only been here about 4 or 5 years at the time, and but what a game that was! That goes down in the annals of history as one of the most exciting endings to any college football game ever. Right up there with the Stanford game, the Bears, California Bears, and that incredible play where it went on, and the band came running out to cheer on the other side down in the end zone, and all of a sudden this guy's trying to get in the end zone, fighting through the band, and he mowed over the trombone player, which became sort of famous. That guy saw an interview with him years later, and so that was pretty interesting. That was, but this Michigan State game and the games that I've seen, and I've already commented about the Lions, the Detroit Lions, and coming up here and watching them and their successful failures, as well put it, because they are successful at failing on the last play of the game more than any team in the history of NFL. I'm positive of it. It has to be the case because I have seen so many games and so many where they were actually up by over 20 points at the turn of the going into the fourth quarter, the backstretch, they're way ahead, and it was just time after time. It was almost like you could just it was almost like it was being rigged, and these calls by referees at these very critical stages on things that were just unbelievable. It was almost as if they were cursed, and so I wrote a song about it. You can hear it on YouTube, and it's called "Are the Lions Jinxed?" And it refers to some other jinxes like the Babe trading off of the Babe from the Red Sox, my team, to New York, and also I don't know if you're familiar or know about this, but the Cubs actually had a curse on them why they hadn't won the World Series or even gotten into the playoffs for so long was because of a billy goat that an individual had brought and had been bringing, I think, for many times, and then one time or maybe the time they tried to come in with it, they were rejected at the gate and they were told, no, you can't bring this Billy goat in. I might even be named Billy. And from that day on, they were cursed. And so I throw that into the song too. And so anyway, it's a fun little tune if you want to jump over and hear my song, Are the Lions Jinxed? And I talk about maybe they should start giving out rabbit's feet or rosaries and we could pray and things like that. It's got a lot of fun stuff in it. So anyway, let's see who else we got here with us. Looking, yeah, we're having a good day here watching this thing just climb right on up off of that low when I popped on today. And I want to thank everyone for being here with me, ringing the register again, aren't we? Ringing the register again, and let me point out something about today's price. Okay, the low today, as you can see right now, and I'm going to refresh the screen here so that you can see this, that I'm not manufacturing any numbers. See this low today at 9:30? That's a 4 cent increase off the low. And if you think that's something that the shorters want to see, and the volume here is quite moderate right now. Sometimes by this time of day, we've already seen 9 million shares and today, and I track the volume very closely. I'm a volume hound. Some of you have watched some of my very first videos, and I keep records of. This morning I got up, for example, just so people would know, and I got up early enough to get some shots of where things were in developing in the pre-market, and so you know me, I'm catfish. I got to get in here, and also I used to when I first came on, I was called early bird. I called myself the early bird because I get up so early, And many of you know if you watched, you've seen me put up videos at midnight or whatever, 1 in the morning almost, and then I'm up. But you don't. You get only one chance in life, one chance to live your life, and you can't sleep through it, folks. Don't do it. Don't oversleep. It's not healthy. So anyway, when I got up at 4:31 this morning, the price was at in the pre-market $9.42. Right there's a picture I took on my phone of it because I like to have proof. And then that was at 4:31, 9:42, and then the next time I checked, it was at 6:13, and it had jumped from that price to 9:48. Now I bring this out to you folks because, as I've already stated, there are certain times that they like to try to walk this down. SoFi, and most of the times is when it's lower volume. because they don't have a chance against us during the high volume day time. They can't suppress no matter what they try. You've seen these big red candlesticks of 140,000, 170,000, here, there, spotted along. But then you've got all the constant inflow of buyers from the um, Robinhood community, the retail buyers, and they just don't give up because they have a belief just like I do. And a lot of these people are young people. You'd be surprised how many people are there in their mid lower 20s, mid 20s, upper 20s, lower that are investing. They're not going to miss this opportunity. So anyway, I after that I checked, and let's just back up. So we had at 4:31, 942, at 6:13 in the morning, 948, at 7:17, 947, holding steady, at 8:17, 944, just barely green. Okay. So, but again, they work it down to numbers in the lower volumes that we see in the pre market, that we see at lunchtime, that we see in the after hours. But did you see something after hours on Friday? Did you go look? I did, and it was up, and it was up about 4 cents, and that's kind of unusual. And it's because, as I've said, the winds of change, the winds have changed direction here, and we're starting to see it right now, aren't we? And yeah, they're going to be aggressive here and try to, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Hobble this SoFi stock. But you can see that we've already achieved a new higher low. I'm coming over here to see who else is here with me. If anybody else has joined in, not right now, that's okay. Good. I'm all right with this many people, and the folks that come by all day long to see. They are all hopefully benefiting from what I have to say, and I encourage you to please um, give me a thumbs up, share this with your friends, tell them about what I'm sharing with people, and because I think some of this information can be valuable. So when I go back over here to this SoFi Wikipedia, let's get back on over here. I point out to you that you can click on all of these things. But here's the thing: the 150 million in debt that SoFi initially got back in 2013. Look who's helping here: Morgan Stanley, from Morgan Stanley, a line of credit. And it was 60 million. Okay. And this is why I bring this up. I'm going to say goodbye to this. Well, I don't need to. But if I go over here to the holders and I click on the holders of the stock, I pointed this out before. It's a little coincidental that they happen to be holding, it says Morgan Stanley right here, 61 224. So is that the amount in some way connected? I don't know. I'm not certain, but I just sniffed it out and I thought I'd show it to again here during the live session today because I posted it on my last video. But if you missed that, then you just caught it there. I'm bringing it to your attention for whatever it's worth. They're very much. It's interesting because when you look at that Wikipedia article, you see on this Wikipedia article that Morgan Stanley's been involved from back in the very virgin days of this company, and they were helping it, actually helping it get off the ground. And they must have had a belief in this company at that time and what they were going to be doing, wouldn't you presume? I would presume so. And they must be generating some revenue off of what they own in it because it's going to keep going up. And here we got a no caller ID. God, everybody wants to get a hold of me and sell me something and talk me out of my money. Well, that's okay. Maybe they're watching what I'm doing here on YouTube and they've seen how much we've been making lately and we're cha-chinging every day and buying at the low. And they go, man, we got to get some money out of this guy. We got to give him a card, another credit card. We got to give him a loan. We got to give him, yeah, interest-free loan for a year or 18 months. But anyway, I want to thank you all for being here and taking a look at what I've got to show you today. And it really was neat to come over here to this historical data and find that we haven't had any panicking institutions selling out of their shares during all the downgrades. And it is interesting as well when you get over here to this main screen to see here what's going on. Where are the slaughtering downgrades? Where's everybody saying no, no, no? Where are the naysayers? And when you hear this long of a period without them, you start to wonder, well, it's coming around the bend. It's right here, it's coming around the bend. We've seen it too many times. They can't let it lie too long. But then again, on the other side of things, once they've gotten these articles out that get it down to where they come in and go long, they don't really care at that stage. I've said sometimes that I believe how high it goes. That's how they make the money. As a matter of fact, if they pile in here and they run this up to 1066 or 1088 or even 1113, folks, it doesn't matter. Any of those numbers you want to pick, then that's when they go short again. And so that's how they make money. They allow this thing to run. All right. They take it way down. Then they let it run and then they bash it. And three analysts telling you, don't get into this thing. It's too high. And that was when the price was $2 less than it is now, wasn't it? It's true. So no, it wasn't actually that far. Almost, it fell to 877 on the last downgrade, and I thought it was interesting because on that last downgrade by Morgan Stanley, it went green during the daytime. It was almost as if folks had come to realize these downgrades are up opportunities and they're going to make money on them. And so maybe this is part of the reason we haven't seen a downgrade come at us since over 10 days now. And so maybe they're waiting for a fresh brood of people who've bought in to come along, and then they'll do it, and then But who knows? It looks to me like this is going to be a game of trying to trade this sideways for a long time, and of course the volume, as I've said already, is very low. But look at how well we repelled off that low again today, because we're seeing a standard practice here. We're seeing it every day. We're starting to see it every day. Looks like we're coming into 1030 algo. Here we are, and another opportunity to buy more. So let's just sit here. I'm going to be watching it. I need to make sure I'm ready. All right. So let's just make sure we're up and running. We cannot miss these opportunities to get these things. Am I right? I'm right. And uh, if we go into a little bit longer term chart, let's try and get in here on this 5 day right now. Boy, look at that 1 year chart. Oh my gosh, this is how does that scare any away in a way anybody? How is it scaring anyone away when you're looking at this chart here and you tell me how it scares anyone away when they have a pitch angle cancel? I went off of the darn thing. When we have a pitch angle on the 200-day average like that, that was the angle from the time of May the 23rd up until the 7th. So we got, 2 weeks or so. Man, what is going on? I got to answer this, I guess. There must be some sort of critical emergency. Hello? Yes, hello. Who is this? Goodbye. Goodbye. Like I thought, it's just nobody that really knows me. It's just everybody trying to sell me something. American Standard. All right, we're working here though, right? We got when it's ringing that many times though, there must be you get, and that's the tactic. See, they they're so smart. They know don't just ring them once, ring them 3 times, and they'll think it must be an emergency, and then it's still just well, whatever. I guess they got enough money to keep paying for phone calls. Thank you all for being here with me. I've got 11 concurrent viewers right now, 32 over the mass time that we've been here, and we're not done here quite yet. But I wanted to get into the 5 day. Why did I want to do that? Because I want to look at the 5 day chart and see what their swings are. All right, this is what I want to see: the amount of the swing. It's like a pendulum. It's always going to generally swing. Doop, 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 doop. Now, if we see the pendulum swinging little bits, that's good. But when we start to see these pendulums start to swing like this and then swing further out and further out, that's when we know this thing's really going to come unwound on them. And we really should be watching closely because I've told you, I've seen this so many times. And when something really does take off, you're seeing dollar, $2 swings per hour and a half or so. All right, like has happened with Neo with me before. And wow, day trading dream work. Up and then being sell and then down a dollar and a half and buy and then up $1.50 again, and it was just crazy. And that's where we're going to be with SoFi soon. So stick with it because the days are coming. I think we're at the bottom here. I don't see any way it's going to fall much lower than 939 anyway is the bottom. So I think we're all right and safe here, right? That's what I think. So I'm just saying that. Now, as I said, I'm not a financial advisor, but I do advise that when you come in on a position, I tell everyone, let's start out slow, let's get in low. We come in with a moderate amount, a small amount, and then we watch, all right? We bottom feed like that, then we don't get hurt, okay? Because when you see these things all of a sudden get knocked down on no news whatsoever, you're there to pick those up. And what you're looking for is what are these knockdown amounts? What are they doing with it each time? Okay, so if we get in here even on the 1 day chart, let's get in on the 1 day and let's see what they're doing on it right here. And what are the swings that we're seeing, the amounts of these swings, okay? So right here, all right, cool. We'll get in here soon. We're going to see here that they took it, from, make sure what they're at, 948, okay? And it says the high was 949. So anyway, 948, but then they were able to make folks, I'm sorry. This is one of the nights. Hey there, welcome to the live feed. We're up here streaming live on YouTube, and I'm going to be here when it's at the bottom. So we hit the bottom already. Do you want to be part of this, or do you want to call me back after this is over sometime?
I'm just gonna shoot you a text and ask you for a little advice.
All right, sounds good. But like I said, we're up and running. We got 14 with us. We got 36 viewers, and we got some people leaving. It says if you go on Google, you'll find S2 Fresh articles on SoFi technology. Good read. All right, thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony Walker, for that update. Go on Google, you'll find uh, 2 fresh articles on SoFi technology. So we will go over there, venture over there, and take a look at that. But yeah, go ahead and send me a text, and yeah, and then I'll text you back. I'll read it. I'll reply. I will, of course, Chris. And are you back from your trip yet, or are you still out on the road?
I'm not.
You're,
No, I'm not, but it has to do with the complication because of that.
oh, all right.
I've got a phone call. Hold on a second.
All right. Well, let me call you back. All right. Hey. All right. Hey, look at here. We got a swing right here at 941, just like I thought. I didn't think it would get to 939. Let me get logged in here. We're up and running. Up and running. Huh, wonder why not, isn't it? Okay. Get over here. We're going to unplug this. There we go. We'll be fine here in just jippy pop. And I thank you all for being here. And as I said, thank you for sharing. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thanks for hitting that notification bell so you're notified. And today, see, I didn't have the delay on. I took that delay away and you were notified right away. All right, here we go. Coming at it one more time, 1037. All right. But let's see where the resistance is again. We're just going to watch it here. There's no panicking because if you bought in, as I suggested, you didn't buy in 5,000 shares. You waited. And I had a gentleman that I was helping on the message board here on Yahoo said he was getting ready to sell all of his holdings and something else, and he was going to move it over right now. And I said, no. I said, you wait until Monday morning, my friend. I said, if you want to go ahead and buy, $5,000 worth now, but no 50,000. We've seen too many patterns of daily takedowns in the morning. So just be patient. Go in for some if you want. And but this is the way I always advise folks: don't dive in, don't break your necks. Okay, get in there, wait in there, do it the right way, and then once it starts to make its turn and it's floating, the bait's running back to the surface, then you keep pushing it on up with little gobbles on minnows all the way up, right, all the way to the top, right? That's the technique. That's how you make money. That's how you get wealthy in this business. And so that's just my advice. Of course, I don't know for sure. Can't tell you for sure and certain. But we're definitely ready to rumble here. Look at this. Let's see what they get it to. I've already shown you. There's really no fear here, and you can see this because there is no major volume, and you can also see again where the low was yesterday at 926. Today they've only gotten to 930, and the price is where we are now, 938. And I like that number. I love the number 8. So let me pick up about at least 5 here. Okay. So hold on a second. Boop. And we're going to go back over here. And whoop, off there. Boop. Now we're back. All right. Yep. Going to pick up some here at 938, I do believe, or at least somewhere around in this neighborhood. And we might see him try for the 931 again. And I've already told you the significance of the 31 and the 13, the reversal and so forth. So, but I don't care. Let's get on over here. And you still there, Chris? All righty, good. I didn't know whether you were because you said you had a phone call, so I didn't know whether you were still with us or not. Oh, the phone. All right. Well, listen, man, I definitely will be giving you a shout. Just give me a time. I'm Catfish Tyler is my name, and my got to stick to my what I'm known for. And I came on today, and the price was at the bottom at 932. Ah, all right. Well, 932 was it. Congratulations on getting in on that. Well, it says the low was 930, and that was probably a flash in the pan. But I was filling down there at 9. I got a couple at 931, and I got some at 932 as well. I didn't get the bottom apparently, but I got enough there for me to be very pleased and happy. And of course, we can all see where it is now, already rebounding off the 936 number. So this is going to be the stair step. This is exactly what we're looking for and a very good place to buy some more. So I'm just going to go ahead and order a little bit more here on a market share order. And I'm not going to buy a lot. I just buy enough to keep poking at them. And I got it at 938 just now, my favorite number. All right. So let's and by the way, I want you to know that as I was telling everybody, Chris, these swings, these daily swings are going to get more and more drastic. And I've gone back before on these technical charts and I've showed, look at the swings here that we're starting to see since around the 7th or so. Here's only a 27-cent swing, but look at this swing here the next time. This is almost a 70, 804 to 872. That's
I want to ask you a public question. Did you get my beach photos?
I have not. I did not look. I didn't even notice. Let me go. Are they on Messenger? Yep, I see them now. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. Awesome. Did you get my beach photo?
Oh yeah, your beach photo. Your beach photo, man. I don't know
Folks,
how you did that garbage, but
let me show you folks this. Now I know you can't hear Chris, but he's on vacation and he's over at the beach in North Carolina having a good time with his son.
South Carolina, but yes.
South Carolina. Oh, I thought you were in. Well, he lives in North Carolina, but he's in the beach in South Carolina. Myrtle Beach, is that where you are?
Yep, sure am.
All right, congratulations for having a great time there. But let me show you folks the Budweiser woman of 2017 versus the Budweiser woman of today. And folks, I truly hope that you can see this. I'm going to move it around a little bit so that we can. And there you go, folks. I hope it doesn't offend anyone. I know it's kind of gross, and I should have probably warned you to look away first. But there you go. Hopefully, you can see what I'm showing you. And wow, isn't that something? All right. I hope that you enjoyed this view, and I hope that it was something that won't be embellished on your mind and haunt you in your sleep. But there you go, folks. I'm done with that. And there you go. Let's see what we got going on over here. We got Anthony. Keep the likes up, people. Yes. Billy, yep, we got if you go on Google. So we're going to get over there and look at Google here, and let's see if we can see. Yeah, it looks like it's visible on there. So good. I'm glad you're able to see all of it. And we had to make sure that you can see it well and share this fun stuff and laugh. Get some good laughter in you because laughter is the best medicine, isn't it? Laughter is the absolute best medicine. So here they come at it again. A desperate Hail Mary attempt at the 1030 algo to shove it right back down to a higher low than the last time yes on Friday. So we are not going to see a low lower than Friday's unfortunately, and that will be again very discouraging for them, I'm sure. And they'll just have to eventually, the folks. This is a war of attrition, right? This is a war of attrition. You just have to keep your eye on this chart versus the others. Look at that. That's the 1 year chart, and every single shorted position from a year ago to today has lost money. Every one of them. Every single one. Now, there might have been some that were shorted this morning when it hit the high of $9.49, but that is a minuscule micro fraction of the losing investors who shorted for the last year. I point this out, it's very clear. Go back to the last 6 months, you see the same thing applies. The same thing applies. You can see where the price is right now, and look at that little tippy top there on both of these highs. And folks, look at this double bottom right here. You see it? That's a double bottom on a 6 month chart. And then where do we go after that? All right. And let's get in on this chart, the 1 month, and to see where we're at there. I mean, again, we're looking for double bottoms, and we're just seeing them repeatedly here. And so this is a sign you should be looking at and paying attention to. Who else do we have over here? Keep the likes up, people. Yeah, I'm going to go over here, and he just told me news about SoFi on Google. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to jump up here on Google, right? And we're going to see what we find, see what we find out about it. Let's see if SoFi Group and latest news. And we're going to see what they have in the headlines. That's 3 days ago. Okay. Okay. Let's go over here. And actually, we're going to change this. We're just going to put in SoFi Group, and we're going to just use the tool over here, and hopefully we'll see it this way. Let's go just put in SoFi Group. Okay. And then there should be a way to use this filter, and we're going to timing anytime. No, we want past 24 hours. There we go. So look, and SoFi Invest updates are holding the company down. Yes, okay. Looking here, SoFi Technologies is scheduled to post quarterly 8 hours ago by Moneta Group. Okay, so on Market Beat, they're covering it, and it says here, Moneta Group, 8 hours ago, Moneta Group Investment Advisors LLC bought a new stake in shares of SoFi. All right. Yes, indeed. During the fourth quarter, valued at 83,643. Holy crap, holy smoly boly. All right. How do you like that? Thank you, Anthony, for directing me. If that was one of them, here's another one on r/SoFi stock. This is a group of investors who are long SoFi. We are not in this for the short term gain. If you're a SoFi investor, that's on Reddit. Oh my God, what the heck? Morgan Wallen. I told you, folks, if the Reddit boys come in on this stock, this thing is going to go big time. And so thank you, Anthony Walker. And once again, Anthony Walker is going to get King Catfish Award, King Catfish of the Day for Mr. Walker, who is really in here with the cats and showing us some great information that we can take advantage of, right? And I want to remind everyone, because we're blessed enough to have this group here, everybody sharing information like this, and we're profiting from it, remember those who are less fortunate. And when you make these kind of gains and profits, I want you to be grateful to the good Lord above for giving you the insight and having a head on your shoulders and knowing and having this opportunity. And be grateful to others, share with others, share with the less fortunate. And hey there, hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, we got 13 here with us now, so 42 viewers total, and we're over here looking at SoFi, trying to be run down one more time at the 10:30 algorithm.
The rest of my vacation.
Well, congratulations, and
Taking off.
I'm going to be talking to you this evening. I'll call you when it's a little slowed down. You don't have things you're not running out on the beach and stuff. All right.
All right.
All right. Adios. All right. Cool. Hey, folks, I got to show you something funny here. And I'm glad you're here with me. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. We're going to go over to YouTube. We're going to go over to my latest short. And speaking about shorts, this is a short about shorts. So I decided to put up a short about shorts, and hopefully you'll enjoy watching this little thing I'm going to show you right now. And so hopefully we can get this to load up. It's kind of running slow right now. So we're going to go to our channel here, and we're going to show you a short about shorts, your channel, and maybe we'll look at some analytics to see how things are going as well. But let's get on over here to my shorts, and I mean that in more ways than one, and you're going to find out right now. So here's my latest video short with 1,300 views overnight, and it is how to salvage uh, faded pants.
Okay, folks, so I have this pair of shorts here. They're black, but they're kind of, as you can see, fading out and not looking too well to go out to this event my wife wants me to go to today. So, guess what I'm going to do? Shh, don't say anything. Hopefully she won't notice. How you like that? Those look better, don't they? Hit the spot a little bit better, don't it? Well, I just put on a lot of cologne, folks, and I hope you can mask. Hope we can mask the smell of the spray paint. We'll let it sit out here and dry a while, but hopefully you like this kind of thing, and if you do, give me a thumbs up, would you? And
So
don't forget
anyway,
to subscribe.
there you go, folks.
Ciao.
That's my latest
Okay, folks,
short
so I have this pair of
video to
shorts
help
here.
you
They're
folks out
black,
in your
but they're
walk of
kind of,
life and make life easier and not have to spend money. Go out and buy a pair of new pants if they look good and they're not frayed or anything. Why not? And so anyway, and by the way, if you do use that paint, you might want to hit it with some clear coat after so it doesn't all come out in your laundry. Make sure you're using a good uh, water insoluble latex paint. Anyway, there you go, folks. Just a little bit more fun for you uh, as you're here being advised on the bottoms. We try to help you out in any way we can, and so appreciate you being here and being with me. And I think we might have seen the bottom, and so I mean, it obviously appears that way. We're here, and there's very limited amount of volume flow that we're seeing here. I mean, I'd say that, and then we see 60,000 shares. But at any rate, that let's get in on the interactive stock chart here because this is where I was before I got a call. All right, so here's where we were at what price up here? There it is, 948, and the takedown was how much to 932? It looks like 948 to 932. Uh, well, that's only 18 cents, people. We've been seeing 50 cents and 70 cents, as I showed you from this right here. When you start looking at these differences, you see 30 cents there. This is kind of on the same amount of volume as we're going to see today, maybe. Just these little 27-cent swings. And but here, folks, you're talking almost a 70-cent swing, 68, I guess. And here you go, another 55-cent swing, 40-cent swing, 50-cent swing. All right, what was the swing today here? What was the swing so far? Right, 939, 19-cent swing. So a mild swing for a Monday, I would say, and a very encouraging signal for us that they've not been able to drive this down below where we were on Friday's low. They're trying right now. We'll see. But there's so little volume here, folks. It's just so little volume, and it's already made another turn. So guess what? And I already told you 931 would be something they like to try to do. There it is. Voila. Get your order in. Pick up 5 right here would be my suggestion, which is what I'm going to do. Okay, we got another one coming in here. Another roundtable member. Let's say hey to old Tommy, a woodworker. Hello, Mr. Beckett. How are we doing today, my friend?
Yeah, just calling you on the regular shop phone since I'm here.
All right. Well, you're up and live with me at the round table. You're live on the internet with YouTube broadcast, and we are at the bottom today on SoFi. So that's when Catfish Tyler comes up live. And the price when I first came up on SoFi, Catfish Tyler show was $9.32, and currently it's at $9.35. So Catfish came on at the very low and caught some shares there at the bottom feeding today. We're only down 1%, and it's on very moderately, almost low volume. But what you got? Any good stocks for us today? Any tips?
Well, I was calling about AMC having some interesting activity.
Yes, indeed. I saw some information about AMC, and I've told people in the past. Tommy was in on AMC when we saw that thing running from 888 to freaking $63, and that those were some good times in our past. But as we all know, AMC has had a coloscopy, an enema, and lost a lot out the back end, folks. And man, as that thing dropped, but on Friday it saw a 60% increase, and that's what I called on the news. I don't know where it is today. Let's take a quick look at it. Hold on, let's get on over there and look at AMC today. See where they're sitting on the charts. AMC. There we go. As you can see, I've looked at it before. And we're going to go over and see what they're doing because there was a potential for a real big short squeeze on this. I saw it was one of the highest, up another 22% today, folks. And look at the volume, 103 million shares. So, hey, you SOFLIES, you might want to look over here. This is a comparable run we got going here, and I'd really like to go in on the chart. Good call, Tommy. I appreciate you coming in and getting our attention on this again. I had forgot to take note, but I want to get over here on the 1 day because I want to see what's happened with it. And boy, they came at it this morning, didn't they? Look at them drop that price this morning, it looks like, and then right on off like a rocket ship. This is what I expect to see with SoFi as well. And man, that looks very good right now. This chart looks extremely good 1 day, but come back over here, folks, and let's get off of that. Why are they doing this to me? I'm going to get off of that chart and I want to go to the longer term chart and show you like I said, it has been a brutal last 6 months to a year on this. And it seems as though like I want to show you stuff, and then all of a sudden they don't want to let me show you. But this is the 6 month chart, and just look at that 200-day moving average. Ugh, horrible. And look at that move. It's just been. If you go back here, folks, we're up to 20 and 22. You can see the big. This is when we were in on it, Tommy, back here, buddy. But man, look at these major swings before it took to the drop, major drop. And so this is why now, I guess it's coming off the bottom on this good news. I think they've had some very good turnouts at the theaters lately. These new movies have been good for them. And so maybe they've made some other moves that have caused this. But anyway, I haven't dug into this one. I'm not bottom feeding here yet. I haven't done my research lately to see what was the biggest determining factor, but as you can see, now up 24%. So some of you SoFlies might already be over here doing this. But let's see, AM stock surges on strong box office weekend. So there we go. And they halted the stock conversion. I guess they were going to do a stock conversion of all their AMC premium over, and that has been halted. So, hey, jump up on here a little bit. Do not get 10,000 shares. Get in a little, like I always say, and then watch it. Nibble and watch, nibble and watch. And look, you can definitely see here this resistance is very strong. There's no way in the world they're going to get the price to drop below 930 today. They can dream about it, wish about it, hope about it, pray about it, but it isn't going to happen. They can even pull out their rabbit's feet, their rosaries, their anything that they've got, and it isn't going to matter. It's all over for the SoFi shorts today. They just hit the bottom, and now we're already at 939. So with everyone who just bought with me at 932 and 931, congratulations, congratulations.
That was easy.
That's right. That was easy. And it always is, isn't it? It's just like fish in a barrel. I've already said this. It's just like ducks on a frozen pond, and the ducks are frozen into it, and they can't even.
Yeah.
You see it daily. It's a daily routine. Come at it with all you got. Knock it down as low as it can. And look at all these people coming up here. What's Roland Dubs say? Roland Dubs says, we are going to be green within 15 minutes and fly from there. I like it. I like it, Roland. Very nice comment, and I agree 100%. This thing is going to skyrocket right on up because, folks, we got earnings coming out in 1 week, right? Who cannot wait 7 days for these great earnings that are about to come out? And as I've told you before, it's not going to be like what we saw last time on earnings on May the 1st. And on no news other than great news, the price is not going to fall 20%. I showed you the volume, folks. Go back here on this chart and go back to May the 1st when they did earnings, and I'll show you for the new folks. Look at the day before. The high was $6.30, okay, April 28th. And then it was the long weekend, April 28th. It was 630 for a high. The next, it closed at 623 on only 55 million. And I show people back here, a week before, the stock only had 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. But anyway, it was going up and it had 55 million on closed at 623. The news came out, they beat the street for the eighth quarter in a row. And what happened? It gapped up 30 cents almost, 29 cents at the open on May the 1st. But then out of nowhere, here came a dump of 125 million shares to knock the price down. And the next day, they dumped another 115 million. The price fell to 472 for a long. But here's the catch, people. After that happened, where was the price 3 weeks later? It was at $10.23. So, folks, if they come at it this time and the price is around 980 or so, or 950, and they knock it down to 750 or 8, where's it going to be 3 weeks later, possibly? It's going to be at 16, right? Doesn't that make mathematical sense? So are they going to do that? Are they going to try that again? That they're going to come at it, even though it annihilates the streets and shows promises of being profitable in quarter four, and they show the path to success that they've got, the path to victory, as the Democrats always like to say. There's still a path to victory. It may be crooked, but it's a path to victory, right, Tommy? It's a crooked path full of switchbacks. If you don't know what that's about, if you're hiking in the mountains and you get to the too steep of a grade to keep going up, you start using switchbacks to get on up that slope. And so there you go. The path was very crooked, but he won it. He won it. Congratulations in the end. And he knew it already, because when they were interviewing him early on, they were asking, "Aren't you concerned? Aren't you concerned about Donald Trump having hundreds of thousands of people at all these rallies, and on your train thing, you got trucks and cars out there beeping the horns?" And he says, "Oh, we'll see when the election is who's going to win." He didn't have a concern. He wouldn't. He wasn't caring about hiding out in his basement. He knew it was a wrapped up deal, and he told everybody, "We'll see come election day." He told them that months before. He told them that weeks before. He told them that many, many times. That's his response every time. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go look it up. You can find out. He was telling everybody, just like Fauci was telling everybody, there's going to be a pandemic coming in the next year. Huh? He's up there on a podium telling everybody, be ready for a pandemic coming down the pike. He did. And somehow, out of nowhere, materialized a pandemic. I'm not going to go any further. Hopefully, you like what you're hearing here and are in with me. Yep, we got here. Anthony just commented the double bottom has been reached on this stock. And if we go to the chart, we're going to see it. We're going to see it if we go to the 1 day. And there's a bottom right there. Well, this is the biggest bottom, but there's no way. Look at what it traded sideways here at the same number on from 330 to 340, and then what happened from 340 on Friday on. Look what it did. So now if we trade sideways here at this number here for a little bit, where do you think this is going afterwards, folks? We're using history to repeat itself. This is going to be a mirror image. You see that? And now we've already got it forming here, and then whoop, it's going to be right here. See this? And I'm going to put a draw line. That's where we're going to be, and we're going to put it right there, because we're going to complete this big W. It's actually, if you were to be able to invert this, it's a big upside down one of these, isn't it? It sure is. It's going to be a birdie finger. Well, I calls them like I sees them, Tommy. And hey, thanks for letting me know about AMC, because as I move over to it, little tiny bit of a pullback here. And this is why I told you, if you're going to go in on AMC at this high, especially when you're at the highs, folks, you have to be nibbling. You just can't be stupid and expect to, make silly mistakes like that. You nibble, right? So, yeah, look where we're at here. Where SoFi is about to be green. Anthony called it, or Roland Dubs called it. Dubs called green within 15 minutes, and here we are. It's at 9:41 now, folks. Again, thank you for being here. Congratulations on ringing that cash register again, buying this thing at the low of 932. I point out to you, every single person, the low was, look at that. See that? They couldn't get it below the low. It's that resistance is as solid as can be. Because if we go here, where was the low? Where was the low? 926. Forget about it, shorts. Your goose is cooked. Stick a fork in it, man. And as I say, from now on, this price is going to be going up. It's going to be going right up their butts. And it's going to be dry and KY-less. There will be no there'll be no lube for you shorters this afternoon. So you can either take the dry or you can watch it fly, but I wouldn't be shorting SOFI. That's what I'm going to say. And I hope that you'll all agree that this thing just looks explosive. When we look at this chart, look what's happening. And Tommy, thank you for being here with me and calling in. And sorry, I usually, if I want to have someone heard when they call in, I put them over my Alexa speaker. So I just say, "Hey Alexa, call Tommy," and then it pops up and says, "Okay," and then I have it over a speaker so people can actually hear what you're saying. But in this case, if you do say something, Tommy, and you add some thoughts or whatever, I'll just repeat what you say, kind of like what they do when there's someone at a podium and someone in the crowd asks a question. It's best just to repeat that question so everybody can hear what you said, and then I'll just relay that to them, and then we'll move forward that way. So anyway, what do you, if you want to throw anything else out today? Oh, by the way, let me back up here a second because I want to let you know if you happen to be in the Florida area and the Central Florida area, and you need some work done on your home in renovations, cabinetry, and the whole gambit, really, you need to be looking up this gentleman right here. And the name of his company is Apple Cabinets, Apple Cabinet Company. And he's not a massive producer. He's a hands-on, one of a kind trade. He's been in the trade of making great furniture and countertops, and specializes in that for decades since I've known him. When we were met when we were probably about 9 or 10 years old. And so, folks, I'm just relaying that to you. If you're in the area, look him up. Apple Cabinets. I'm not sure if he has anything with Google, if you posted it in there, but you probably can find a number. Or what's your phone number, Tommy? I'll just shout it out right now.
Oh, yeah, Apple Cabinets LLC, 863-324
863-324 5914.
5914. Correct.
All right. There you go. You got the number. So give him a shout, folks, if you're in the Central Florida area and you want some cabinetry done. All right. He'll be the man to get you the job done. And he's not going to overcharge you because he doesn't have all that overhead. See, he doesn't even advertise. He's been in business, word of mouth, all these many years. And you don't stay in business and be a success unless you know what you're doing and do a good job the right way. So, right? Proof is in the pudding. So anyway, he's got a nice little shop over there that's nearby where he lives, in a beautiful area there, right in Winter Haven, Florida, where I'm from. And we went to elementary school together. He's got some stories he can tell you about me that I don't even remember. And so it, and I have stories I have about him that he doesn't remember. So, but that's because we're just getting old and losing brain cells. But whatever, there's nothing wrong with that either. As long as you're having fun. Look at this. We're about to go green here. We're really close to the 15-minute mark that was called out by Rolling Dubs. Let's get over and see if we got some other people with us. Hey, we got a new one here. JWKK28. And I'm not going to try to say it, but that's good for you being here. Thank you for being in here on the show and joining in on us, sitting here talking all this crazy stuff. Found out also, in case you didn't know, Kathy Wood. You probably know. If you don't know, her name is spelled Cathie. She is a multi-billionaire. Well, her own net worth is only like 400 million or something, but her ETF is like 40 or 50 billion dollars, folks. So this lady's in charge of a fund, and she knows how to make revenue. She bought more SoFi as well. So on top of the news that we just saw of another institution coming in and buying up SoFi, which I just showed everybody, and that was thanks again to Anthony for showing that to us. And we'll go back here to the Google search so you new folks that just clocked in can see what we're talking about. And it's Google talking about, well, it's on Google. You can find it. Then all you have to do is put in SoFi, And we're going to do it one more time, and we're going to put in group, and then we're going to click here, and then we're going to see that if you roll down here a little bit, there's disclosure that somebody just bought more SoFi. And I just found it a little bit ago. And oh, I remember what I did when I put in this. I came up here to the tools and I changed this instead of any time to the past 24 hours. And then there we go. So as we all know, here SoFi is going to be posting quarterly earnings here within a week, and on the brink of that happening, Moneta Group Investment Advisors LLC bought a new stake in shares of SoFi Technologies during the fourth quarter, valued at about 83,643,000, and this would have to be this news was released 8 hours ago by MarketBeat, and then we got SoFi, another story 10 hours ago. Our hedge fund shorting SoFi Technologies. View the latest SoFi short interest in the information. So here on Market Beat, another one. And then 4 hours ago, this is what I like seeing. This is a group, and this is r/SoFi stock. Okay. So this is on the Reddit board, SoFi stock. All right. This is a group of investors who are long SoFi. We are not in this for the short term. If you are a SoFi investor before the SPAC. So anyway, here you go. Go in and check out the Reddit boys, as I said, folks. If we get the Reddit fellows in on this, and Wall Street bets, folks, this thing is gonna go like we never even could have imagined could take place. So let's just watch and see if they decide to continue. I don't know what that article's about, and I'm not going to click on it. I don't think because I don't. Well, let's do it. I don't care. Let's just do it. What are they saying? Might have to log in to catch this. I don't know, but and I really don't want to have to do that. So here we go. Okay. Well, interesting. Well, there's a lot of SoFi things on here, are there not? Man, oh man, goodness. Arc added. Yep, I know Arc. That is her, Kathy Wood, added more, and I know this for a fact. And so, anyways, man, we got a whole bunch of these SoFi channels here, technical analysis, and so anyway, get on over if you want. But anyway, I'm just showing it to you. It's in the news. They're in the news. They're all over the news. They're all over the news. So thank you for being here again, JWKK 28. And I like the number 8. It's one of my favorite numbers. And as you can see, we can basically do a countdown because we're 3 seconds. Now we're 2 seconds away from launch. And soon we will be, oh, there we go, liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. We have liftoff, just as was predicted exactly by our buddy over here, Roland Dubs. And as I said to you, rolling dubs, I hope you rolled some dubs this weekend at the casino with your SoFi, a little bit of your SoFi earnings. And so, since you did so well on SoFi during the week, remember the good Lord above is the provider of these things that you have come to you. So give unto others as you would have given unto you. And if you're making profit not only off of SoFi, but then you take that profit and leach it over to the table and you roll dubs and make another 10, 20,000, then give to the others, give to people, because it'll be more that you will get by giving away a portion of what you receive. And this is all straight out of the Bible. And I don't mind talking about the Bible. I don't mind showing you things like I show you with the Bud woman of 2017 versus the Bud woman of today. And so I hope that is something that you all are. And again, if it offends, I don't mind. I don't mind at all that people take any course or walk of life that they want to. That is not for me to determine. I am not going to judge them because God says don't judge others. It says right there. But I'm not going to also be forced to take it the way they want me to take it. And I don't think anyone should be. And so this is why I show you what I show you when I show you things like this. The Budweiser woman of 2017 versus the Budweiser woman of today. And I show it to you there. Hopefully you're able to see it. And it's kind of disgusting, I know, but I did show it to you anyway. And so hopefully you'll get on over here. Oh man, that they're pressing to try to hold it red, but folks, we're starting to see now, and I pointed this out to you before. It seems like they borrow somewhere between 15 to 16 million shares a day that they try to work down with. But folks, we haven't seen even that many today to work it down. If you go over to this 1 day chart right now and look at the double bottom, there you go. Anthony brought it out. Look at that. You can see clear as hell, just like we saw on Friday. It's identical to Friday's chart. We saw this double bottom in the morning. It is absolutely identical, folks. And there you go, twice. But here's what I like. The first double bottom, where was it? It was at 930. The second double bottom resistance, where was it? It was at 932, folks. So this is called stair stepping right here. And the amounts that they're doing this to, like I said, you got to look and pay attention. So as a day trader, you take advantage of this. The price was at 948, dropped it to 932. Okay. So how much is that? 16 cents, right? And then the next time the drop, it was at 946 to 932. Well, I'm sorry, 948 to 930. That was 18 cents. Then the next one was 946 to 932. All right. So was that 18 cents? No, it wasn't. 946 is only 14 cents to 932. So 18-cent drop first time, 14-cent drop the second time. That's the double bottom. That shows their weakness and why they can't retain this and hold it back. And the exact reason, one of them that I'm sure Roland Dubs had said, we're going to see this be going to green, and it just did at the exact time he said it would. Now that doesn't mean it's going to stop here either, folks, because I'm telling you, we've seen the downward moving volume reach 16 million at this point and before, and they're already run out half that amount today. So they only borrow half as much to hold it back with today because they're getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Could be. Look at the S&P right here. It's still green. Look at the Dow starting to launch upwards. And you can see they came at the NASDAQ to ran it red, but now where are we? Now I'm going to refresh the screen because I have a feeling that it's not red anymore because it says down there up 48. See, look at all of them. Look at the S&P going up. So now not only do these shorts have SOFI longs coming in and people running this up and shorts getting out, but we also have the whole market with money flowing into it now. So they're fighting upstream battle with the market having money flow in. Now, we got some announcements that were supposed to be made. The Fed is supposed to be making a new move. They may be raising interest rate by 0.25%. The stock opens higher with big tech results, Fed in focus. So, yep, they are in focus. There's going to be another announcement. But you know what? If they do come up another quarter, they already had told people that on the last, when they held off from raising, they had told them we might need to do 2 more quarters of pullbacks slightly before this really goes to the upside. And so that was neat because they kind of defused it a little bit. If they do decide to go up another quarter, which I don't actually think they will, but if they did, then I think, like I said, they've already defused that. It's been built in because people said, hey, they already said, hey, folks, next time we might have to do it. So I was very, very encouraged when I heard that on the last Fed announcement when they said that, because that was a point I made right then and there. I said, folks, this is good for us, for them to let people know that there might be a possibility of 2 more little moves up before on the interest rate. That's good news for us, okay? Because that just defuses and takes the wind out of the sails of the shorts. Because now, if they do go down, they said, well, we told you we would. Am I right? I'm right. I am right. I am right, folks. I'm right. They have taken the wind out of the sails of the short community by making that announcement last time around that they might have to go up for 2 more quarters. I was glad they did it. I'm grateful they did it. I'm happy they did it. And I'm also happy to see when I get over here back to my SoFi screen that it's going to probably be green. Let's go on back over. Well, folks, we're 1 cent away. And look, and see, here's the thing. All that down. All right. Well, hey, man, I appreciate you letting me in on the information on AMC too, bring that to our attention because that was a good opportunity for folks too, possibly. So thanks for the tip on that. And I hope you have a great day. And I hope you get some phone calls from some people that might be watching in your area if they need some work done. And again, thank you very much for being here. And we will talk at you later.
Okay, yeah. Real quickly, where is AMC at the moment?
Let's get back over here to AMC and see where it is right this second. Oh, AMC stock. Boom. There it is. Oops, I went right to AMC theaters. I shouldn't have gone that way. Let me go back. Sorry about that. I made a little error. I know what I'm doing and I'm doing it wrong. AMC. There it is. Let's go on over here and see where they are right now. And get rid of this. And they are currently at 555 people. That is moving right on up. Look at that little pullback and then back on up. Am I right? I think it is. Let's just make sure that I'm correct. I think it was a pull. No, it's just scaling right on up. There was maybe a 2 cent pullback, and man, it looks good. Now 553 though. So, looking good. Up 25% today. So congratulations, all you AMC holders, if you happen to be over here checking out SoFi as well. And so that's where we're at, Tommy.
All right, Ty. Appreciate it.
We'll be talking to you, fellow knight. Go
All
slay the
right.
dragon. Go slay the dragon.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, man. We'll talk to you, man. Bye bye. All right, all right. Hey, 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 ho, ho, ho. Wow. Yeah, staying strong, and so is SoFi. We will be green. It's not a question of if, more of when, and it's going to be here any moment. And we might even see a triple bottom effort if they come at it at lunch like they almost always do. Am I right? Yep. And you know me, I'll be there right at the end of lunch buying if they try it again. Yes, I most definitely will. And then we'll be ringing the register end of day. And folks, when you have these big institutions building more positions, and let's just go see. I already looked at it, and I saw it was 613. We're 1 cent away from going green here, and we will. And there's no way it's going to stop. And let's see here. Yep, there's still 613. There's still 613. So we're not worried. The institutions aren't. Sure, not worried about downgrades. And like I said, haven't seen one in a long time anyway. But I just want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you for liking this. Thank you for all the folks that have dropped by today and checked out what I was showing you. And one of those things that I was showing you, I want to move this over here. There we go. Yeah, that's where I want it. And oh man, look at AMC, folks. This thing really does have, and as was mentioned by one of the other folks I follow on YouTube, major short squeeze potential on this stock today. And there's a lot of shorts that are getting buried here and losing, just like they are on SoFi, folks. I guarantee it. And I've already proven this to you by going over this chart 6 months. They hold these positions for long times, folks. They don't just give up on these things. So they're holding and they're losing and they're paying interest. They're paying interest on these loaned, borrowed shares that they still haven't cut loose. And they're going to cut them loose. And they're going to make it very evident when they do, because it will become a skyrocket like you haven't seen before on this stock. So again, I encourage you all to be looking for the biggest sign of all, a major drop on no news. Okay. A major drop on no news will precede the incredible spike upwards. People's heads will literally be popping off trying to keep track of this thing, because that's what I presume will happen before the the final. It'll be a major drop that they may even try to sustain for 2 hours or so. Once they get it down there, and then they're just going to accumulate that there. And then, folks, be ready. Be ready. And it will be a big drop, possibly. So, this is why I've told everyone to keep most of your cash on the side. And then you build on these positions when they hit these lows and you keep going. But keep most of your cash over for those very opportunities when they come. And if you've been using that strategy, you're doing very well since I came on and started talking about SoFi. And let me tell you what got me going. You know what got me, and if you go back over my history and look at my YouTube videos, all I was doing prior to a month and a half ago was I was doing videos, helpful videos with little tips on life and how to make things easier, how to load a truck, without ramps and the other things like this, and all kinds of little tips. And I was also doing my music. I was posting music videos. So that was the only two venues I had on YouTube. But when and I owned shares of SoFi, and when the earnings report came out last time on May the 1st, when they knocked the crap out of it and I lost a bunch of money, well, actually, I didn't lose. It appeared to be a loss, but there's never a loss unless you sell, right? So all I did when that came is I reinforced on that down run that I just showed you. The historical data shows back on May 1st, then the second, then the third, price dropping right there. That's when I came in along with who? Anthony Noto, the CEO of SoFi, who bought 88,000 shares on the 16th, and he bought another whole shitload on the 17th. Uh, no, I'm sorry. It was on the third and the fourth, and then he bought more on the downgrade on the 15th and 16th. He was buying all through there because he knew, just like I did, and just like many of you knew, that when you are beating the street 8 quarters in a row and you're making this kind of growth in earnings, doubling, beating the street, and here it is, doubling, almost doubling. Folks, when you're doing this, and you have this kind of analysts we've growing from 13 to 15 to 16, they're all coming on here, folks. This is getting bigger and bigger. The wave is growing, right? And when you have that going on, this is why you see everybody coming in on this stock. Here's the 1 year chart again, and everyone who's shorted it over the last year has lost money and are going to lose more money. And this is really going to come uncorked. Now we've got 9 million shares, and oh yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on the share count. Yep. But this is something that you need to be aware of, folks. Now, let's go over here. I want to show you this. Uh, let's go to my YouTube and my channel here. And I want to say thank you again to everybody who is here, everybody who's come by today, everybody who's sharing in the experience of SoFi and making money with me and everybody else who's here on this. We are all watching daily, and you can see where I came up today and where I told you to get in 9:32, and we've had to get to 9:30. But let's go over here, and I want to get on my analytics here. So we're going to go to YouTube Studio, right, right there. And we want to get over here because we want to look at our analytics on here. And again, I want to be appreciative of everyone and thank every single individual. And as you can see now, when it comes to what I've got going on with my analytics, look over here how I'm now up to 686 subscribers. So another 20 or so in the last day and a half, 2 days. And so great. I want to thank you. It's for people like you. And I didn't finish out what I was going to say, but I will go back to it. Thank you for checking out my videos, folks, and for giving me likes and being here. I do so appreciate it. And if you wouldn't mind, you can see here that in the last 48 hours, 8,300 views. That's peanuts to the big folks on YouTube. I realize that. But for me, it's such a huge upward swing considering where we were in daily views there, 768, and now climbing to 4,780 and 4,590. What, folks? This is from people like you and from you sharing with your friends and telling others about what I got going on here. So, yep, this certainly does look good. But what I was going to do, let me think back here to where I was leading with the historical data and what I was going to show you. So let me see if I can remember what it was. We got to get off this channel analytics page, and we're going to get back over here because it was involving these charts and the volumes and so forth. But oh man, what was it that changed me from just doing my helpful videos and my music videos was that I owned shares of SoFi, and then on May the 1st, when this debacle occurred, when they beat the street, and we saw 125 million shares on May the 1st, knocking the crap out of the gapped up 30-cent open from off the Friday low to the gap up and then the attack the next 2 days. Well, folks, this is the day here. If you look at my first video, it's probably right here on May the 3rd. that I decided to become a SOFI catfish. And I decided to let everyone know about the shenanigans that was going on. And then I doubled down when this guy came out, David Chivrini, and dropped the price to 445. I doubled down not only in my investment, but I doubled down on my integrity and desire and deep commitment to make sure everyone know that this was a chance of a lifetime. Okay, it is. It was. And it was because then, like I said, after this day, look at the lows, a new higher high, new higher high. That's 3 days. There's 1 penny down, then four, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 6, 4 out of 7. But after 509, 5 out of 8, 6 out of 9, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 11, 9 out of 12, 10 out of 13, 11 out of 14, 12 out of 15. These are days up, folks, at 764. 12 out of 15, 13 out of 16, 14 out of 17, 15 out of 18, 16 out of 19, 17 out of 20, folks. And that was the day it hit the high, 1023. And then right after that, we had the triple. Look at the volume here to run it back on the triple downgrade by Piper, BOA, and by that, the BOA I showed you, if you're watching my last, the new BOA upgrade is upgrading. They're up 6% is what they say from here. And the other one was, guess who? Oppenheimer, Piper, BOA, and all of that. And the price just did make the drop. Here's the 771 on the date that they made that release. The trio of analysts, 771, and where did it go after that? 814, 832, 858, 860, a little bit back, 835. But folks, now we break over 9. Then we're here we are just rising, rising, rising right here, folks. This is the same thing that's starting to develop that we saw, because you can see where we were, 877, and how many days up? 1, 2, 1 day back. So we're 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5, 3 out of 6, but now this is turning, and we're at 4 out of 7 days, and this is just the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg. All right, tip of the iceberg. I say it again. And no matter how many times they try today to pull this down to another low, there's just too much support here, folks. There's too much. And we're coming here towards the lunch hour now. So from 11:30 to 12, and I've shown many of you that you can expect this like clockwork on the lunchtime takedown, just like you can every morning now. So they're on the same patterns. Low volume, come at it. Low volume, come at it. Low volume, come at it. But during the rest of the time, up and up, 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 up. Everybody sees it. Everybody knows it. Everybody's aware. And you should be aware of what's going on when you have Morgan Stanley, who has 60 million worth, downgrading your stock. You better know why. You better realize the truths and not be the 3 card Monty going on, right? No, sir. You got to be paying attention to these things. Now, what do I want to show you here? I'm going to come in on the interactive chart 1 day, okay? Because we got something to show you here. Whoop. Hopefully you'll like what I'm about to show you here, and this will be something you can learn from. We're going to try to, let's see, don't need that. Going to see if we can move this up here. Okay. 1 day. All right, so we've had the double bottom, and it's interesting. Now, here we are, the low here at 930. Then where were they able to take it to? Here we go. When was this? So we're not on the 1 day. We're supposed to be on the 1 day chart. Why isn't it? Yeah, I guess it is. This is a little bit different for me because here, what are they showing here? On 721, and yeah, we're not even close to 1 day here. Why is it doing this to me? Don't understand. Let's go over here. Maybe it's the, nope, we got 1 minute intervals. Okay, so here we go. Now we can see the double bottom. It finally decided to show me the double bottom. So right now, it seems pretty clear. If we can just move this up just a little bit here. Come on, move up with me. You're supposed to be going upwards. There we go. All right, where is our angle of the dangle right here? Look at that, folks. That looks good. See, the thing is, what is it doing? It's up. Trending upwards. I don't want to be giving anybody any false indications here. We're going to make sure we do this the right way. We don't make sure we're right on line here. Gosh, that looks good, doesn't it? That looks awesome. Oh my God. And look, 947, folks. Is that right? No, no, no. I don't know what that's going on there. Oh, look at the prayerful, wishful, hopeful, dreaming. They must be in a state of fog and disillusion, these shorters here, because they have been shorting even heavier. And again, it's going to be another day of a higher low. These shorts must be just dumbfounded and stunned at the fact that they somehow or another cannot achieve another low, even with all the people coming at it saying overvalued. The S&P's only up 6 or 7%, and this thing's up 107% over the week. By the way, come on down here. Look, Motley Fool up 107%. SoFi is still a buy. That's right. They flat out tell it too. So these folks are long on it, right? Yes, up more than double in 2023. SoFi may be one of the best positioned banks in the U.S. government for U.S. for massive growth. You can go on and read this if you want to, folks, but it is absolutely what I wanted to show you, that there we go. Another one has changed course. Their course of attack has turned into their course of uh, defend, right? Their course of attack has become their course of defend. And there's going to be more and more that are going to begin to do this, see, because their efforts to run it down have been futile and pointless, and they're still losing. All of these articles that you see from these sources, these financial sources of information, they're still, no matter what they bring at this thing and try to throw and sling at it, it just bounces right off of SoFi. It just bounces right off. So anyway, looking here for the third bottom, triple bottom at a higher price. That's what all we want to see. Here's the first one. You can see it, 930. They say 931 on the chart, but however they got to 930 here, whatever. It doesn't matter, because you saw right there, and this is where I'm going to be buying, because this is going to be the triple bottom. Look at that. Here we go. Triple bottom. And triple bottom is a KOD, right? You know what that means? Kiss of death. Triple bottom, kiss of death. Yes, sirree. Yep, I'm buying more. I am definitely buying more. But this time I'm so sure of it, where we're going. I'm actually going to be buying 10 shares. I'm going to go in really heavy. Here we go. Log in. Been off for so long, I got to log in again. Okay. Let's see here. Whoop. Come on now. I want to catch this one. Don't let me miss it. Don't let me miss it. Don't let me miss it. Here we go. And we're up and running. Boom. And boop. And boop. All right. Body. Okay. There we go. All right, let's get on over here. Quick, quick, quick. There, here we come. It's again at the bottom. Catfish came on today. This was the first price when I popped on the screen today on my first the first of my live broadcast, and I said, "This is the bottom, folks. Get it here." And so this is going to be one effort more. Here's their goal. It's as clear as a bell. This is their agenda, so that you can see this. This is what they're hoping and praying for here, because what they got to do to show their constituents is a lower low. So they had it at 926 here. Now we're back here at this effort, but this is not going to be good, because they're going to have to report their constituents that every time they went at it, there was resistance and they couldn't get it there. They could not, no matter what they tried. The damn thing just wouldn't get back down to that 928. Damn it. And this is going to be where we bounce off here, because the last time we saw 932. So I'll put an order here. Reuse. Review order. This is going to be a market order for 10 shares. Okay. In place order. And I got it at 934. Oh, that might be my buy right there. Nice. 934, folks. And again, I'm only getting 10 shares there, but I see this triple bottom. Triple bottom now, all of them higher, 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 higher. And every attack effort, weaker, weaker, weaker. It's very clear, isn't it? It couldn't be any more clear. It couldn't be any more obvious. The Bulls are in full control. Here we go. We're going to reuse. View order. And place it. Market share. Filled at 935, folks. 935 this time. So up a penny and it increases the value of my shares below, which are way below here, right? Catfish was there gathering up shares at the very dinky bottom. And today we're doing it again right now, folks. So congratulations on making more money on SoFi if you buy right here and now with me. Because I can assure you, looking at this triple bottom, this is just going to get worse and worse for these shorts. It's a war of attrition, and every new low is getting more support at a higher number. And that's how it works. It's a perfect, this is the exact scenario we want to see unfolding here, folks. This is the perfect scenario of gradually moving up. We don't want to get into this madness, craziness yet. Let this be here before earnings. The move up real slow and steady all week, and we'll be at 1150 or so, maybe close to 12 by the day of earnings. Okay, that's the way I feel. I could be wrong. As I said, I'm not a financial advisor by any means, but I do have a feeling that we're going to see that take place. And the reason I feel that way is because for the very point I'm making right now. Go over to the live stream in SoFi. Let's just go over here. Anthony's, I'm going to go out on over here, see who else is here. Terry Grant, can you explain why a stock is shorted? Yes, a stock is shorted because, well, it's actually been a common practice across for a long time that people simply have a feeling that it's overbought. And usually they use certain chart indicators to determine that. One of those things that they're using is called RSI, Relative Strength Index. And when the RSI or the stochastic, there are two of them you can use, when they get too high or too hot, people say, okay, this thing's over purchased. We got to get out a little. We got to let it breathe a little. So these are what make people decide at those points when they see the RSI and the stochastic up at those peak points breaking beyond the level that they normally should. Then they start shorting it because they make money doing this. They call up the broker and says, we want to borrow some shares. And well, why? Because we want to sell them at this price. Okay. So they go, all right, we'll charge you 2% interest. Here you go. How many shares do you want? They send them the shares. They sell them right then they want to see the price fall because that RSI and the stochastic and the needles are showing it's at the peak and it's going to that's the way they do it. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. So they're day trading this, buying on the highs, selling on the lows, buying on the highs, selling on the lows. And so this is the reason that they short when they do is because they see certain indicators on charts that give them the impression. But here's where they're going to get caught. See, because this is going to get so wild and crazy on them that then it's going to get outside of that line, the lines, and that those lines won't matter anymore. They'll become a moot point. They won't even be significant because when this really launches, as I keep saying is going to happen, then it gets out of the parameters and then nothing matters anymore. Just like with AMC when it went from $8 to $63 and GME when it was down there around 70 and went to 300 something. So, these these are the arguments they use, and many people use these to make determinations as an average, a general, as a rule. That's a good rule to go by. That when the RSI is too high and the stochastic and so forth, volume, if it's too high and then there's the pullbacks, that as a general rule is correct. But when it comes to things going parabolic, things change. So that's why there's so much risk to these folks, I think, at this stage, because a lot of them don't realize how upside potential. It just takes one catalyst and one announcement. They could do an announcement for anything, paying dividends. They could do a reverse split. I mean, they could do a share buyback. There's any number of things that could propel this thing to quadruple, 10 times, 20 times. And I say that because of my days back when I had the Cosm stock and the price was $1.49 and went to 23.01 in one day on one announcement of a reverse share split, 5-1. So anyway, what I'm going to do here is, we got somebody, Lo-Fi City, borrow times QT of stocks worth 1,000 total from your broker and sell them. Then you wait till the price of the stock is less than 1,000 and you buy the stock at $800 and you return the stocks to the broker and make 200 minus the interest. Uh, but that's it, right? Right? Lo-Fi just said it to you very clearly. They borrow X amount of shares from the brokerage and they sell them, and that's just what I said. And then they hope the price falls where they buy, and then they make profits on the absolute opposite of what we do, where we buy low, sell high. They're selling high, buying low, and that's how they make their money. So hopefully that helps you out in understanding. And thank you for the question, because there may have been others, Terry, that were trying to figure out why people do short stocks. And it's usually because of things like RSI and stochastics. And you can track those very closely. I'm not sure. I've never tried this here on here, but let's just see if we can. If we go over to the charts and we get over here to, let's see here. If we go over to indicators, let me see if I can pull in an RSI here. Indicators. Roll RSI. It's going to be down here. CD, GH, IJK, PQR. There we go. We're going to get there. Uh-oh. Ah, this dang thing. Good Lord. Just give it time to refresh. Don't know why they're doing it to me, but they are. Just lost the page for a second. We're going to get in on this, oh, doggone it. We're going to figure this here out. Indicators. Now, put here RSI. Oh my gosh, Tyler, come on. There it is. Yay. All right. And we're going to do, 14 days. We'll make it. We can't make it purple, though. We got to choose another color. Let's just make it. I don't have black, so let's use black and save it. And overbought will show green. And actually, I'd like to reverse this. Overbought should show red. That's when you ought to get out. And then this should be oversold is green. Time to get in, right? Okay. Save. All right. So there's the RSI right now. So see, you can see right here, it's overbought, and so they short it right there. See how they shorted it here, and boom, they made money on that. And then look at, you can see the relatives here. Here you can see RSI was very hot at 78. Boom, see that? Then the RSA starts to get to the hot side again, and if it breaks, these are the lines. That red one and that green one are right there. Does this help you out, folks? So you can see they're using this RSI as an indicator of where they're going to short their positions. When it gets hot, they short it again. Here we are right in the midpoint. So this is a good place for us to be for an upside move off of a triple bottom, right? Okay. So hopefully that helps you, folks. Hopefully that helps you a lot. David Harris, yep, he's over here saying expect a sell off if price rises too fast after earnings. Yep, expect a sell off if price rises too fast after earnings. Well, that's what we saw happen on the last time earnings came out. It rose really fast right out of the gate. It was up 30 cents from the previous day, 29 cents, and then they came at it. And folks, I've already told you, everybody knows that how far did they come after that big attack? 459 was the price after that last earnings. Where are we now? We're double that. So if they come at it again today and they knock it down, like I said, or on the first or the 31st or 30th, I can't remember. See, we're in January, February, March, April, May, June, July. There will be 31 days. And this is a little thing in case you don't ever know this one. You can go January, let's see, no, January, February, and this is 31 days, 30, 31, 30, 30, all right, or 28 in February. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and then you got August, and then September, October, November, December. So July to August, you jump across and then back. So January, this will tell you the days. This is another Tyler's tip. If you can't remember how many days are in a month, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. There you go. Another valuable tip for you, hopefully. And so where I was trying to get to was January, February, March, April, May, June, July. We're going to have 31 days this month. It'll be on the 31st that they make the announcement. Okay, hopefully that helps you. And let's get on over here. Yep, we got the triple bottom forming very solidly right here now. And that looks very good. We're not going to get to 932 again. It doesn't look, even though we're approaching the lunchtime hour, and they could still try that 9:31 because they just can't get it to 9:13, and so they settle for second best. Something that looks, if they just hold up a mirror, it makes them feel better. All right. Am I right, people? Are you having fun with me? Well, if you're long, the short term moves don't matter. That's right. If you're long, the short term moves don't matter. But if you're day trading, they do. So you want to keep track of these things. You want to keep track of these moves if they're day trading, right? And by the way, a little bit ago, while I was showing you this, I don't know if you might have noticed this finger, even though I play guitar, it was broken severely when I was playing a volleyball match in my backyard down in Orlando. I told you every Sunday we used to have 20, 30 people over there, and we'd have coolers and coolers of beer and everybody having a blast on my house on the lake down there. Many, many, many times we did it. We got better and better. I remember when we first set up the net and all of us, we were partiers and everything. Man, we were exhausted, could barely breathe after the first game, one match even. But we got better and we got better and we got more, and healthier and stamina. And the next thing you know, man, we'd play all dang day, until almost the sun was going down. You could barely see the ball. And, but we had so much fun. But one time I went up to do a block on a guy, and he got me good. He didn't even hit the ball. He just hit my hand, and I literally thought that my finger was gonna. When I closed my eyes, I didn't want to look because I thought I heard it, and I thought, oh God, it's gonna be dangling by some skin. And I finally opened my eyes, and I have a pretty good way from using some of my meditation techniques of handling pain. And I got over there on a chair, sat down, and I was trying to use that, and it was working to some degree, but it just kept washing over me. The pain was so bad that I nearly went out, and I said, "Go grab a snap tap." I have those little ammonia, and pop that thing under my nose, and whoo, I was like back. And otherwise, I think I would have definitely gone on out. But anyway, got to the doctor, and they put this splint on it that made it like this, right? They put a splint that they were going to want me to keep my finger like this for a month, and I said, "No effing way. I'm not going to have that happen." So as soon as I got home, cut that sucker off, and I got me a tennis ball, and I started working it, and I kept working it, and you can just hear right there, but it never did come out straight. And even the doctor I went to, interestingly, he showed me his hand. He says, "Oh boy, that's not good." And I go, "Why?" He says, "Because look at my hand. I had the same thing." I'm like, "What? No." He goes, "Yeah, I broke my finger young, and it never came back, and yours probably won't either." And he was completely right. But at least it didn't come back like this, right? I'm walking around everywhere, what am I going to do with my hand like this stuck? So I took it out of that thing, and I worked my tendons, and they're very strong. My left hand is stronger than my right because of playing the guitar. And but anyway, just another crazy, wacky story. And here we go. The triple bottom firmly formed. It is done, folks. Stick a fork in them. Adios, amigos. Arrivederci. Coming in on the one day. Very, very clear, even with this little Peasley shares to knock it down. They almost did 100,000 there to try. But what does it do? It hits this line and then pitches right back up. Look at the blue crossing over the five. This blue is a 45-day term, and this is on the 1 day chart. So right now, folks, this thing's turned the corner here, and you would probably be advised. And let me just refresh the screen to make sure I'm right, because this could be some old screen I'm looking at, old chart. So I don't want to give you any wrong information, because I see up here now that says 9:47, and we're in the after hours or something. So something weird here. Let's make sure we're not giving you the wrong information, because I'd hate to do that. But let's get in here now, and hopefully this thing will refresh to real time, and we'll see. I was probably wrong. Won't be the first time. What's AMC doing? Pull back, a little bit of a pullback, but not bad. Still up 27%, folks. AMC on a blaze, on a tear, on a roll. And here we go. Now we're getting into the real time market, and we're going to get a real chart so we can see what it is they're trying. And it doesn't matter. It's so futile for them. Like I said, war of attrition, and the step ladder just keeps step laddering. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble loading this page here. It's almost like sometimes, folks, they just don't want me to show you this information. Is puzzling to me, and I'm just going to stop this because, let's just stop it. It won't even stop. So we got all kinds of weirdities going on here. Look at that. Is that right? 939 already off of that low effort again? Oh my God. That is a thing of beauty, people. It is a thing of beauty. Just as I said was going to happen on that chart, it is happening as clear as a bell. And we get over here to the 1 day. Look at the angle of that approach moving up And this thing is really slugging out on me. It doesn't want to cooperate. I'm going to close this page because that's just caught up in something. Go over here to live streaming. And latest news, a rating of 85 puts SoFi Technologies. This is from Anthony Walker. So thank Cat Anthony for this right here, folks. It says a rating of 85 puts SoFi Technologies near the top of the financial sector, according to, I'm trying to click on it. According to. All right, don't know what that is, but anyway, we're going to put this out, and I don't want to do that. I don't want any of this. How do I make that go away? I just did that, and I don't want it there. No, don't block all my stuff. I don't want anything here. I don't want to add anything as a moderator. I did this the other day, and I couldn't figure out how to get that. There we go. Good. Long gone now. All right. So anyway, this he's picking up this news. Anthony's a cat like me. He goes out and sniffs out information, and he just found out latest news. A rating of 85 puts SoFi Technologies near the top of the financial services sector, according to, and that would be, and I tell you what, here we go, to Investors Observer. All right, Investors Observer, SoFi Technologies Inc. score of 85 means that it ranks higher than 85% of stocks in the sector. That's no surprise to me and to many here, but thank you very much, Anthony. Again, he's trying to get another catfish, king catfish of the day, and I gave it to him on Friday, and I'm going to give it to him again. He picked the low on Friday, missed it by 2 cents, only 2 cents, and so anyway, oh no, I got to get the trash out. I'll be back. Ah, dang it. All right. We caught the garbage man. And we are back. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Triple bottom up we go. Ooh. Well, sorry if I'm a little out of breath, but I had to run to catch the garbage guy, and I rolled that garbage dang bucket right up on my foot. I was out there barefoot, and whew, ouch. That'll be big and black and blue tomorrow. Removed a little skin. Here we go. Who else here? Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here with me. I do very much appreciate it. And we're definitely going to be seeing this thing greener and green. This is a war of attrition. They're losing, and it becomes very apparent. Support right there, 931. Support next time, 932. Support next time, 934. Now we're at 938, folks. Where do you think we're going? Does anybody have a guess? Well, I already told you by this chart here, we're going to see a mirror This is going to be a mirror image, and then on off up here. We're going to be up here before you know it at 9:55, which has been they're committed to this number, folks. I've shown you this how many times they want to. Somebody's heavy going to get burned when it's bust past 9:55. I guarantee it, because that's been a number they've tried so hard to hold at. And when we blow past that 9:55 group will see the writing on the wall, is my belief, and then we go right on up to the next level. So that's where we're going to have to bust first, 9:55, and we're going to see it happen today, hopefully right now. So we're going to see it start, and you can see this price is definitely climbing. And I want to thank you for being here with me while we watch this and we all make money together. And we shall all get rich together. Right? Right on, folks. And thank you, Anthony. Let's see. Investors Observer. Investor Observer. Huh. Let's go over here. Google. And we're going to put Investors Observer SOFI. And we're going to confirm, right? We're going to confirm Investors Observer SOFI. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait a minute. What do we see here? Anthony, what do we got over here? You're saying uh, Technology Inc.'s score of 85, but I'm popping over here, and let's get on SOFI, and it says SOFI stock analyst review. What this means, SOFI gets an overall rank of 56, which is an above average rank under Investors Observer. So this must have been the last one. So they've raised from 56 to 85. Wow. Let's move this over here, and we're going to change the filter tools to, instead of any time, we're going to try the past 24 hours. Oh, okay. Here we go. Man, that was kind of neat to have stumbled on that. If that is the case, let's take a look and see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. A rating of 85 puts SoFi Tech near the top of the financial sector, according to Investors Observer. SoFi Technology's score of 85 means it's ranked higher than 85. There it is right there. In addition, its overall score of 69 ranks it higher than 69% of all stocks. Awesome. And these are going to just continue to grow because they keep capturing more and more market share on a daily basis. And you can already see they've raised it. They've raised it. So they continue to show signs of success and improvement, which is undeniable. And here we come now up to 939 for the price, on our way to 1039, 1139, 1239, 1339. 2039, 49, 39. All right, that's what I say and see in the future, and it's a shorter term than most people think. What do we see here? A fast stochastic. They're showing a bearish short-term red. Well, that's a very short term, folks. That's about another half an hour. Okay. There you go. They may have this right here. It says 2 weeks to 6 weeks. God. Well, then again, look at them showing a price target of 811. So they've missed the boat, and they're underestimating, just like all of these people over here did. Underestimated, 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 underestimated. And the 4 quarters before these 4, they underestimated. They've beaten 8 quarters in a row, folks. Yes, indeed. So, and then we can also see, by the way, who's shorting this stock right here and who's getting calls to short. Zacks. Okay, these people are hitting hit articles and coming at it. Meanwhile, I got Motley Fool on our side. Here's Zacks coming out 2 hours ago. So if I expected to beat earnings estimates, should you buy? Well, they're going to tell you no. Don't even waste your time over here. I already know this is a shorting company. They're shorting the stock and they're being, paid shills, right? So there we go. Wow, look at this chart. As I said, where are we headed? We might even get more of an acute angle. Look at the angle right here, folks. And this is, again, what I like to show people on the angles of these takedowns, right? So instead of using these lines, we're going to get rid of this. Come on now. There it goes. It's gone. We're going to, instead of using those lines now, we're going to use these lines. All right. So this is one. And you can, we don't have our, oh gosh. Got to select the draw tool first, folks. Hold on here. Get up here to the draw tool. Whoop-a-doop-a-doop. There it is. Draw tool. Bunk. All right. And it's still there. It is. Man, this thing is going sluggishly slow right now. But this, why I'm showing you this, you can see right I'm on the line here. And then down here, boop. See that acute sharp angle? Watch this next attack. Okay. See that? Let's watch this next attack. Come on. There we go. And that really, I'm at the bottom of the candlestick. I shouldn't be. There you go. Look at that. You can see here, folks, a very sharp angle acutely down. Oh, I got another line I don't need. Boop. Come on. There we go. Now it's going to go bye-bye. Right click on it. There. Got it. All right. Now we got to get rid of this draw tool. We don't need a draw tool going anymore. He's not going to let me do it. Oh, goodness gracious. Sometimes it's funny. And sometimes it's not. There we go. Now we got it off. So why I show you these is because you can see the severity and the intensity with which the attack came here to get this. I think I showed it was like a 16-cent drop, and then the next time a 14-cent drop, and then a 10-cent drop. But the angles, see, they're lightening up. They're getting less severe. There's less energy behind these, is what I'm getting at. These are less acute. And I point this out because the next time, here's what I predict. We're going to see a line that looks more like, uh-oh, didn't do it. Cancel. Sorry, folks. So slow right here. Get back up here again. Jeez. You're killing me, you guys. Stop it. Oh, man. They keep rolling screen on me. One more time. Hit on that thing because, folks, this is going to be, then I'm just going to be a predictor of the next angle, and it's going to be like that. Okay, that's where I put my chart. Let's see if I'm right, if I follow it. Even if it even falls from here, because this is the lunchtime, and we're going to probably see this thing continue to ascend. So let's just get over here and see if we're right. Oh yeah, 940 now. So folks, this might be it. In fact, the line we might be seeing from now on is not going to be that last one that I just showed you, but this right here might be the next what we're going to see. All right. That might be what we're going to see right there. Okay. And then we're right up here. And then this is going to be the mirror image of where we were over here. And this is where I say 955, right? So 955 puts that right there, folks. And that's where we're going to see this possibly here just in a jiffy pop. If we keep seeing this right here, this trajectory, 940 now. Right on up, folks, because look at the volume. Yep, and everybody can see this, folks. This becomes clearer and clearer to those that are shorting. We lost ground here. We lost ground here. They lost ground here. They're losing ground. They're losing territory. And who's gaining territory? The longs are. The longs are. And from here throughout the rest of the week, all the way up to earnings, the longs are going to keep gaining territory. That's my call. Who else we got over here? Yes, thank you, Anthony. I just confirmed what you told everyone. And so David thinks we can expect a sell-off if price rises too fast after earnings. And that could very well happen. You know, they could decide this time, folks, let's not fight the earnings call. Let's go in long on it and run it up to $14, $17. Then we'll short it down back down to 10, and then we'll get rich, rich, rich. So this is a possibility too. There's all kinds of scenarios that could come down the pipe. There's no question about it. But let's see if I was right with my call on this chart where I drew the lines on it, and see if it follows this lighter angle downwards. Okay, see what happens. We're going to watch it. We're going to see if my prediction is correct, and I think it is going to be because only it's almost lunchtime. And so many times before we've seen during lunch, as I pointed out to you folks, oh, it is lunchtime. So here comes the lighter volume. Less volume will hopefully allow for the shorts to get this thing down below that earlier 930. And maybe even down below yesterday's low, which I don't think is going to happen. Here we go. Look at AMC, folks, now up 30% and continuing to scale up. So, folks, this is hopefully something that you nibbled at. Got in on a little bit when my friend Tommy told you about it this morning because it was a good call. And I like the looks of it too, so I might be picking up some of that here pretty soon myself. And so, hey, but anyway, right now though, folks, we're focusing on this stock here, which is SoFi. That's what we're here for. We're here to show you about this, and I'm committed to it. And I want to make sure people know when the bottom is there, why I came on this morning at this exact time, and we caught it at 9:32 this morning. And you can see already 9:40 now, folks, and there is not going to be a dream in the world. There's no way in the world this thing falls back below, only because of what we're seeing off of these considerably less and less attacks down. We see 948. We see the low here of 931. So that was 17 cents. Then we saw here 946, the next low 932. All right. So 14 cents, then 942 and down to 934. 940, that's 8 cents, folks. They're getting half of the strength they had in the first one this morning. So I hope this becomes very clear as you're looking at this, and an understanding comes clearer and clearer to you that they cannot stop this stock from going up no matter what. And again, we've achieved again a higher low. Okay, a higher low. And folks, I go back here to when the price was down here, and you can see it where it was at 786. Higher low, 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 higher low. Does it sound like a skipped record, doesn't it? Higher low again today, right? The truth shall become self-evident. Tyler Self, catfish here to prove the proof to you. Look at the trajectory of the downward move here. Let's see if they continue. We're here during the low volume lunchtime. And folks, and this is what I've said to you days before at lunchtime. If we start to see between 1240 and 1, if we start to see this thing making a move to the upside, I would highly encourage you to come in for more, be it even 5 or 10 shares, because the reason I say that is that's not the normal typical pattern of behavior if you've been hanging around SoFi a long time like I have and many others here. So, but I'm very, very encouraged by what I see. Gotta get my glasses that just dropped off here in my other set, my backups. And wow, man, oh man, I just love the way this chart looks. And even though we're down a teeny bit right here today, folks, this is one thing I pointed out about Friday. And we might be able to do this if we go to the 1 month chart here and show you. And let's see if we can get to the dates of Fridays. Okay? Let's see if we can get to the dates of Fridays. So here we go. We're going to go back to July, and we're going to go this way to June. And then what was this day here? June the 30th. See that? Friday, right? And on June the 30th, a massive whopping drop. You see that? June the 30th. And then what day was this here? June the 5th. What day was that? Let's see, June the 5th, Monday, a massive drop at the open. And then let's see what happened when we get over here. Let's see, what day was this here? July 11th. July 11th. Sunday? Sunday, July 11th. All right. What am I missing something? I see. I'm on July here. We got to get back to June. We're not back far enough. We got to go further back. So anyway, I'm making a mistake here. I'm sorry. I apologize, folks. So June 29th. Okay, June 29th. That was a Monday. Big takedown. Goosh, look at that thing. And then it is June 30th. All right. And that was Tuesday. They come at it again. These were after the downgrades. That's what it was. And then July the 6th, July 5th, July 6th. Looking over here, that was a Tuesday. Boom, down. Yes. And look, it was a Tuesday, folks. And then here we come on this date, July the 7th, Wednesday in the morning, and up we go. All right. And then I'm going to look here, July the 11th, June. We got to get to July now. Boop. Yep. Here we go. July the 11th. All right. And this was July the 11th. They came at it on a Tuesday. Wow. What is it they like so much about these Tuesdays again? July the 17th. It was a Monday. Huh. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're just watching this closely here because we like to look for patterns, don't we? But they sure like to come at it on Tuesdays. Might be something you could learn from there. Might be something you can learn from. And just showing it to you. We might like to look back over the history because history can often predict what the future is going to be. And so we're going to see what happens here during this lunchtime break. We're watching it kind of close because, as I always like to do, buy at lunchtime, and it's at 12:13. And I actually bought some last time here, but this is just looking so good. And who cannot be happy as can be? I can tell you who's not happy. The shorts, seeing a new established low higher, and they couldn't get it down below Fridays, and then another one higher, and another one higher, and another one higher. All these now we now have a quadruple bottom to higher prices, folks. And unless this one was identical, let's see, 934 there, and then where were we there? 934. All right. Well, we have a triple bottom. We got the first bottom here, folks, at 931, and they say 930 over here in the range. And then we got this one at 932. So that's good because they're showing it. So that's a 2 cent move there. And then now at 934, a 2 cent move off of that bottom. And we're going to see it again, even here during the low volume lunchtime effort. It's going to bounce. And my prediction, 936. All right. We've got 930, 932, 934. This will be 936 if it even gets to that. So, and again, I'm just using history as a lesson for us. And it's not going to get to that either because you've already see. Look at the support coming in there when it just hit that 937. So now is that going to be the new low? And I love this number, so I'm going to buy here. I love 938, so I'm going to buy some here, folks. Sorry, got to take a little bit of a break here and take time to make money with you. If you guys are buying it and making money, I got to get in and make some money, right? So let me do it. Q. Yep. We got to get in there and make a little moolah. Currently holding 6,145 shares of SoFi, just in case you didn't think I'm a real committed buyer. I am. I have about 40 grand worth of this stock, and I am very happy that I own it because it's going to be worth 160,000 within a year, and that's maybe even less within a month. Because as I said, when this unwinds on them here, it's going to be very fast, and you're going to know when the first one dumps completely takes the shit because he's going to shit all over everybody else shorting, and then they're all going to shit over themselves, and there's going to be one big shit fest, a SoFi shit mixer, and you're going to see all these people shitting their pants, and they're all going to be running the price up to try to buy shares that aren't available because everybody else like me and you, we're hoarding them, right? We're buying and accumulating, you know. They might get 200 shares on a day or 400 from me, but that's nothing, man. They need to get out with millions, not that. So, don't be afraid to sell and make a little money each day. I keep telling everyone, hold that big core position like I'm doing in trade, 1,000 shares a day or 500 or 200 or even 50. Do it. Make money on these big swings, people. You got to do it. You got to get in. You got to get out. You got to get out. Got to get in, and then keep that big core because one day it's going to get away from them so fast you won't be able to get in on it, and you're going to hate yourself if you are sitting on trying to hoard. So I'm just telling you, one of these days, and it could happen at any second on any announcement on any news that we see. You don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea. So thank you for again being here. Thank you for liking this video. I appreciate it. We're going to zoom in on this chart where we can see a little bit better on this one day. And I want to highlight and refresh because, folks, my line of pitch wasn't even steep enough. You can see it's the right angle. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to move it over there. I did have the right angle picked out here for the decline. All right. And you can see that right there. And but now look at this bottom out right there, and then off we go. Look at it going up. We're going to refresh this page. Hopefully it will refresh in time to see what I want to show you. It's still just sitting here toggling, and it's almost like sometimes, like I said, when this thing starts to make its moves, it's like there's like an entity that wants to stop me from showing you this valuable information and this cool stuff when it's happening in real time. And look at this stupid freaking thing just toggling away here and not wanting me to show you because it doesn't want. It's just like Yahoo. Maybe they know what I'm doing. Maybe they're monitoring me on YouTube and watching and said, "No, let's not give him another chart right now. Let's just let it spin because he's killing us here. All this information. We need to stop this guy from telling people these things about angles and depths and how weak it's getting each time. You know, the 14 cent, then the 9 cent, then the 8 cent, then the 4 cent, and then here we saw an even smaller drop just now, and even smaller. So it proves even more to my argument that they're becoming weaker and weaker and weaker with every attempt to push it back down. And that's true. It's as clear as a bell. And they can't even do it during very low, weak lunchtime volume. How in the hell are they going to hold it back when it really starts to take off this afternoon as people start to see it's done, that there's no lunchtime opportunity today like we usually get? And and I say this only because you can see this volume still very moderate and kind of low. And like I said, they like to borrow about 15,000 shares per day to short with. That's been the number lately. So we know when they run out, because then the price just scales right on up. So right now we're about 6 million or 5 million away. And I find it interesting that only on 12 million this time, they were only be able to pull it back 7 cents as of this stage of the game. And so we've seen all the profit taking volume here up to 12 million, and the profit making volume will be what pushes it to 24 million. So there's another 12 million coming in now to the upside, because they won't be able to get it for any less. They've already seen they could have got it here, and they went, damn, why didn't we buy out when it was at 930, guys? Look at this thing, man. And then they said, well, why, we can wait. We'll wait. It'll go lower. Oh man, we could have got out at 932. And then they look at it again. Oh God, man, we could have got out at 935, 934. And then they look again and they go 934. Oh, why didn't we? Because now at 936, low volume lunch, 937. Watch it. This will be the new, and I predicted it. I said 936 would be the new low, because we've seen this is a pattern that's starting to develop, right? You got the 930 low, then the 932, the 934. Here's 936, correct? So this is the reason I'm going to fill an order right here. I'm going to do a market share buy, and we'll see what happens. SOFI, and we're not going to buy 100. I like how they always default to 100 shares, and we're going to put an order in at 938. Yeah. Well, nah. Let's just go ahead and support it at 936. Buy. Review order and place it. And they're going to make me put my password. So when I see this, I've told you before, although I just already put it in, uh, they're asking me to do it again. So this is when I hold off for just a minute and see, do they see something and know something? They're going to see the low to get to 931 again. They see the direction. They're making me put in my password again, although I just put it in. So I sometimes think that this is a little hint they're trying to throw out to me. So I wait a little bit, because I'm not in a hurry. I got all the time in the world. Semi-retired here, just doing this kind of stock stuff and my music, and uh, yeah, watching my video of my friend Julio. And I want to thank you also, those of you who've gone over. I can see a lot of people have been going over to my playlist and playing my music, because I've had about 400 more views of all of my songs, 128 songs. And during the last week, an increase of about 250 folks that came over and listened to all of my 128 tunes. And one of these times somebody might hear one of these again and say, hey, I want to buy this thing. And it's happened twice before, and it could happen again. Let's see if I'm right here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I don't see it falling below this 936. If it does, I don't care. Because I've already seen. Hold on. All right. 937. It's a done deal, folks. Come on, man. Error. Hang on. What? Let's just gonna hit review order, and we'll do a limit. Well, I mean a place. We're gonna place a market. That's what it was. Let's just do market. Change it to a market order. Review order and place. Okay, got it at 936, folks. 936. What I said was gonna be the new low this time, and boom, I caught it. Got me another. I only bought 5. And now we're at 938, folks. And folks, I'm telling you that we're starting to see this pattern. And this is one of the things you know about me as a trader already. I look for patterns. I look back at history to give me an indication of the future. Looking to the past is almost like having a map to the future, isn't it? So we could already see that where we were for the lows at 930, 932, 934, 936, where I just bought, and now it sits at 938. And folks, congratulations again to you for coming in with me today. If you did, I know that was kind of, that's a better ring. We need to have a good ring. And what's AMC doing? Trying to trickle sideways here for a ways. And who else we got? Yes, let's see here. IB Mac, okay, is here. Thank you, IB, for checking in. SoFi in a wedge here, looking real good. You're dang right, it sure is. Anthony, indeed, IB Mac. Anthony responds for me because I didn't get in there fast enough. But thank you, Anthony, hanging with me. And everybody else is hanging with me watching this stock price rise. And here we are. It's coming into the end of lunchtime now. We got about 20 more minutes of possible down. I don't think it is going to happen. Even if it does, guess who'll be there buying at the bottom? Catfish Tyler, along with all my other catfish buddies. So thank you for being here right now. And for all of you, 120 folks here checking out this killer stock, SoFi. And thank you for all the likes. Thank you for sharing with your friends. Thank you for telling them all this great news. Kathy Wood bought more SoFi. Didn't know if you heard about that, but she went in on more because she sees the same chart that I'm looking at for the long term. And my God, is it a thing of beauty or is it not? When you get over here, and I'm going to erase these lines so we're not so confused. And I got this screen way too big. I can't even see things. We're going to get rid of these lines here because I don't want, as I said, you to be confused. But what we're doing here, we were showing with these angles, this is a steep angle, a less steep, a less steep, less steep. See, they get less and less effective on the downward moves. They get weaker and weaker. That's what I try to show you, and I want you to be clear on. And I also want you to be clear on this fact. Come on over here and let's look at this 6-month chart. All right. And we can see it already, 937, 938 toggling now. But golly, folks, every time I accentuate in here on this, it never changes. This is the same thing. We see them again with an all-out effort to break this price below the 10-day moving average. But every time it's come below that 10-day, look at the increase. Look at the pitch angle here, light, and look at the steepness of it on the 10-day there. You see that? Isn't that exciting? Man, I get thrilled when I look at this chart. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. I get excited. And you can see the stochastic here is not over the RSI, I mean. It's not over heavy. It's not heavy over. And we're right here on the good side. We've got plenty of upside move potential here. And this is on the 6-month chart. And you can see where it broke above right here. See, when it gets too hot and it gets above that line, that one line there, that's the sell line, and there it came. Bam, it hit that, and doop, you can see what happened. And then here we come again. But now each time, watch this repel off of this 10-day. That's what we want to do, right? And that's what I want to show you. That's what I like showing you. Now we're going to jump back over to the 1-day chart right now, because what I want to do is I want to see the size of the candlesticks. They're going to come in here near the end of lunchtime, because I am predicting that we're going to start seeing some big ones. And they're not going to be red ones. They're going to be green ones. All right. So here you can see, looking in, look at the trading here since 1150, and you can pay attention close to these amounts there. There's 83,000 share dump to try. But look at the buys. They're bigger. They're bigger, folks. 97,000 to make it go up. Then they came again with a down 91,000. And then they're still trying here. They try with a little bit, 49,000, 62,000. And here we go, 80,000 at 1218. And that was the end of it, folks. Sorry about your luck, Shorty, but that was the end of it. You can see another attempt with 54,000 right there. But folks, look what's going on here. Here we come. Look at this green candlestick breaking above right now as we're on here. Look at the turn of the 10-day coming in tight. We want to see this. And what was the size of that buy that made that thing pop right there? Folks, get ready for an explosive afternoon and an explosive week. That's what I've got to say, with all kind of unprecedented moves. People, they're not going to expect this. It's going to come like a thief in the night. 940 now. Whoa. Watch the size of the candlestick buys. Here we come on with your own two eyes. There's no way to disguise. SoFi's on a rise. And I know it, I know it, I know it, I know it. This is just a thing of pure freaking beauty. Why are they trying to show this price of 936? It's pointless. They're trying to fake you out, folks. It's 938. Don't go for what Yahoo's trying to show you. And there you can see the truth of the matter. When I loaded the chart trying to show 936, and it's because they don't like the stock. See, their target is $8.11, and the price now is 938. Their target is $1 and freaking 27 cents below where it is, because they're just like everyone else who underestimates the value of this stock, people. Just like all of these people over here who were estimating their earnings, and they blew them away, totally blew them away, and blew them away again. They're going to blow them away here in 1 week, too. Going to blow them away, and nobody's going to fall for that downgrade this time by the Chia Pet. And nobody's going to fall for the work down on hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares that we were only seeing 16 million shares, 16, 20 million, 18 million, and then out comes the earnings. They beat it, and then 129 million shares that beat the shit out of it. And folks, where is it now? They got it down to 459 with all that hammering and beating and working together and manipulating, and now 459 to 940 and rising, is it not? Right on, people. Right on. And we're going to see it again on the next earnings in a week. Expect the same old, because these people are traditionalists who like to try the same effing thing, even though it didn't work last time. The price is double where they are now. And maybe it did work. Maybe it did work for them. Maybe while all that was going on, those sons of bitches were actually buying the crap out of the thing. Those all you thought were everyone who was mistaken, thinking, my God, it's sell on the news. It's a terrible 20% down on incredible earnings. And then they were just piling in, buying all those weak shares from all the poor people that sold. It's pitiful, really. It's sad. And that's why I decided to come up on that day, like I said, and become a SoFi soldier. I'm a SoFi soldier, and I'm in the front lines. I'm here hashing it out with them, man. We beat it out on a daily basis, do we not? You can all understand what I'm saying. Carlos Rodriguez, no music in the background today. Oh, great channel. Yeah, I'm sorry, Carlos. You just reminded me that I don't have any tunes playing. And why don't we put some on? I hope you folks don't mind, but I'm going to go ahead and go to my channel and go to my playlist. And you can always do it on your computer. Just go over to YouTube, and if you subscribe, you can click on my playlist. You can find it right up near the top. And let's see if I can give you a direction here. You go over here, boom, and you hit on your channel, and you should be able to see this. Hi there, sweetie pie. Hi. And my beautiful just walked in on the scene, Cheryl, and you can hear a song about her on YouTube too. It's called Cheryl Marie. Are you getting ready to leave somewhere? Oh, do I get kisses? No, you need to come. All right. Well, folks, I got to step away. I'll be back in just a jiffy. Thank you for being here and watching, and we're going to be right back. So I will, it says it's not receiving enough information to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers may see a delay. How about the Grateful Dead? Okay, well, let me tell you, I'll be back in just a minute, folks. Give me a minute to step away. Maybe we can find a way to put some Grateful Dead on here without getting a copyright thing, because once I did Steve Miller and they kind of copyright violated me. But we'll see. Hold on. Be right back, folks. We're going to just let you watch this thing skyrocket. My prediction is by the time I get back, we're at least 942 for the price. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to take my phone with me, and we'll put on maybe some Grateful Dead in the background. Hold on. Well, we got a request, and I told them about that. I told you to put on some Grateful Dead in your own. Okay, folks, I am back in here, bottom fishing with you. Here we go. Well, we didn't see the 942 I called for, but we're still looking good on this chart. But look at all those bottoms higher and higher and higher. Bottoms up, everyone. Bottoms up. Have yourself a little muscle milk, folks. They're not a sponsor. We're not related, so don't don't think we are. Maybe there'll be someone like that coming along one day, wanting to join hands with me. Live stream and Anthony, wedge is getting tighter. Yes, they sold and they will be crying soon. Yep, weak hands have been tricked. How about the Grateful Dead? All right, well, you know, if they pop on later and they copyright violate this, I don't give a dang. Let's go on over here. Find us a little gratefulness, right? I agree. Let's put on some gratefulness. Do you have a particular? Let's see if we can find Grateful Dead greatest hits. How about that? Let's see if we can find that. All right. Grateful Dead greatest hits. Come on. Let's see. Did they put out a great? They had to have. There we go. It's a full album. All right. And now, by the way, if I start piping this in, you people are going to have to let me know about the volume level of it, because sometimes it can be kind of loud. So we're going to go ahead and put this right now. And it says the very best of the Grateful Dead. And by the way, like I said, let's make sure we got this volume down. We don't want to be overbearing with the background music. It's background music, right? All right. So let's see here. We're going to test this out, and you folks got to let me know if you can hear it. Turn it up. So we're here. We're now. Go ahead, Carlos. Let me know. How about the Grateful Dead? I got them playing. Tell me if you can hear them. All right. I don't hear a dang thing there. Now let's go over here and pull it up a little bit more. Now, we're going to go over to my OPS because I want to look here and see if it's showing up on there volume-wise. There it is. All right, let's pull that back a little bit more. Maybe about there. Hopefully that'll work for you, folks. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know if that works for you or not, okay? And we're going to come over here and we're going to find old big old boy and throw him on there for you. And throw him up to the top. Boom. Oh, come on. There we are. Get me over here. Me and out of here. There we are. He's liking this. Bottom fishing, folks. There we go. Sofi worm just blew by there. And I told you, man, folks, we picked it up at the low today, didn't we? Let me get over here and see if you guys are telling me it's too loud, too soft. Got to get over to the channel and get on it and get back to it. Let's see. We're at the live stream. How are we? Sound is okay. All right. Good. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for being here and let me know that works. And I don't care, like I said, about copyright violation. You know, I got enough views and viewers and watch videos and let the Grateful Dead make a little money off of my channel, right? Because even though they, I think last time, even though they gave me a copyright flag thing, they didn't actually take the video down. I think they're just going to give any proceeds that come off of it, which there are none, so it doesn't matter. Just maybe new Grateful Dead listeners here who are catching on. And thank you for being here with me today while we're looking at this and tracking this and watching this thing achieve higher bottoms. And we're, like I said, bottoms up, bottoms up, bottoms up, bottoms up, right? We see that over and over and over. That's a repeated scenario every single one of us can live with. Isn't that true? Every one of us can live with that. Yes, indeed, folks. Hey, thank you for being here with me. I do appreciate it, all the good stuff going on. And it looks like we have the volume right. It looks like I'm not back up yet. So let me get back over to the OBS screen and get me out of here. Get my cat image out of here and get me back. Let's get Tyler back up here where you can actually see me on the screen, folks. And there we are. All right. And Now we got to change things again and get this display up here. And one more time. There we go. That's what we want right there. That's how we want it. That's what we want to look like. So congratulations to everyone again for being here. All you SoFi folks are here to make money with me today and have some fun, spend a little time, listen to some good old classic rock music. Hopefully the volume level is perfect for you. And soon, hopefully, we'll be back to where it's supposed to be, and you can see what I want to show you. So it's another end of the lunchtime. Here we go. The final gasp, the final breath, the final effort to pass the test and get this thing down to a lower low, but I'm afraid it's not ever going to go to the price of $9.28. And so for now, folks, if you're buying, it'll be money well spent. And there we go, a little rimmage for you, just wrapping it out and just having a fun time here and making money again on this stock that they have given so much effort to try to run down. And it really is on minimal volume. Folks, look, we're only at 13 million shares today, and they can't take this thing down even 0.5% hardly. Folks, that is really, really good news for us. Very, very good news. And we're going to be green being today, and we're going to be, like I said, way beyond the 10s and the 11 even by the end of this week before this earnings comes out. Yeah, there was somebody that posted on the message board here. I have to come over to the SoFi message board every once in a while and see what's going on in conversations, because these can be places you can pick up some good information too every once in a while. There's 936 again. They're stabbing at it. Such futile effort. Yanni's a shorter. Yeah. So anyway, this guy's a shorter. He's on here all the time. They all start piling in here when they're losing big money. And forming a bull flag on the daily. Don't know if it'll turn into anything, but it looks promising. Kenny Powers is one of the heavyweights on here, and he puts up some very good factual information. So do I. I put up a lot of stuff, and it's funny. Who's your daddy? I love it because every time someone posts something, he catches grammatical errors. This guy's got to be an English professor somewhere, an English teacher, because he always catches my errors and lets me know what I did wrong. So anyway, some good stuff here, some good stuff for reading. And, this person mentions Twitter in his posting. Twitter used to be the CFO for Twitter was the guy running our company now, SoFi. He was the chief financial officer for Twitter. And you know how much their company's worth? So what do you think he's going to turn this company into? Another money-making bonanza, which he's already been doing. And the proof of it is in all their earnings and revenues. During the time COVID was out, this is in the middle of COVID here, they left the most. And then, folks, meanwhile, you got Bank of America saying we're going to lose 300 to 400 million in the next year. And then you got others like Morgan Stanley, who just lost 14% in the quarter over quarter from a year ago, right? The ones swatting away at SoFi are losing money. Other banks, the traditional banks, have been surpassed now by the digital age, and they better get on board because they're getting blown away right now by depositors coming over to SoFi in droves. And so, folks, I mentioned again here that this is the end of lunchtime, and we see it every single day. I go back over, if I were to hit on the 5-day chart and show you the lunchtime efforts, it happens every single day at lunchtime. You can see right here, you can see the price was at $9.61. By end of lunch, where did they have it down to? $9.54. See that? And then you come over here and you look at the lunchtime again, and you can see here they came at $11.45. You can see the big dive during lunch and right on back up, right? And it's every day, folks, every day. Look at this dive at lunchtime, right on up, And here we go again. You're going to see every day they come at this thing, 11:45, 12:15. Look at that notch, right on up, all right? So if you're a day trader, folks, you got to be playing this game. You got to get in on these lows at lunch, and you got to sell at least some of it when it's up mid-afternoon, folks. You just take advantage of this. Go ahead, do it. It's fine. It's okay to do that. It's okay to make money. And you don't have to be dedicated along with every bit of your shares. You hold that core, you trade a little each day, and you make more and more money. Next thing you know, you turn around and your account's up 20 grand in a month or so on these runs, which is where mine is. And some of you are even up even more than that. I know a lot more because some of you have 40,000, 50,000 shares of SoFi and have and came in even at the IPO. So I know there's a lot of holders long term that are here that come to my channel and watch and are interested to know when the bottom is each day. They have hit that notification bell and it tells them when I come up. They know that, hey, it must be at the bottom. And wasn't it today? Sure it was. If you go back to the beginning of this live stream, you can go back to when I started it this morning. What was the time? And you can see where the price was. The price was at $9.32. And a second after I came on, it hit $9.31. I was buying. Some of you watched. I filled an order at $9.31. I filled at $9.30. I filled at $9.29. I unfortunately did not catch the I beg your pardon, I did not catch the 929.28. I only got the 931. That's right, 931 was the lowest I'm going. I didn't catch 930. But anyway, that's all right. I still got a lot here at the bottom. I'm up right now on my buys, and those of you that followed in with me, you're up on your buys too if you bought at 931. And it happens every day, doesn't it? Could kind of get used to this, couldn't we? Could definitely kind of get used to this. Check on the music. Sounds good now. Hash Pappy. All right. Hey, thank you for letting me know, all of you. I appreciate you being here. Welcome back, Hash Pappy. We've been having some fun. We've been buying on the low. I came in when we were at 932, 931, and everybody else that came along with me bought some there. Because Catfish Tyler called it. The bottom was there. We were feeding on it, and we got a lot of delicious, fat, juicy SoFi worms at 931 today, 932. And then here we are at the end of lunch. This is, as I've shown you before, and I just did, all the lunchtime attacks. Forget about it for the afternoon after this. This is it. This is gonna be shooting their wad, and we're at freaking almost 16 million shares. And you know the number, folks. Every day it's 15 to 16 million, and then boom, off she goes, off and away, up and away. So hey, congratulations to anybody that's gotten in here already. And as you can see, and I keep showing people, if you come on over here. Oh, let's see what AMC's doing. Still looking very good, and for a nice little continued afternoon move, it looks like. So congratulations if you got in on AMC when my friend called earlier when it was down here. Says, hey, better take a look at AMC. So Tommy, thank you. All the folks here that might have picked some of that up, well, thank you for that call too, Tommy. Tommy came in and called us this morning and said, hey, just want to let you know, AMC. And I saw the news on the weekend that they have really improved on their box office revenues, and they went up 60% on Friday. AMC up 60, now another 80% gainer in two days of trading. Oh, look at this, folks. They're trying for that new low. If they can get it there, this will be amazing if they pull this off. But even if they do, folks, right now we're still, in case you didn't pay attention, the low on Friday was 928, right? So they can't establish another new low. It's another higher low, and we're going to keep seeing that now, I think, for the next 7-8 days, right up into the earnings that are going to be here on the 31st. And I like the fact that they are issuing the earnings on the 31st this time rather than on the 1st, okay? Why is that significant? Because if they can catch on the 31st with a beat, and they beat estimates, and let's say they're only -3 or -2, or they're even, folks, if they come out even on this and earnings per share losses even, oh my God, folks, this thing is going to go crazy, and it won't be to the downside this time, folks. There won't be any way to shadow it or make over or fool folks. I don't think. They may try, but I don't think anybody's going to fall for it this time. I think many did last time. They're going to see nothing but an opportunity to accumulate a massive amount of shares on any takedown after earnings if they beat again, when they beat again. And so that's what I say. And then, like I said the last time, the price was around 630 for a high of the day before on a Friday. And then Monday they came out with earnings, took it all the way down to 549, 20% drop. And now look where we are, 936 from 549. So if we have a repeat of history, and we're at 936 now, and they take it down 20%, that would be, what, $1.80, and we see around $8 or so, or whatever, $7.88. If we see that, then where's it going to be after that? a month later, probably at $14, because it's just like I said, it's the same thing over, repeat, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, and do it over. They're going to wash it out if they can on after this earnings beat again. And then, folks, this time will be, just piling in on this thing. The volume's not going to be 125 million like it was the last time when earnings came out. It's going to be probably double that, because people are going to be wanting to buy it because they saw what happened the last time. They saw what happened the last time. So they're not going to fall for it this time, folks. I don't believe they will. And if they do knock it back, it'll only probably get 10% down this time, but it'll still be a great buying opportunity. It's going to be nothing like what we saw here on May the 1st. And look at the volume. And I pointed out again, the volume was only a week and a half earlier, 18 million, 17 million, 16 million, 24 million. As it started to rise on good earnings expectations, it got up to 55 million the day before the release. Then it closed at 623, opened on the first, on the release, gapped up almost 30 cents, and then here came the massive sell attack. And folks, like I said, it's an old story. If they try that movie again, you better be ready, because it's going to be doubling from whatever they can get it down to. Okay, that's what I call, and it's because history is going to repeat itself, just as it always has with this stock. They've been very, you can just like clockwork it, and especially on these daily charts now, it's become history repeating itself over and over and over. And here we are now, the very end of lunch, and we're already starting to make its move upwards. So, folks, I like the number 938, and I'll buy more here. Yes, I will. Hope you're enjoying what I'm playing along here in the background. A little bit of Grateful Dead. That was per a suggestion of one of the viewers that came on here earlier, Carlos Rodriguez. And Carlos, yo pienso es positivo con ustedes hablar español. Yo diga muchas gracias por venir conmigo hoy. Ustedes están aquí conmigo. Por todo, yo diga que yo pienso es inteligente. Ustedes pueden prosper. I don't know if it's prosper in español or make a lot of money. Mucho dinero por ustedes por ven aquí cuando the price, which I don't know the word for price is in Spanish, is at the bottom. A la basa or something like that. And anyway, there you go, folks. Look at here where we are, 938. Thank you very much for being here with me today and enjoying some fun talking about SoFi and making money after we caught it at the bottom here. This is when I started pumping right here just after 10. If you go back and look at my time, you'll see that I came on at this live feed. Look at where I began, because there we were at the bottom, 10 a.m. right there. Boom. And that was the bottom. That was the bottom. So I want to thank you all for being here with me today and sharing in that bottom and the earnings we're making off after catching the bottom again. Catfish Tyler can be pretty reliable, am I not? I think I've proven, if you go back over the last 10 or 12 or 14 days, that when Catfish has come on, it has been at the bottom and or very near it. And so thank you again for being here with me. I appreciate it and having fun with me. And hopefully you can still hear what we got going musically in the background. And again, I appreciate it. Yep, sound good now. Sound is okay. All right, fantastic, good. I'm glad. Hopefully, like I said, the music doesn't overshadow the message. And the message that I have for you today, again, is to look at this historical data and see the gain off of the off the lows. And we're going back all the way to about 2 weeks ago when it was 786, 803, 804, 875, up. Look at this, up. And it continues, folks, now. See the low yesterday? 926. Friday, that was the pullback to that number, and now the low today, 4 cents higher than that, and it's escalating. There's no way in the world, folks, here. We're coming at the very end of lunchtime, and it just isn't in their grasp. It's not capable for them to drive it down anymore. Why? Because of the people, like I said, that keep piling in here, the little Robin Hood buys, the small investors, the retailers own this stock now. Look at that. There's 100 shares right there. There's a few shares right there. Watch the count. Watch how low it is, and watch it changing the price here. When we see little 5-cent scenarios, there's 100 shares drop, made it go up a penny. See? So I'm looking at that. There's 300 shares. And I watch how many shares does it make sometimes to pop it. And if I see 5 or 10 shares coming in here and making this go up a penny, that really proves to me that they're completely wiped out for any abilities to control it anymore. It's getting away from them right now even. and we're watching the size of the buys. 13,389,750. See, there was a 64 share buy, 100 shares. There was just a couple shares. There again, very, very small retail buyers. And look at the price going up. You see it? You're with me, you're watching, you can see it happening. Look at the smaller buys here moving the price up. We're at 938, folks, and it's not going to stop. They don't let up. They don't let up. They don't let up. Watch the size of the buys. And I want to come over here to the interactive chart, because what I want to do is get in on this interactive chart, summary chart, boom, right here. We need to take a look at it. And I got to get up one more SOFI window here, so I'm going to do it because I want to look at others. SOFI, there we go. There we go. Pull this back up over here because this is the one I want to be on the historical charts on. All right. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I want to say thank you to the Grateful Dead for providing the music that we're listening to today. Got to give them proper credit where credit's due. And as I said, we might get this channel shut down here because I'm using their music for your listening pleasure. But I am going to give kudos to them. And what a great band over the years. And what great years for us to be involved and be born and live during a duration when music has just been unbelievable. The creativity, the talent, the incredible playing of people like Eddie Van Halen, who changed the style of guitar playing forever with his finger tapping techniques, and others that just set the trend. Eric Clapton, others that just were just icons, and including Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley. You can go on and on and on. Marvin Gaye. It's an endless supply of fantastic music, and even all the way through the 80s, it wasn't bad. We had groups doing the good stuff. I really enjoyed the Gap Band, the Daz Band, Let It Whip. You Dropped the Bomb on Me, man. There was just no better dancing tunes than the dance of those. Double Dutch Bus and stuff like that. Wasn't those some fun times to be involved in, and going out and partying and getting yourself all loaded up on. Remember, I don't know if you ever did any of these things, but I was a little exploratory kid, and I didn't mind dabbling in things. I know I had the control to handle things, never become addicted to anything, so I experimented. And there were the days when Quaaludes came along and they got banned because they got so damn popular. They were going to put the alcohol business out because people would pop a half a Quaalude and never have to drink on one beer all night in the bar, and didn't want any more than that. Flying high as a kite, they got rid of those. They were really horse tranquilizers. Quaaludes, if you don't know about them, they had a couple of different types: lemons, 714s, and roars. Look at this price, folks. Look at this. Hey, we might need to start handing out some Quaaludes for all the shorts here pretty soon. They hopefully can stumble on some and sedate themselves while we watch this thing rise right on up. And it's already just now 1 o'clock. You can kiss it goodbye, stick a fork in it. It is done. It's over. It's toast. All the orders I filled already, and you fill that, folks. It's going to be such a prosperous afternoon and week ahead of us. My gosh, doesn't it look great? Come on, let's get in on here on this chart. We want to see the chart. Don't mess around me. See, they don't want me to show it to you. Suddenly, the chart becomes unavailable to Tyler, to Catfish Tyler. And they're like, no, we can't have them showing the charts here. It's too ugly for us. But it is beautiful for the longs. Look at all these green candlesticks starting to form here right before lunch. I told you if this happened, it was going to be goose cooking time. We're going to go off the charts here, folks. Look where we're at. I got to pull it down even to catch us in here. And the stochastic is on the lower. We're good, folks. This looks good. RSI, sorry. I said stochastic, but it is RSI. And look at that 10-day jump now. Wow, look at the candlesticks. We're going to refresh again, folks. I'm excited because I can see this, and I've been calling for it. And, folks, it's going to get worse on them this afternoon and all through the rest. Oh, my God, what the heck is happening here? Look at the volume, all this. Now we're going to see not the profit-taking volume, but the profit-making volume start to pour in here. Because people can watch this and see this, and they know. And let's go over here back to this chart again. And we're not going to use this chart. I want to go to the longer term because I want to see what number they're shooting for. God, it's amazing that they just keep refreshing this and screwing around with me while I'm trying here in the heat of this run right here to show you what's really going on. And it's, as I said, it's almost as if, hey, let's just keep mucking around and screw with this guy's page so he can't show any people this information. God dang, look at this candlesticks coming in. What was that by? How much? 100,000 shares. Join. Oh man, that looks like a Woody springing up right there. Folks, I tell you, I hope you're having fun with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your wisdom. Ming Wu. Hey, he says, Tyler, what is the chance to see SOFLIE reporting a profitable quarter on 7/31? Any research or financial model calculation? Well, I think it's pretty obvious if you've watched any of these recent interviews by the CEO that he's basically trying to keep his lips sealed, but he almost can't. It's undeniable that they're going to beat the shit out of the street again. Meanwhile, according to Stock Goat, it is very doable, and he has the math calculations right. I've told you about Stock Goat. I watch him every single day, and what he has to say, he's on YouTube, and he's as educated as they are and needs to be. And there's others, including Mr. Lopez, Hurricane Lopez. Danny is his name, and Danny is also with Karen over there, SoFi Karen. And folks, get on over and watch him. And look what we got developing in front of us now. We are about to go green this afternoon, as I've been calling for all along. And look at this stair-step building here. Look at this stair-step building. And we're going to get in on this chart and show you even better. We're going to back out, like I said, to the 5-day. Come on, you mofos. Give me the chart I want to show the people. It's just like you just don't want me to show them this. Oh, my God. Look at this. And this is important, people, because you have a very, very, very steadily visible, and it becomes more visible the more you look at it. Let's pull this out a little bit more. Let's see here. Boom. Now we're going to move this over this way. All right. Now we're there. And look at this low point here, folks. We're going to do this by drawing right here. This time I'm not going to draw angles. I'm going to draw flat lines, okay? Flat lining. Boom. There it is. And right there. Boom. All right, there's a flat line there for you to see where the bottom achieved, just right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do another flat line on this post, right on this point right here, right? Boom. And just look what we got going on here, folks. And let's zoom in. Let's get in more. Look what's happening. Oh, zooming in a little more. I like to get in close. Let's get in close. Look at down here. Get in a little bit more even. Now we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3 ratio of green candlesticks to red at the end of lunchtime, just as predicted and just as expected. And we're going to continue to see this because, as I already pointed out, watch the size of the buys, okay? Look at the size right there. Did you see that? These aren't little ones. These aren't little ones. 796, 13, 796, small one there, 800, 13.8. There's 4,000 shares paid at 940, not even scared. Here we are, 13.8, 195. There's 4,000, another 5,000. You're watching the size of the buys with the prices going up. 810 now, 13.810. We're at 941. These are bigger buys, and I'm showing them to you because it's important to watch. There's a 10,000 share, and that was a dump to try to drop it because they sold at 940, 10,000. An effort to appease and stop this run, but it is not going to be stopped because each one of these little buys you see coming in here, there's 117 shares right there. Look at the size of the buys. Do you see that? 18 shares at 940. And they're little guys, the Robin Hooders and the retail buyers staying after, keep climbing, keep piling in. 200 shares to make it move up a penny. 200. Folks, I'm telling you, it's coming unglued for them right here and now. It's coming unglued for them. Coming up to the live stream. Colin Wong, I like you for your energy. Thank you. I watched also by YouTube, but I like yours the best. Thank you, Ming Wu. I thank you so much. Well, I'm over here because I am one who believes with 100% conviction that this is an opportunity of a lifetime. And this is why I have so much excitement and so much energy, because I'm thrilled when I see a chart that looks like this. And when I can come over to this screen and I can click on this chart and I can show you a line like this one right here. I'm just showing you. And now we're going to take this line and we're going to change it because we're looking at pitch angle. Look at what is happening here, folks. It's getting great for us. Back out a little bit. We got to give you a bigger view. Let's get up here. Look at this pitch angle. Look at it climbing. It's more than I'm showing you. There it is now. Wow. Look at that, folks. And we got a crossover going out, the 45 and 50 day. I pull in here. Look at the 45 about to gap over the 50 day. This is the longer term gold 50 day right there. There's the shorter term 45 day, a true indicator, a trend setter, the trend shower. It's proof right there. And folks, this is just a thing of beauty. Thank you for being here with me when Catfish came on this morning, right here at this time. Right there is where I came on, because Catfish comes on when he sees the bottom. And that was it, 9:31. So congratulations to everyone who came in with Catfish at 9:31, 9:32, 9:33, 34, on up. And it only makes sense to keep coming in on it. See, we just broke 940 resistance. I'll put in another. I'm going to do an order here, though, of 939. I'm going to try and catch it up underneath. Add to position. And we're going to do this time a limit order. And we're going to put in 939. Review order. And I'm going to do 10 shares there because I'm so sure we're going to 10. Place. See if we can catch 939. I don't know whether it's doable or not, because it does look like it's already making a nice ascent here. But we're going to shoot at it. We're going to take a shot. And we're supporting this position. We're just giving more support to the bottom side to them, any efforts to drop it. If they throw in the 939, I snag it, then it's never available again. Those 5 anyway, or 10. So anyway, really liking what I'm seeing here. I want to thank you all for sharing also with your friends about my channel, because it has been growing quite a bit. If I go over here and I go to my channel, and I don't mind doing this, because this is a way for me to thank everybody and show my appreciation for them being here with me. And so I'm so grateful, and I'm wishing all of you nothing more than happiness, healthiness, prosperity, and of course that you're surrounded with love. And so right now we have 18 folks that are here with us. And look at this, we got a Catfish Dave here, 2.3 million views. He's doing a lot better than me, ain't he? But anyway, that's not why I'm here. I'm here to show you how good I'm doing, even though in comparison to someone like that, I'm a small little microscopic skrill, whatever, a little tiny thing. And look at that, 688 subscribers, folks. We're about to go over 700, 135 in the last 28 days. Thank you so much. Here I'm showing people how to save your favorite shorts by not letting them fade out and throw away, but spray paint them. And you can see 1,300 views. And people seem to enjoy that little tip of the day. And we're over here, though. We're going to analytics. There we go. Analytics. Let's get over here. And we're going to see what's going on here on my analytics right now. And it's funny, when I posted that spray painting my shorts from 6 to 7, it had 1,439 views. It started to ignite, almost went viral. But anyway, at this time of the game, in this trading game, in the last 48 hours, 8,118 views. And to me, that's incredible considering where I was days back. So I say thank you all. And look where we are now. 9:42. We are about to go green. Ladies and gentlemen, watch it run. Watch it go. Watch us make money as we ring the bell. The alarm is sounding. We are going green in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I know I'm a little 3, 2, 1, 0. 9:44 will be coming down the pike. And congratulations to all of you folks who bought during lunchtime again today. And hasn't this just become so predictable? It is so easy to get in on this stock in the pre-market and then sell it at the right at the peak in the first part of the morning, then buy it the rest of the day on these downs. And every effort to run it down has been to a higher price. Look at this stair-stepping up. Folks, this is a sign bulls are in absolute full control. They are in complete control. And if you don't believe that, watch what happens this afternoon. This is not going to stay here red at all, no matter what. Because what? Look at the size of the buys here. Watch them. Watch what happens here. We're at 14,170,000. There's 2,000 shares bought there. We're going to keep a close eye on this because I think we're going to break into this green and we're really going to move here. I think we're really going to move. And it's, oh yeah, we just went green. Congratulations to everybody. Watch this chart change colors. Let's get over here. And they're not going to be able to stop it. It's not going to happen, folks. You can kiss it goodbye. Now, look at it starting to go. I want a green chart over here for everybody to be able to see. Isn't that prettier? Isn't that prettier there? That sure looks a lot better than what we've seen all damn morning, doesn't it? Green, 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 green. Green, 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 green. I know I'm using the wrong word, but it sure sounds good and it sure looks good. Green is where we are. Thank you so much for being with me and buying this morning when they got this thing down to that 931. And that folks, the 930 was it. But truly, I only saw 931 was where I was able to fill. And that's the odd verse of the 913. They couldn't hit 913 today, so they aimed for the 931, and it held up mirrors when they had it there. And then they all did a shot, and they had some champagne, and they had a chaser. And then after that, they watched the price go right on up, as they knew it would. But congratulations to all of you shorters who were able to take the price to a higher low today than on Friday. Thank you so much for not being able to get below this price. And thank you for the fact that you're going to be calling your constituents and they're going to say, how do we do? A lower low? And they go, mm-mm. And they go, oh my God, well, what about the high? Was it a lower high? Yeah, we only at 949. Well, we're not done yet. The day is far from over, aren't we? And look what's happening here. Let's build in on this. Come on, let's get over to the chart. Let's watch the size of the buys. Let's see how big they are. Let's see these candlesticks across the bottom. Let's compare. Let's do some comparing. Let's do some sniffing around. Let's do some what the catfish does, right? And man, I filled up on so many daggum catfish worms this morning that I think I'm going to have to take a catfish dump. I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean I'm selling any shares. That means nature calls. And when we fill up on 2 million fat, delicious SOFI worms, look at this price, folks. I'm laughing. I got to be careful. I can't do that too much because the whole prostate may not hold up under this kind of tension. So, thank you for being here, everyone. Colin Wall comes in. Hello, well, Tyler, did you ever try Haitian black beans and rice? Oh, of course. Oh my gosh. And I want to tell you a little bit of a funny story about that. When we had first gotten there, one day we had some people that worked for us in our little house that were helping take care of things around the house because we wanted to pay people to do that kind of thing. And believe it or not, we were, asked, how much should we be paying our yard man and our cook? And they said, oh, well, the cook should get $30 a month and the yard man should get, and we were like, huh? And they said, oh, yeah, the average per capita income here is only $900 per year. And 980 when the time I was there in 1975, 76, 77, 78. So, folks, it was pretty amazing. But why I mentioned this is because our cook came out one day with this big bowl, and I thought it was chocolate pudding. Okay, and I thought, oh my gosh, when I saw it, my eyes were popping out, and she looked at me and she was so smiling. I said, oh my gosh, I was so excited. And it wasn't. It was some sort of black bean soup. It was a black bean soup. And I mean, it was good, but it sure wasn't the chocolate I was expecting because down there you could hardly find chocolate. When we come back to the States, I bought whole cases of Nestle's $100,000 bar. I had 48 bar case or something that I'd eat in my room at night, just a half of one of those halves because they came in two halves like the Almond Joys. And I would do the same thing. I would eat half of a half so I could make it last the whole time I was down there. But anyway, so when that black bean soup came out, and then she stepped back into the kitchen, she had no idea, and I was like, "Oh," I went to scoop something. It wasn't pudding; it was just like runny soup. I went, "Oh, it's not pudding and all that." But she thought from that day on that I loved that black bean soup, so she would bring that out about twice a week afterwards. I never had the heart to tell her that what I thought, and so we had black bean soup often. But I also want you to know when we were in Haiti, of course, look at this price going, folks. Just look at it. And I called it already. Told you we'd be green today, and we're going to be very green. And congratulations to you all. But yeah, so I want to go back to the black beans and rice though, because I have to tell you that was our staple. And I'm not kidding. I would have on my plate would be this big around, a kind of oval shaped plate. I'd have the rice piled on there like that. I'd have those beans and the pork and the onions and everything that were there. Oh my gosh, I would eat 4 pounds of that a day. And of course, I was growing like a weed when I was down there in Haiti. I think I grew 4 or 5 inches because I was in my growth spurt. And but man, I absolutely loved rice and black beans and rice. I could eat it every single day. I could eat it right now. And if you want to know something else, they make this is called an African curry, and it's the same thing except you're actually using goat, cabrito, and they call it. And so you're using this goat, but you're using this curry sauce instead of the black sauce. It's a curry sauce. If you've ever had it, wow, it's phenomenal. It's kind of almost an off yellowish sort of color, mustard colored curry sauce over that bed of rice, and then you put on diced tomatoes, diced onions, sliced up diced bananas in small chunks, uh, diced celery, diced what else? We put peanuts, even finely chopped peanuts. Put that in there. Pineapple, diced pineapple. You just throw it all in. My God, you couldn't stop eating that. It was absolutely incredible food and some of the best in the world. Lunchtime. Yep. Hey, thank you, Carlos. Thank you for the suggestion to play this today in the background. So, like I said, hopefully you don't get a copyright violation. But my God, look at this, folks. And this is so, as I said, this is becoming so determinable. It's a day trader's dream come true, people. And this is just the daily routine of a lunchtime rundown on low volume. And then everybody says, come on in, the water's fine. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So thank you for being here. And I reiterate, look how low the volume is. If they can't contain this on a low volume today like this with only 14 million shares traded, what are they going to do? And look at the high, already 949. Oh, folks, we're going over at 970 is my call. I think it should happen because all the shorts can see that there was a bottom here. There's the one bottom, two bottoms, three bottoms, four bottoms, five bottoms, six bottoms, and on up it goes, bottoming higher, 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 higher. Bottoms up. Bottoms up should be the SOFI slogan of the year, bottoms up, right? And I say that, go back to May the 15th and the May the 16th. From May the 17th on, look at that, bottoms up, and again today, bottoms up. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is so good, so delicious, so wonderful. Thank you again for being here. And as I said, folks, I stuffed myself from so many hypnotized words this morning. We're gonna have to be right back. So we're going to put up a little note here to indicate to everyone, and please let everyone know that I will be right back. And so we're going to put this up here. It's going to be sloppy and cheap looking, but we don't care. At least hopefully you'll be able to see that in the screen. So let me go over here to my OBS to make sure that you can see this, and you can see it clearly. So here we go. There we go. Be right back. So there we go. Got it hung up there for you. You can all see it. Be right back. And you can tell others, I'll be right back. And there you are, folks. Give me a minute. Let me go take a little quick break, and maybe 10 minutes, all right? So you can let others know if they ask any questions. I'll be right back. All right, folks, come back in here on this here quick live. We got to get back in here on the action and figure out what's going on with this crazy stock. Right. Get that rid of that right there. All right. And we're going to come over here, and we got to put on, went off and left my other glasses. Let's get back over here and get this screen down, minimize, and let's get over to our, what we really got going on. So we got display capturing me right there. Beautiful. And here we come back up. So where are we, folks? Holy Toledo. Did we break 950? 949. All right, everybody. Congratulations for buying in with me. Right here, we came in, Catfish came in for this live feed. And you knew it. I started it right at the bottom. $9.32. Go back over here to the very beginning of my live stream. Tell me where the price was. And yes, all right. I have all kinds of stories to tell, folks, about things here and there and things that happened when I was down in Haiti that changed my life forever. Things that I experienced and did while I was there that, folks, you wouldn't believe what I was doing as a kid there. And I have zero fear, believer in Jesus Christ, our Lord, and the good Lord above keeping an eye on me while I was down there. So I lived without fear. In spite of voodoo being practiced out in the countryside, I had some experiences with voodoo ceremonies. Me and three of my best friends from high school. I'll tell her, one of them was a girl named Marty. She was probably 16, 17. Then another one was Kevin, and another one was Danny. All of these individuals went with me, traipsing down the road in a late night and stumbled on a voodoo ceremony, and we got ourselves right. Yeah, I spoke Creole. I'd been down there for a couple of years. This was a group that came down from our church in the United States, St. John's United Methodist, there in Winter Haven, Florida. They came flying in. We were out in a very rural area. I got myself in trouble, as I often do, for doing something. And as retaliation, because I strike back, I asked three people with me, hey, y'all want to go down where those drums are playing down the road? So we took off walking, and we went about an hour or so down, and we came upon the place, maybe 45 minutes. And it was dark, and there were Haitians out by the road with machetes and their hips, and my friends were getting scared. I know they were. But I stopped and started talking to them, and they asked what we were doing. And I said, oh, we're working on the church down the way. And they said, oh, we have our own church back here. Come on. And I said, hey, I turned to my friends. They want us to go down there, and they're like, I said, guys, this is going to be a chance of a lifetime. You're never going to have a chance like this in your life again. And you got to do something scary. This is what I tell people on some of my broadcasts in the past. On a daily, if you can, do something scary that scares you a little bit. It enhances your life. It improves the quality of life. And there's nothing wrong with just like laughter being very good for you. Fear can. It can increase your metabolism. It can increase your immune system, believe it or not. So anyway, I talked them into going with me. We traipsed down this trail with the guys carrying torches and got back to where the ceremony was going on. And soon, the Hooligan, which is the witch doctor, the chief, the person in charge of the ceremony, which we consider our pastor, sent his wife out. She came out and heard about us outside. And the next thing you know, we had a cluster of Haitians around us, and they wanted us to come in. She tried to put some beads on my neck, which I stepped away from. I should have actually accepted them. I regret not doing it later on, but I thanked her for the offer, but said I'll pass. And, it was a little intense there. But then they said, come on in. And then my friends were like, oh, seriously? And so in we went. Now, if you want to hear what happened, I'll be happy to tell you. So what happened was, when we got in there, there was a big sheet over in the corner, and the Hugon, or witch doctor, or the pastor was behind that sheet. He was calling out different scripture or things, almost sounded like reading out of maybe something, and we were getting responses, just like in a Catholic church, where the you know how the priest will say something, and then they said, oh, and then they answer back, and let it be, and so it will be, and so it shall come to pass, and all this stuff. I don't know the Catholic religion, but you know what I'm getting at. So this is sort of the same thing that was going on. The drum section we were sitting in wasn't playing at the time. They had quit playing while this was going on, kind of like the beginning with announcements, maybe about announcements of what's going on in the congregation. Because I want to tell you one other thing. When they're doing this speaking, it's not in typical Creole. It's more of the African dialect. It's almost like with the Catholic Church going back to Latin and using Latin in a lot of what they're saying. And it's the same thing. They go back to it deeper. And I wasn't able to understand absolutely everything that was being said. I understood the majority of it, but I wasn't catching completely all of it. But anyway, as the ceremony went on, finally the Hugon came out from behind the sheet. He had a torch in one hand. He had a bottle of Clarin, which is white lightning, in the other. He was shaking, drinking, lighting, and the flames coming out. And he had another one with a machete. They were hitting on the loa, which is the main center pole of what they call the peristyle, which holds the thatch roof and all the walls. This pole's in the center, and that's where these spirits travel in through, is the pole in the middle, and then there's a fire pit right below that. I hope you're enjoying this kind of stuff. I know you're here for SOFI, but also you're learning hopefully some other things. And so anyway, what I'm telling you about now is being in Haiti and what it was like to go to a voodoo ceremony. So if you don't want to hear that and go elsewhere for SOFI info, I understand. But we're in a quick story, so this is kind of something I think you'll find interesting about my past. And so anyway, the ceremony got underway. There was another sheet that was on the floor, and there was something under that sheet on the floor. We didn't know what it was, but once the Hugon came out, started dancing, the drums kicked in, and then all of a sudden we're sitting right amongst these drummers. There's like 8 of them, and they were playing kind of a moderate beat, slow sort of as he started the ceremony. But then he got over to the ground where the sheet was, and he pulls back the sheet. He's shaking the rattle. He's got a rattle too with a lot of beads around it and stuff that they interchange the tools they're using. And then he's saying some incantations over the 3 girls, very young girls laying on the ground. I think they were probably, I'm guessing, somewhere between 15 to 18, something like that, maybe even a little bit younger, maybe a little older. But they all got up to then after that and started following him around the loa, okay, as they danced. Is when the drums then pick up the pace, they get louder. You're getting all this rim stuff going on where they're playing on the rims and they're playing bells and playing bottles and playing all kinds of cool stuff. And it's just so intense. And the energy level, folks, is I would only compare it to being in a Pentecostal type church where they still, if you haven't ever been into something like, Church of God or Assembly of God and seen the power and energy of their beliefs in being spiritually filled by the Holy Spirit and speaking in tongues and that whole thing going on, the similar type of reaction can be viewed as you're watching this go on in front of you, because the energy level gets so intense, the drums and the energy, and they become possessed. Now, at this point in the game, they were just almost like wild boar animals, wallowing and flipping around and flopping and on the ground and spinning and doing all kinds of stuff. And I looked over at my poor friends that had only been in Haiti for like 3-4 days, and here they are sitting in the middle of a Haitian voodoo ceremony, people. And I can only imagine. And their eyes, when I looked at them, were about the size of silver dollars. And the same thing could be said. I just said, oh my God, they're so scared for their lives. And I said, y'all want to go? And they said, yes. And I said, all right. So right in the middle, which I know, again, is not something we should have done. And it was disrespectful, but in a certain sense, I think they almost were getting a kick out of it, laughing almost, because they realized that we had to go. This was like over our heads. We were way in over our heads. And folks, that is what happened. We made our exit, and when we got back out that little trail, folks, to the road, to the main road, it was probably about 9 o'clock at night by then. And I said to them right then, I said, guys and Marty, listen, y'all know this is something that we can never, ever tell anyone. I said, when you get back to the United States, if you want to share this with your friends and that's fine. But when we get back there, this is absolutely, this would be so taboo. This would be completely they would have lynched me if they knew. But isn't that interesting, folks? Wasn't that interesting? And thank you for being here. Colin, riches are more than money. Yeah. Let's go, Sofi, says Tron. Hold on. Thank you for being here. Colin Wong, yes. And I'm sharing you some stories while we're making money today on SoFi again, about my past, about my history, about some of the annex and things I got involved in. And it was an interesting life, my experience down there in Haiti. And I'll tell you some others in the future, some really unbelievable experiences that came my way that changed my life forever, made me ever so appreciative of our opportunity here in the United States of America. God bless this country, regardless of all of its faults. And if you go anywhere else, there really truly isn't a comparison. This is heaven on earth. We're fortunate to be here, and why so many try to come into this country is of no surprise to me whatsoever. And I'm a little saddened that we've made it so easy for this to happen, because there used to be laws and things that criteria people had to meet, and it's been that way fortunately since the beginning of time, since the day the first ships were coming over here, bringing over the migrants into. We weren't denying anybody, but they all had to go through a process and be put into books, and we have records of it. It's why we can follow the lineage in our history back. You can go back and study and see when the people came through Ellis Island, the dates. You can go there, you can see it, and this is all being circumvented by a new policy that I hate to say it that way. And trust me, I'm not the only one. There are a lot of native, I say native, but there are Mexican folks that live here that went through those steps and did the right steps and procedures. They're angry about it too. I've spoken to them. They don't like all these freeloaders coming in without having to do all that they had to. And a lot of these people had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get the status to become an American citizen. I think the one I talked to said he paid over 10 or 12,000. And so these people don't like seeing these other folks being allowed to just come on in and head off on your own way. We'll send these children all over the country on buses and drop them off in the middle of the night. Nobody knows where they are. Nobody keeps track of them. Watched the other day, nobody's keeping track of these follow-up calls. Over 60% of them are never even answered the calls to find out, follow up on where the children are, their status, how things are going. They're not being answered. The calls are being not answered. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little political here, and I usually don't. But then again, those of you know, you've already seen some of the things I've put in the past. If you don't like it, you don't need to say anything negative about it or whatever, or have that negative attitude. Just go elsewhere. Go look for another channel on YouTube to check out. I don't want you here anyway. If you don't believe in our of like mind that this country needs to turn around and go another direction, and I hope to God that very soon it will. It looks like there are already some good things happening. And so anyway, hey, a good thing happening. Look at this stock about to go over 950 right now. And when it breaks this teeny wall of resistance on no volume whatsoever, off it goes to Never Never Land. And it's going to keep happening. I called it last week. I told you for a fact this was going to be up on Monday. And I could tell that because basically what I saw in the after hours on Friday, it was up. And that's very contrary to what we've seen. Generally, as a rule, almost every single day, you can see SoFi in the after hours down a penny. Sometimes 2 pennies, sometimes 3 pennies, sometimes 4, but it doesn't matter. They always do it. And this was Friday up. So I'm just pointing that out because, again, it's the winds of change that are changing. The winds are blowing in a different direction, and SoFi is already heading in that direction. So we're just getting more and more wind behind our sails here, aren't we? Look at all these green candlesticks. My gosh, that is beautiful. And on these charts, folks, I've shown some of you in the past how to get all these lines in that I'm trying to show you. I do it because I want to be helpful to you so you can put in the same lines on your charts and you can benefit in the same way. So here I am again, folks, and it's very clearly obvious. I'm trying to show you the one-day chart, and it just seems like I'm in this delay phase to hold me off from showing it to you. And I think it's because, again, maybe they're aware and have caught on to the fact that not only do I put messages on this board here for SoFi, on the conversation board, but maybe they've caught on to who I really am and why they scrutinize me so much on the board. Even a lot of times late in the afternoon between 3:30 and 4, I'm completely cut off the board. They just say, nope, you got to log back in, and then there's no way to. I keep trying to relog in. They just keep me out because they don't want people to hear what I'm about to say. And that's because they're shorting the stock and they're not behind it. And I proved that by showing you on the summary page that here they're analyzing the stock. And right now they're trying to do a short term down, and they're showing a yearly target at $8.11. Okay. So if they were behind the stock and they were enforcing this target would be where the educated targets are from people like David Ford, who says $20, or the one from Emir that came out and with Bank of America and said reiterates 10. And we've got others that have said from BTIG 14. So we've got all kinds of very well-educated, very successful 5-star people giving these numbers out, while the less than a star rated people make the price fall from the day before down 20% on a ridiculous downgrade to $2.50. So congratulations to all of you that didn't fall for that, and instead came along with me. And like I said, I'm grateful for David Ciabarini for doing that. And I say it because it just emboldened me even more to start putting up more information about this great company, so people don't fall for these shysters with ratings like him making calls like he made. And for all of you new folks, we're going to go over here because we got time, and I have time to expose these people for who they are. And Ciabarini, there he is, David Ciabarini, SOFI. And let's see if we can get him on tip ranks. Here we go. This was a person that demolished our stock price down to $4.45 on May the 15th. And look at his rating, folks. Look at his star rating. Do you see any stars? No. You see a fraction of a star, 0.14, folks. And his average return success rate, he picks a winner 107 times out of 286. Like I said, flip a coin. Or like Danny says, from Hurricane Lopez says, you'd be better off to pick stocks out of your ass than to use this guy. And look what he's rated, 8,286 out of 8,528. All right. Oh my God, folks, you cannot get any worse than this individual. You just cannot. You cannot. And in the meantime, if we do this, instead of him, we put in James Ford, F-O-O-R-D, the one who's calling for a $20 price rank, and put him in here on tip ranks. Oops, I got rip ranks. But anyway, let's see. And go on here, bang, and see what he rates at. Tip ranks, there he is. The guy who's calling, folks, for 20 a share. And look at his 5-star rating right there. Look at his success rate. Look at his average return. Which one of the horses do you want to strap your wagon to? That horse's ass I showed before, or this horse with class? You want a horse with class or a horse's ass? Right? Which do you want, folks? A horse's class or a horse's ass? You pick. Here we go. IB Mac forever. IB Mac, SoFi tried holding. I don't think it goes below this 950 rest of the week into earnings. Yes, and Anthony, it's game over. It's running, guys. Anthony Walker, catch it if you can. That's right, folks. It's running. It's running on them. It's getting away, just as it was predicted, only by the major fact that this was happening with this double bottom and another one, higher bottom, higher bottom, higher bottom, higher bottom, higher bottom. And as I said, folks, right now it is bottoms up. SoFi's slogan for the next 6 months, I think I should come out with a t-shirt, SoFi, bottoms up, right? Because the bottom just keeps getting up and up and up. And catfish might have to change into some sort of other fish to be able to accommodate the change in water pressure. Catfish doesn't want to die with lighter pressure as we start to come higher and higher, right? But really, it's just the opposite. As we go higher and higher, the pressure gets more, gets stronger, and the pressure is on the shores. Yeah. Why do I think I hear two things going on here? Hopefully I don't have two things. All right, thank you for being here, everybody. It's running. Yep. Yes, I hear you. I hear everything you're saying. Thank you, folks, for being with me. We had 182 views here today. Folks, look at this. 950, folks. Here we go. And I told you the number today is going to be what? I'm going to show you again. The number is going to be 955 because this is their favorite number to try to hold this thing at 955. And that isn't showing it. I'm going to get back here to the 5-day. Yep. I'm going to see it here. This is the number that they always try to keep this thing at 955. And you look over here where it was right on Tuesday. See here, 952.53. All right, we're cringing on that. But here it is again, 950. This is one of their points to try to drive down off of. Here it is again, 952.3. But the difference is this time, see the trajectory here is down. Where's the trajectory now? Up, right? So this momentum obviously is a mirror of what we're seeing. 951, folks. I'm buying more. No doubt about it. When it breaks resistance, you got to come with it, folks. You got to. You got to. Buy 5 shares right now. Buy 10 shares. Buy more. Buy more. Buy more. Buy more now. Right this very second. And now I am up on the day. I finally am up $569. I have no problem in showing you that. And folks, we're going to keep going up. We're going to keep going up. And if you don't see how many shares I own in SoFi, you can see it right there. Currently owning 6,145 shares. And that means that my last order may not have filled. And did I stupidly put it in as a limit by mistake? Let's go to order status. I did. I'm losing the opportunities to make money. Let's go market now. Let's just market it. Now we're going to have 6,165 shares, and I just filled at $9.53. So, hey, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Oh, man, is this not fun, folks? We are having fun today, and I want to thank you for being here with me. Tron Hoa Squeeze is coming, yes. iTrader jumps in. iTrader 99. He is saying SoFi might pull back during the hour, but I'm holding strong. You're dang right. And I'm going to have a boatload, as I've already said, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 I'm going to be ready to throw at this thing if they try that little gimmick they did on the last time the earnings came out and ran it down 20%. And that was a great buy opportunity, $4.59 a share they had it down to. And now look at it. After that major rundown on all that massive volume that they used to get the shares away from weak hands back on May the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all those days. And by the way, while you can see the CEO was buying, you can see it. I'm going to show you folks this. Look over here, Google. I'm going to put in SoFi CEO. I've shown people this before, buying SoFi stock. And here we're going to go, and we're going to put in May. All right, we're just going to put in May. All right, and look here. May 4th and 5th, 80,000 shares. And I showed you on the chart, if you go here, look at the May 4th and 5th. Look what they had it to. The low it could possibly get to. The lowest, 459, May the 4th and May the 5th. And you can see he piled in, right? Did he not? Yes, hell yes he did. And he's made double his money on those buys, right? So, God, you got to just bless this guy with a company who says, man, I'm not taking this, and I'm buying more. And he's going to be a he owns 6.5 million shares, right? I'm going to put it in here, 6.5 million. Do the math, people. Add it up. 6.5 million. And it says right here, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Let me see. Here it goes. Somewhere I saw it the other day. It said he owns 6.5 million. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe it's 6.4. Let's try that. It's got to be here. It is. There he is. Shortly after the first quarter report, Anthony Noto paid $390,000. May 4th and 5th, 80,000 shares. Average price $4.88. My favorite number, folks. Look at that. He's right along with me. Isn't that freaking killer? And look at this price now, folks. Getting away from these doggone folks. They all knew it was coming. They all had to know it was coming. Not just me, not just you. And look where we are now. We got a CEO. And folks, I'm not done either because I'm going to put in Anthony, his name, so you all know who he is, in Noto, and go look what his history was. He used to be the CFO for Twitter. All right? And his wife, he has to disclose is buying shares. And you can see here, she bought and has, as it says, stock purchase Jeremy Russell sold 200,000 on May 15th. Okay, he fell for it too. While Jeremy Russell was selling, the guy who really knows what's going, that's a CTO. Meanwhile, the guy who was the CEO says, "All right, I'll take those from you." Buys them and makes a bunch of them. He got 1.1 million, and then he could have had 3 million 3 weeks later. Average he sold for 547. I have to laugh. I'm laughing right now, and I'm glad to show you that, folks, that someone else got suckered by a guy with a rating like this guy's right here. Oh, not that one. That's the wrong one. You saw him. I just showed you. He doesn't even have a star. So here you go. And so it wasn't just people like you and me and Small Joes that fell for that. It was other people, including someone here, Jeremy Rishel. So I want you to know, though, that on this, when this happened, his wife here, it's going to say it somewhere, he had to disclose that his wife bought shares. And it's a lot. And I don't know why I'm not seeing it now. Goodness gracious. See SoFi, see Anthony's wife buying SoFi stock. We'll get rid of this right here. There we go. We'll do it that way. We'll find it here now. And let's see what her average price was, okay? He said he showed that his wife, Priscinoto, bought 33,259 shares on August of 2021 on a pullback, okay? And I happen to know that she has a very good average price, which was at the time that I saw something like $6.57 a share. So she's no idiot either. She's smart, and she's smart right along with her smart husband, right? And they're not going to show me this, but she did purchase this by wife. They're there. You can see them. Go look them up. I'm not going to subscribe. Don't have time. But she did, and she's got that average price I told you about. So hopefully you like that too. For all you women out there who SoFi has already proven are smarter and more intelligent investors with their latest advertisement on YouTube. And if you haven't seen that, you go over here to YouTube, and you're going to see, we're going to look again, and we're going to type in SoFi ad. And do a thing here real quick for you new folks over here. Thank you for being here. Let's check here. And Brian Fuller, let's go Catfish, another afternoon pop. Yes, Anthony, 6.4 million shares, $60,900,000 worth. That's what Anthony Noto is sitting on. And hey, folks, you gotta have it. You gotta have confidence in a company with a CEO with that kind of confidence, and the same kind of confidence I have, and the same positive attitude. So let's go up here to YouTube, and let's put in SoFi ad. All right. All right, there it is. And now let's see how many people have watched the SoFi ad. 18 million, another million this week, folks. And if you haven't watched this ad, it is showing you that SoFi is prominently producing a picture of the facts of finance. And it shows, if you put in who's best with money, it shows men's pictures all over. And there was only 2% of the images when women were put in with who's successful in the financial world. But they're proving in this ad that women are better at handling their money and better investors over the long term. And with this, they did a great idea. They put a photo booth downtown New York, right down there in the Times Square, and had a photo booth with images of dollar bills like you see behind this woman in the picture I'm showing you right now. They had that set up there, and the women would go in, have a picture snapshot, and send that up on their media, if they were with social media, and put it up on their Facebook or whatever they were involved in, TikTok or any of them. And they would be entered into the chance to win free tickets to Taylor Swift concert at the SoFi Stadium coming up here very soon. So they used this idea, and not only was it to give opportunities for people to win the tickets and do something fun, it also changes the thought of AI. AI has this image, as they portray by showing in this video, that AI thinks that men are better at finance and handling money, but women really are. So by doing this, and these women putting their associate pictures with all the money, AI starts to get a different view and see, oh, women, money, women, and then they start to change the skew. That is a brilliant idea by SoFi, and it just goes to show you the innovative thinking these people are such a great group of people working together with great ideas, and they're making, look at us going right on up, ladies and gentlemen. And I am so grateful to you for being here with me today to watch what we are all knowing was going to unfold. Every one of us now up $649 on today's buys this morning. And so, congratulations, everyone who came in with Catfish. Go back to the beginning of my broadcast. Down here, you'll see I popped on here when the price was at 10 o'clock, just after 10, and the price was at the very bottom. It absolutely was at the bottom, and it can be very clearly seen because today's bottom price, the lows you can see, a higher low than Friday's low. The price for the low, 930. Watch that beginning of my video today, and you'll see that the price was 932 when I popped on, and then it went to the 931, and I guess 930. I never saw that, and I never filled at 930, but I had the orders there. I filled at 931, and many others did along with me. So congratulations, Catfish, and all the other catfish that came along with me today to make more money on this stock with a trading pattern now that's becoming so clockwork. Again, lunchtime again today. Here they came. You can see the time. It's so typical, so everyday, so humdrum and boring for us now in a way, but a great way for us to make money. And it's not stressful. It's easy because it's predictable. This is daily. They do this every day. Look back here again, 12 o'clock, boom, down, then right on up. What they do the next day at 12 o'clock, boom, down. You see the price, 11.45 to 12. Look at it. They were able to drop it from 9.90 all the way down to freaking 9.70 something. 20-cent drop, 22, 23 cents. Boom, they did that at lunchtime. And then here we go again. Look at here, 11.30. So you see this so many times, you finally say, all right, guess what we're going to do at lunch today? And then you come in with me at 11.45, right? And you get it at freaking 15 cents less than it is right now. So congratulations to all of you. I hear the music seems to have come to an end. Our Grateful Dead. So that was it. Anybody else have any requests for right now on this? We'll take the next one. Brew Tank. Catfish slaying the dragon. Yes, sir. Hey, thanks for being here, Brew Tank. And Jacob. We have Jacob here to say, hey, Catfish, I'm a beginning trader and learned a lot by your stream today. Much love, and it's been fun hanging out with you today. Well, thank you, Jacob, for letting me know that. I appreciate it, and thank you for dropping in. I hope you'll share my channel with your friends and tell them about it. And I really appreciate your presence here, your support. You're giving me the thumbs up. Hit that notification bell because you know what Catfish does. He comes on every single day. And it's interesting. I've had some people say, "Man, I've just been waiting for you to come on." Well, you can wait for me all day because if I don't see a bottom, that's my logo. That's my ID, right? Catfish. I mean, that's my heritage. That's what I'm known for. So I got to see a bottom. I got to see a bottom, and that's when I'll come on. So some of you folks, you probably already know it. If they're watching them come at it. You're probably watching and you're just going, okay, Tyler's coming on any minute now. I just know it. He knows this is the bottom. He's going to come on. And so today we nailed it again. Dang it. We got it again. We got the daggum bottom today again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here with me and realizing that again, we've achieved, if you're looking back here, 875, 9 and 894, 899, 943, 965, up, a little pullback, and then right on up we go, continuing the lower highs, higher lows, and we're going to see higher highs. This is 949, forget about it. Not going to happen. It's out of here. We're going to see it blow past that. It's at 953. We're going to keep going on past. We're going to keep moving past the 954 and 955, and it's going to happen right now as you watch it. And I told you, folks, this is a critical point. We go back here. I'm going to get in on this chart again. We just looked at it a minute ago. We're looking back here. We're going to go to the 5-day. And the reason that we're going to get in on this 5-day is we want to accentuate this fact that this is a number that means something to somebody where we are right now. Because every single time, look at this plateau. Look at here. Where was it here? 955. Where was it here? 955. Where was it here? 955. Here, 955, 955. And folks, where are we right now? Where are we right now? You see it. We're encroaching on them, and there's going to be a major some entity has definitely got their sights set on 955 as a price, and they probably already made an executive decision at the table that, hey folks, this week here prior to earnings, man, if this thing goes over 955, we've been good holding it here. We've been able to keep it at 955, and God, let us please keep it at 955 today, Lord. We'll work it down on our 16 million. And how many shares now? 17,103, folks. And it's almost just like clockwork. The 16 million share figure that they borrow again that's now been depleted, and now there's nobody to work with to sell to them. Their friends have run out of their borrowed shares that they're paying interest on. And this is exactly, in my opinion only, why we're seeing this move from right here, because that was probably a million shares ago, right there. 16 million, folks. Look for it daily. You've seen it before. Am I right? Right? I think I'm right. You all know it. Yep, you've seen me point it out before. This is a daily thing. They got 15, 16, 17 million shares to work with to run it down and scare people and grab others. But then after that, it's all over. Game over, just like Anthony said. And it's game over right now at 2 o'clock. You can see that. It's definitely surging here upwards. And I love what I'm seeing at 2. And I'm going to love what I see at 3. And I'm going to love where we're going to be at 4. Yep. And you should be too, folks. You definitely should be as well, because this chart, folks, it doesn't get any prettier. And it doesn't get any prettier to see the move prices moving up here before 2 even. And if you don't know what that means, folks, usually from 145 to 2, but watching I can tell you this thing's getting hit a lot, 145 to 2. They try to shake them out right before the 2 o'clock hour. This is a turn of the winds, right? The winds are blowing in SOFI's direction. SOFI is going downwind, carrying the sails, or bellowing out. They've got the massive sales now. We're going to put out the big ones. It's time to roll out those jumbos, and we're not just going to tack along here. We're going to have to lean into this, and folks are going to have to shift over to offset that weight of that sail pulling us forward, because it starts to tilt us over a little bit when we get on this kind of pitch, right? We get this wind blowing and it really picks up. If you've done any sailing before, you'll know what I'm talking about. You got to slay the whole crew over there and throw them over to the other side and watch that boom swinging around, because it'll knock you right off the boat. And man, here's the boom swinging, and boom, there's 955. Come on, people. I'm telling you, this is their number, their critical number. They're so in love with, and some of you might want to sell right now. You might want to go ahead and take it at 955. Take out, sell 100 shares. I don't care. Sell 100 or 200 or 500 or whatever you're at. Go ahead, because I already know, and I've shown you this 955 number so many times, and don't be surprised at all to see them try and take it here. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do the opposite. I want it to go past this, because I know this is a dream number for them, and I'm going to buy more. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to add to position. But I don't have a problem at all, folks, if you want to sell a little right here. But I've seen this 955 so many times, and I think we're at critical break stage, breakaway, upside. So I'm going to buy order, review order, and place it. I'm only doing, well, it's a 20 share order. This is repeated my last one, and I got it at 955, folks. What do you know? 955. I actually love buying at that number. I love it, love it, love it. And folks, it isn't going to stop. Why? I'm going to show it over here. Look at here. Watch the size of these buys. Watch these little Robin Hooders keep pecking away at this thing, keep piling in, keep buying. There, you see that 3 shares right there? I'd love to show you. There's 100 shares right there. And what's the price doing? Holding well at 955. Watch it go on little. And if we see this thing move to 956 on a dinky 2 share buy, I'm going to buy 50 shares. So I'm watching it really close here. I want to see the size of these buys and what happens with the price. Not going to be at all surprised to see them really try to ramp it up. But where is it? Where's the resistance here? Where are they fighting this with? This is piddly stuff here. It isn't going to happen on this. Look at the size of these buys. Again, I love these Robinhood folks and retail buyers like you and me. And we're watching them closely. We're going to see this thing soon. It's going to jump to 957, folks, or 958. If we see that, get ready, okay? Watch a multiple cent pop right here as we get over to. Watch the size of the buys and a multiple cent pop to the upside. I predicted that. Something just told me to tell you that's about to happen. So what will we see it jump to 957, 958? Could it possibly even jump past 960 on a major, massive buy-in right here? It sure as shit could. couldn't it? And then we all going to be off to the run. I mean, this thing is going to be catapulting. I told you, I've said it all for the last 3 days. This 955 number, we've seen it so many times. It's just like something we've run past, and we're reading it all again. But this time, the story has a different ending coming, and I'm going to show you here in a second. Let's count down to 956, right? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 956. Will we miss it within 2 seconds or so? Here it is at 2:04 p.m. Watch the size of the buys. Watch it break this level that they've been trying so hard, and I show it to you again. Come on over to the chart with me and let's go, and you'll surely see that there's no way anyone can disagree that 955 is the price from which it flees. Look at here. Look at all these 955 numbers, folks. It's just so many times over and over. And this is a point of pitch, a change right here. Where was it there? 960. So, folks, even here, once we get past the 955, this thing's going to complete. There won't be any resistance here. Look what's going on over here, folks. Look at this breakaway. Look at this breakaway. Look. And folks, this is gorgeous. 955 is going to fall any second. And look at it climbing, folks. Look at it climbing. Look at it climb. Look at the volume. Watch them fight here. There are going to be some big buys and sells here. And it's not going to be this piddly stuff for long. These Robin Hooders are going to be still there all along. But we're going to see 17,450 and then 17.5 and then 17.6 on my call. We're going to see start to see this is this. We're not the only one that can see this chart. We're not the only one. We're definitely not the only one looking at this chart right here on this 5-day. Look at that. Look at that. And look at the blue crossed over the gold, and now they tween. They come together like a tweezer, and then off they go off of this pitch line. And did I draw that pitch line right? Look at it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually missed the pitch line. I'm right on the 45 and 50 day, but look at this. This is where it really is, folks. We're swinging this thing way up here. Look at that. Oh my God. Wow. So I'm right on the pitch line, the 45-50 day, but look at that. Look at that escalation, folks. And why I want to point this out is because look at the last pitch line degrees, okay? Oh gosh, man. Why did it take that off? Why does it take that tool off when I have it going right there? I'm going to go back to the draw tool and select it again. And now it's highlighted. Give me the pitch lines I want. I want to show people this important information. See that angle? See the degree of the increase? And look at this now. And it's the same thing I've been showing you on the 1 year chart, not just the 5-day, folks. Not just the 5-day, the 1 year. You're seeing these same drastic changes on the pitch angle of these longer term charts, and there's no question about it. So, did some of you take my advice and sell at 955? Because I'm not, like I said, I'm not just catfished at the bottom. I also point out points of resistance that you might want to go ahead and take a little profit. And then when it pulls back off of that number, the next time it gets to it, buy it at, if you sold it at 955 and then you start to see it recede to 949, 5 cents, 6 cents. That's the average pullback we're seeing right now, 5 to 6 cents, no more. And when you see that, you just buy a little bit more back in, going back into it. It doesn't matter, and then it turns around and heads back north from there. You at least made a little bit more money, right? So I showed you, and there was a reason I showed you, and the reason I still think we're going to go on past that, because I just think, as I said, that this is an opportunity that so many people are taking advantage of. And let me point out something else to you right now, folks. If you haven't been looking, don't just look at SoFi's chart. Look over here at the S&P. Look at this. You see the gain? It's only 0.5%, and here again, SoFi outperforms that. SoFi is outperforming again, outperforming the S&P, just like they've been doing for the last 2 months. And they were up 107%, and someone said now they're up 108%, right? Obviously, if someone wrote an article that said here is with 107% up, and that was on yesterday, it says, well, then now they're 108% up, aren't they? And later they're going to be 109% up, and then 110, and then 150. And so y'all can all just be with me while we watch this happen each day, because it's so fun to just sit here and make money just by hitting the buy button every once in a while when we're at the bottom. So hey, congratulations to everyone again for being wise enough to take advantage of these runs up and down. And it's like I said, becoming very, very, very clear what is going on. And it becomes more and more clear the longer you look at these longer term charts. And folks, I'm going to get rid of these two lines right here for us, because I want to go to this chart here and I want to see what's happening. And look, folks, look, it just keeps getting more and more exaggerated to the upside. See this pitch angle right here? Oh my God. Wow. And look up here to the top of the chart to this 10-day and look at the pitch angle that just happened. Look at this change now off of that. And we're breaking above this line that I had before. And this is the downside line I've got. So now we're going back above this downside line, which you can see right where I have it, right there. All right. So now we're gone back up above that, and we can actually eliminate that line now too. And just congratulations for you smart enough folks out there to realize when you get into a long-term chart where you're looking at a 1-year chart and you see these kind of drastic angles. This is a 6-month. But when you see these, you have to understand what that means, folks. You have to get a hold of this, get a grip on it, because we're not the only ones using charts to make predictions on prices. There's all this going on with the, valuations and, revenues and earnings and all these other things, but I'm focusing on the charts, right? That's what I do. I'm Catfish Tyler, the chart man. Look at this, back up over 951 now, and then, folks, it isn't going to stop. I'm sorry, all of you shorters. It's another loss for you today, and I'm sorry that you don't have enough wisdom to be like us longs and realize the potential of this stock and why it's going to keep going up every single day now before earnings. And then, as I said, earnings come out. Maybe we get an attack. Everybody piles in like last time, and then it's up double where they get it down to. They take it down to $8, $8.50 on the earnings. Won't matter. Won't matter, because a lot of people like these loops. They can look back over what I've shown them in the history. What happened last time on May the 1st on earnings dropped 20%, and now it's double that. So let's just see for history repeat itself, right? I claim that it will come to pass, even though I don't know. Are you into NU? No, I am not. No, I'm not. I thank you, Colin, for asking if I'm into NU. But when anybody makes a suggestion such as this, I'm going to go and look. So I go over here for the benefit of everyone involved here in this channel. And let's just look at NU stock, Yahoo, and we're going to take a look at it over the longer picture, because I like the dailies, but I also like the longer terms, and that's what I count on. I count on the long terms. And so let's see where we're at. The volume is relatively low today. It is pulled back a little, but that's no big deal. That's nothing. You can see it right here. They decided to come at this right at 2 o'clock. And so, but anyway, let's get in here and let's do the 1 month. Okay. All right, so we see we were at a higher point at one time, and it's been a bit of a pullback, but still making side of a sideways run here. One of the things I always like to do, let's go over. I know there's probably going to be a slew of institutional holders here. Oh well, 361, so that's half of the number that we have with SoFi at this stage of the game, which is around 613. And but look at that, Galileo, their biggest holder. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, that is interesting. Huh. Okay. Is that a little eye opener? So, wow, am I grateful for you to bring that to my attention, because that means something. Hey, check it out. Beginner, how many times can one buy and sell in a day? Well, here's the deal. If you have a smaller account valued below $25,000, you're not allowed to day trade in and out on margin, or you cannot get in on the same position out and then back in. You can get in on it. If it runs up, you can sell. Then you have to wait 2 days for those funds to clear. So here's my suggestion if you're dealing with about, let's just say we'll throw it out there, $2,000. You got $2,000 to invest. Well, the first day, you're going to buy in on the low when Catfish calls for the low, and it's going to run up on that day, and then you're going to turn on the high and hopefully sell that 1,000. The next day, you have another 1,000 to work with to do the same thing. Then, when you've bought at the low, you've sold at the high. On the following day, the funds from your previous sale will have cleared, and then you've got that 1,200 that you increased. Now you're up to 1,200 to buy, and then you can buy that morning. You're allowed to sell that afternoon. But then the following day, you cannot do back in again with that money, and you can't buy another stock. Once you're out, you got to stay out. You can't do anything with those funds until they clear. So if you alternate each day, one in, out, one in, out, one in, out, one in, out. That's how you can do it. Okay. And now you can, just keep nibbling and start low and keep nibbling that day until you've used up all your $1,000 until it's at the highest you can get it nibbled up to, and then that's where you basically sell right there. All right, and then you take that money again. It has to sit there and clear the next day, and then the following day it's available for you to use. So hopefully that helps you and it makes it clear and you can understand that. Let's go over here to NU and look at a couple of other things. When we get over here to analysis, all right, we're going to jump over here and look at some analysis on NU. And we're not going to do this too long because this is the SoFi channel. And if I decide to go my own way on this and take a look at it, I will. But I'm going to go over here because I want to look at there. We got a lot here saying buy and a strong buy. We've only got a couple saying underperform. And there's actually more people on this, 18 that are covering it. But what I want to look at here is not just this, but I want to look down here at shares. And let's see, I'm not getting there that way. I'm on the wrong one. That's what it is. It's not statistics. It's going to be here. Where's it? There it is. Statistics, not analysis. Statistics. All right, jumping over here real quick on NU. Shares outstanding 3.6 billion. And what was the daily volume? Summary. Sorry, but yeah, I'm going to look. Yep, volume 12 million. Well, folks, I hate to say it, but to me, not an affirmation of something that I'd want to get into. And I like the revenue. They've absolutely slayed it here. They're in the revenue, but their earnings you see are increasing in losses on their earnings. Okay, but my biggest concern I think is I do not like seeing that many shares out there because sometimes what that can indicate is the company has used their shares to get money over and over and over. They've kept putting more and more on the market with doing another share sell, a public share offering. So that's my catch two on that one. I don't mean, it does. Like I said, their revenues are growing really well, and it looks good there. But man, oh man, that's just a lot of shares outstanding. God Almighty, and a profit margin over here, profitability negative 8.02. And they have a good operating margin. That's good, 16.16 on the plus side. Their revenue 2.21 billion strong. Total cash 4.42, so they're not cash strapped. And their debt is only 827 million in comparison to their total cash. So why don't they just pay all that off? Which makes you wonder, they've got this much in cash. Why don't they just dump all that off? And then when they announce they paid off all their debt, the price shoots up another $4. I don't know, just a suggestion. Book value per share 1.11. Checking a look at that. Operating cash flow is very good. So that is the strengths of this stock that I see. All right. And there are no dividends paying on this, no dividend. All right. But let's go over here and see held by insiders, people in the corporate world, the corporation, the big wiggers, the ones that run the show. They got 10%. That's pretty good. Don't have a problem with that. That's actually better than SoFi. And held by institutions, 66%. That's strong. That's good. That gives more strength to the stock and keeps it a little more stable versus big swings on manipulative. And then again, it's really hard to manipulate when you got doggone that many shares out there. That's very big. It becomes very, very hard for it to be really strongly manipulated when you got that many shares. Is bottom line, especially when you're trading on so many shares, few shares per day. So that's it. That's my look at that one. That's what I thought of it, and I hope that helps you out a little bit. Back on over to SoFi, where we see 950 just holding so well. And folks, we're going to see this continue to escalate through the afternoon, and just holding here in a plus is so good. And I point out my point again, look at all the markets. They're green, folks. So they're fighting. These shorts are fighting a wave of green right now. Go green, go white, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at. A wave of green coming in. And congratulations to all of you that came in today with me when Catfish came on at the beginning of this live stream this morning, right here at 10 o'clock. And it was 10:05, 10:10 or so. And the price was at the very bottom. Jason Jacks, got it. Thank you. Yes, you're very welcome. Yes, hopefully that helps you with your understanding on getting in and out daily. And if you got a smaller amount, let's use half each other day. Don't make the mistake of saying, "Oh man, I just made a bunch of money and now it's pulling back. Let's buy more." Well, you can do that if you stay. Let's just say you had 2,000 and you started and put 500 in, and then you put 500 in and you made good money and then you sold those that you had the 500, you still got that other 500. You can go in again when it drops down low, you can go back in on it. But you remember, then if you've got that 500, when it gets to the high again and you sell, then you let those two sells sit for 2 days. Okay. So it's not to say that you can't buy back in the same stock on the same day. You absolutely can. But you have to remember that if you go ahead and sell that at a higher price and make your profits, that day you cannot use that money again. You can't use that money. Okay. So if you had taken, for example, all of your 2,000 and bought SoFi when Catfish said we're at the bottom, and then you sold it that afternoon and you made great money, you made 50 cents on your buys on every share. Congratulations to you. Once you did that, folks, then you can't use any of that money again. You cannot watch it drop back down and then buy in with that. You'll be in deep doo-doo if you do, folks. Don't do it. Don't use money to buy stocks with until they've cleared. Okay. All right. Hopefully that makes sense to you. So there we go. Look at this. I got a lot of love coming in here on my channel. I appreciate all the likes. Thank you so much, everybody who's here with me right now, giving me the love, showing me all the hearts. I appreciate it. It's very, very, very appreciated. All 20 of you, and we've had 213 on today, in and out, showing you different things that I've shown you. In case you didn't hear recently, just in the last few days, Kathy Wood also took advantage of reading into this chart and seeing this breakaway of the 45 and 50 day, and she bought more right here. That was probably around the 12th or 15th that she bought in some more, and now that is her third time buying SoFi, folks, as from what I understand. So her third entry point, and that's not because she thinks it's going to fall from here. Don't think so. Not right here before earnings. I think what she's doing is the same thing we did when they come out with these fake downgrade stuff. She says, "Yeah, I'll pick up number 5,000," adds it right to her coffers, just like I and you are doing, right? We're not dummies on these dips. We buy and boom, off it goes. And today, another 12 o'clock rundown, just like every day. See here, I show you again on this one. From 12 o'clock, they came at it on Wednesday. Here we are again. Look at the time here when they came at it and started at it, 11:30, right through lunch and up. And then here we go, next day, 11:30. This is so routine. And then here we see it. What time was it? 11:15. Folks, like I said, it becomes just so easy to determine these people have become like robots. They're like trading robots. They just like, okay, it's 12:30. We need to sell it down now until it gets to 1, and then we will buy it again, and it will go way up, and then we will sell it in the morning, and then we will make sure we buy all the shares from the stupid people who got scared, and we will run it on up for the rest of the year until it is at $99. And that is the robotic trading that we're seeing and making this stock so easy to make money. Does that compute? Does that compute? Do you get it, Dr. Smith? Oh, my goodness gracious, folks. Having fun here today. Having fun. Let's go to another classic, a song, an album that is one of the top rated in the top, I believe, 5 of all time. And let's play a little of this for you folks. And I know you're going to enjoy it. Let's go over and check my volume level and make sure that we're on the right volume level and we're not blasting and it looks good. Same level as the last time. So thank you folks for being here with Catfish today. And here we are having a good old time swimming around on the bottom. Are we not? Right up here, swimming around. There we are on the bottom, down there. gobbling up so many SOFI worms this morning that I had to go a little bit ago and dispense and dispose of some worm carcasses, casings. So anyway, thanks for being here, folks. I hope you're getting a good laugh. Hope you're having a good time. I hope that you'll share with your friends and tell them about catfish. So now we got to make sure Cat comes back down here below me. Can't have him up over me. And we're going to pull the display capture right there. Now we're back at it. So, folks, thank you for being here. And I hope that you're having a good time. And now we're going to jump back over here. Hope you enjoy this afternoon's selection of some killer tunes. And, there's some interesting things about that group, too. But I want to thank you all for being here and sharing in the experience today. And thank you for coming in with me. If you bought some with me this morning, when I first came on with my live stream this morning at 10 when the price was down at the low of the day. And so thank you for doing that. And let's see who else we got here. Oh, we got others. Jason, beginner here. Jason, got it. Thank you. Sofi, yeah, hello, you are funny. Love your channel. All right, yes, Sofi. Lee or Lai, I'm not sure which, but welcome. I appreciate you being here. We have people that come to my channel from all walks of life, all places, all parts of the country, and so we have no bias here. My channel is open to people all over the world, and I welcome you. And I say hola and aloha and muchas gracias por ustedes aquí conmigo hoy. And merci beaucoup pour tout le monde qui parle français avec moi. Je suis très content de vous rencontrer aujourd'hui. Et j'espère que vous revenez ici pour voir qu'est-ce que j'ai pour dire. All right, so anyway, there's a little French, there's a little Spanish, and if you happen to be speaking a little Hebrew, ni français en école, and you know what that means here, just being lunchtime, and if you happen to be from Germany, then also I thank you. My wife and I are planning travel there, so I'm trying to learn some German now. Been working on it, and I can say stuff that I think is important, like lass uns was essen, lass uns was essen gehen. Okay, lass uns was essen gehen, which is important for me to know, which means let's go eat. And Badzengammer, where's the Badzengammer? Where is the bathroom? Wo ist the Badzengammer? I think it is, or they call it the loo or the toilet also. But anyway, thank you for being here in this multi-ethnical environment where we invite all walks of life, all people from everywhere around the world, because the more you travel, the more unbiased you become, and the more you realize people from all over the world want to share and love. Their true desire is not harm and hurt and pain and destruction and war. It's not. The majority, it's just like always, the majority are overwhelmed by the minority who are trying to make destructive things occur in this world, and the majority of us don't want that. Why can't we all just get along? Love one another. Love conquers hate. It's just like light over darkness. Folks, if you're in a lit up room and you take a box that I will illustrate for you right now, let me find anything that I can that might be in a box. And I know that I have lots of stuff in boxes, okay? And folks, what I want to illustrate for you, that inside this box, okay, it's dark because no light can get into this box, right? It's dark in there, right? All darkness, right? All darkness. But what I want to show you, folks, is if you open up this box of darkness, does the darkness turn everything dark? No, the light overwhelms it, right? But on the adverse, folks, if inside of this box here, if it was dark in this room, and I had a little candle sitting here in this box, and I can illustrate it for you, and that candle was lit, and you open this box of light in this dark room, what happens to the dark room? Right? So I hope that illustration is an illustration of the power of light over darkness, of good over evil, okay? And it might be a little bit on the crazy side, but folks, this is the way a crazy guy like me thinks, right? I think of these things. Now, let me make sure that I haven't screwed up and got catfish over my image. So I think I do. I'm going to go back here. And no, okay, that looks all right. It looks like we're back up here, and we've got me and the display capture cat video just below. And then here's the cat picture just up on top. Oh, I don't know where he's disappeared to. But anyway, all right, let's get back over here because this looks good. The volume looks good. The music level looks good. I think we're not overpowering with the music. And so I think that's all good. And we're going to go back over here. Okay, now, as you can see, folks, this is a point of resistance for him here, obviously at 950. But as I pointed out earlier, where I saw is that same line, 955 is the line they've drawn in the sand. And when we break above that, folks, and it will be coming this week, there's no question about it. And the reason I say that is because when you look at today's chart, you can see that the bulls are in full control, right? Full control. Here's the lowest bottom, a higher 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 bottom. There you go. You've seen it over and over and over today, and it's going to repeat all the way through the week. And it's not going to be here at the 949. It'll be 999, then 1049, then 1099, then 1149. And that's my prediction for the rest of this week. You can watch me every day. I'll come on when they take it down to the next higher low. Okay? I'll be here, just like I was today, to help guide you to time to buy in. And I always am. When I see the low there, I'm coming in. And even right now, this looks so sweet. It looks so delicious. This chart looks yummy. Going over here to AMC, now up over $6 again, broke over 6. My friend called this morning when the price was down here, told you again, it was only up 24% then. You could have made 12%. So I hope that when my friend told you that some of you came over, picked up some AMC, I'm going to regret that I didn't do it. But that's okay. I'm still looking at this live stream. Weird, I'm kind of wondering why I'm not seeing, I see an image of a fish. Am I still on here? And I'm going to refresh this page just because I want to and see what happens, because this is kind of weird. I hope I don't lose the stream by doing that, by refreshing the page, but I did. And if I did, I'll be back later. It still says streaming, connect, stream setup, help. Uh-oh. I think I just shut off, but let's see if it pops right back on. And yes, we are now, let's see. We are up, and yes, I see it is running good, so I did that right. Everything's fine. And I thank you again for all of your support, for everybody who's been showing these things to, and making statements and suggesting things and watching the news. Anthony Walker helped us out with showing a new investment company has come in and bought into SoFi recently, and they bought a very large number of shares. So it's just one more big buyer knowing before this thing runs up even higher that they better get on in here on it. And when we get in on this SoFi chart here, we're going to go now, instead of the 6 month, let's remove these. I showed you. Look at this angle, though, on the 10-day. And again, it's just one more effort to hit the 10-day again right here, right now. You can see it. But let's get rid of this chart indicator here, and then let's go over to the 1-day. Let's come on over here and get in here and look at these candlesticks. We want to look at the bottom. We want to look what they're attacking with. How much energy do they have to try to shove it down on? Well, here we saw 228,000 share dump, right? 228,000 shares. You do the math on 228 times 10, $2.28 million right there on an effort to suppress the stock again. But how much did it drop it? Okay, here was where we were, right here at 955, and it dropped it a whole freaking 5 cents. And this is a 5-cent drop thing. We've been seeing 5 cents. Come over here, you'll see it's common. This is the number they're working with. Use it to your advantage. 948 down to what here? 948 to 945. That was only a 3-cent drop. All right, so here we have a downpour, folks. We got torrential rain. Let me make sure I don't have anything set out here. I should have it signed. Hold on. All right, we are back, and yep, had to move a few things in real quick. We got some red candlesticks coming. Is it one more Hail Mary desperation? Oh my God, we got to sell. We got to knock this thing back. It's killing us. We're losing again, losing money again today. It's the same old short singing the same old sad song, losing money. And as I pointed out to you all along, all the last 6 months, nothing but pure losers shorting, all of them losing money for the last 6 months. And this is just the beginning of their losses. Their losses are going to become majorly substantial when we break over 955. For whatever reason, they've got a commitment to hold that number. But I'm telling you, folks, that's going to be it. Where the line is drawn, I tell you, that's going to be it. When we break above it, it'll be sayonara, game over, as Mr. Anthony Walker said. It definitely is going to be that way. Thank you, all 22 here, all 220 who've come by today to find out what's been happening. And what I want to show you, we're going to get off this one here. It looks like a little bounce here on NU, so push to the upside. So that might be a good little entry point. Maybe make a little bit still the volume. And you can look at the 52-week range. This was as low as 339. So, folks, we're almost up to the upper side of this. So this does look encouraging a bit. But I'm looking at the 6 month. That looks very good. And you can see here is a little bit of a cup and handle. So I could be wrong, but I'm scared a little bit of some of those things I showed you. And but it still looks like it could be a good place to maybe make a little bit of an entry right here and at least pick up some and see where it goes from here. But some of those things that I just already mentioned are a little iffy. Look at the S&P curving on up here, folks. And folks, I'm telling you this because the weight is behind this move. People are coming in on this. The Dow is up, NASDAQ up, and these short and sons of bitches are up against a whole wave of upward volume. Momentum is coming in. The volume is still low here, and we're starting to see them pile in, though. We're starting to see them come aboard here. Bigger buys. We're at 19 million now, so we've seen a nice little increase here. And look where we're going here with this volume, folks. Look at the volume levels. All right, please pay attention to these levels of volume. And where were we? And let's go back here to the technical because I want to know what we achieved yesterday. I think it was only about 24 million. But let's just see how many it was that we achieved. Well, I'm wrong. It was on Friday, 34 million. Folks, if we see that today, there's going to be a major spike in this price if we can get to that number again or above. And that will again be to the short's demise, the KOD of, right? The KOD. And we're going to see it happen to them this afternoon. This is going to build. People are building in. The price is going to keep running. We're not going to see a rundown. There's going to be a squeaky effort by them to try to push. But look where we are, folks. Where was the low earlier? 930? Folks, forget about it. The high was only 949, and we're about to eclipse it. Well, this can't be right. There's something not right here. Let's refresh this page because it was at 955, I know. 956. See that? And, folks, it's going to collapse. It's falling apart for them. This time we're going to see this continue to go up no matter what they try because they're going to have to increase volume, but there's going to be other people increasing volume. Those are all those that are buying on these shares being thrown away because it's obvious what they tried, and every single low for the day has been eclipsed by the previous low, and we're going to see it again right here. Watch where we are. See that 945 number right there? See that last time right there at 132? All right. Watch it close. It's the same thing they're trying here. They tried it at 948 there down to 945. They're trying it again. They got it 951, and here we are one more time. And then this is going to be it, a spring load off of this right here and right on up this afternoon. I don't believe there's any way, there's any sincere energy, health, desire, care. There's no commitment by the shorts here to push this any lower. They got it where they could here. Many of them already got out, even here. And many of them got out, even here. Many of them got out here. The smartest ones got out here. They've gone long here, see? And they hung out all the other shorts. They went long here on this. This was the day of the David Cipriani downgrade. And that's when they did it. See, May the 15th. They went long. And now, here they took profits. dropped it to here, and this was again on a downgrade, then went long. And then they're going to make, how far was this run off this one? 476 up to 974. And so now that was a $5 run. Here we are at 805, $5 run puts us at what? 1304. 1304. And that's going to be where we're going to be next. You're going to see it, and it could actually happen in one day. It could happen in one single day, and it's going to start when we break past 955. Okay, that's got to be our first wall of resistance, and when we see that fall, it's going to be off to the races. You can see we were at 946 right now, just here approaching into the final part before the power hour comes. And folks, we've seen this so many times, but watch closely the size of the volume here, and let's get in here. We want to make sure we're in here on this chart because we want to look at these green candles start coming in here, and look at it. It's on the RSI. See it low. It's on the downside of the RSI, so this is a great time to watch this start to spiral upwards. I show you this RSI. It's important. Look at the candlesticks. We're going to refresh this page in a very sluggishly slow fashion. Even though I'm supposed to have great internet speed, we are still mushing through here because they don't want me to show you this. They don't want Catfish showing you this. Look at it toggling, toggle, 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 toggle. I can come over here. I can probably refresh the screen right now, and it'll be done in a half a second. Let's go over here and click on this. How long does it take to jump to that? All right. Oh, yeah, it's already on it. It's already loading. And but when it comes to Yahoo, for some reason, we're in an absolute delay mode, and we can't get this. See, it's loading. It's going to start playing. Picture the face of finance. Already starting to play for me. While meanwhile, over here on Yahoo, do, da dee da dee da da. You might as well sing a do 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 Jeopardy theme. Do 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 do. Ah, thank you. Good Lord. What's so scary about this? You don't want people to see, Yahoo. What is it that's fearful? That's got you so fearful. What is it? And that doesn't look like a one-day chart to me. I'm sorry, it doesn't look like it. But I'm going to refresh it again and try and show people the one day. There we go, folks. Now we got the real deal, not the fakery. And here's what they don't want you seeing, the bounce. They don't want you seeing the bounce right there. They don't want to see you, the absolute desperation moves here on. They don't want you to see these little red shares to knock it down. See, 23,000. But look at the buys, 61. Look at over here. Look at these size of these buys, folks. 77,000. And these are three in a row, 61,000. There's no fear here. And then they dump a few shares, 87, and boom, someone comes in, I'll take 114. Then they try to work down with 77 again. See these numbers? Yep, it's Peasley stuff comparatively. All right, Peasley, look at that, 16,000. There's nothing here, 77,000, and a bigger buy at 81, and another sell at 46,000, and a bigger buy at 68, and then you have another one. Are you seeing this? All right, see the size of the buys versus the eyes of the skies. All right, see the size of the buys and the sells versus the size of the sells, size of the buys versus size of the sells, and because those are going to tell you the true story. They're showing you the real story, and I show it to you on that chart right there. So thank you for being here. Who else we got? Yes, indeed, we're having all kinds of fun here. We're having a good time today. We've had a whole bunch of people here today. Brian Fuller, let's go Catfish, another afternoon pop, and it is happening. You can see it. There's no drop. It's a pop. It's going to be a pop, and it ain't going to stop, and I'm going to buy here, even if we're at the top. I don't care. I'm going to buy some more SOFI. 2, 4, 3, 5. Okay, and we're buying more. And we don't want 100 shares. I know they love that default number for some reason. All I want to do is get it at 946. So we're going to put 9. Hold on. 46. Review order, and we're just going to be 2 and place it. And I got it at 945. I got it at 945. I only bought 10 shares because I don't care. I've got so many more I'm holding now, over 6,155. I think something like that. And look at it going on up here, folks. Now you know why I bought it and why I'm holding it and why I keep buying and holding. Because the volume is going to really pick up here coming into this last hour. It's going to be a power hour run for SOFI. It is my call. And I'm calling that based on the dinky sells versus the big green buys, okay? and I compare these two so you can see very closely what's happening on the minute by minute trading. And again, I'm going to try to refresh the screen, and they're going to take 20 or 30 seconds to show you what I can get over here to any other screen and refresh on in just a second. Watch. Do you think I'm crazy about this? It's changing the price. This thing is keeping real time track of the price on AMC here. And when we click on the chart, how long is it going to take to move it to? And it could be because I've got a lot going on here on my computer. I've got the OBS running live. I've got, a lot going on here. I've got the rumors of Fleetwood Mac playing here. So that could have something to do with it. But anyways, I am so glad that you're here. I appreciate you being here. We'll close a couple of these windows, and maybe that'll help us get into this chart. I'm just going to close this out. See, now it's going to jump. I hit the X screen, and now we're refreshing to see if they're going to let me show you what's going on here. And it's just slow across the board. I apologize for being so slow, but it's probably, at 2:45 in the afternoon. We're getting some people that are logging on all across in our area. 9:47. Oh my gosh, it's like heaven. We're going to see this thing keep going up. It's going to be fun all through the afternoon. So thank you for being here with me and watching this. I honestly feel that way. And look how long it's taking this thing to load up. They don't want you to see these candlesticks. Yes, it's not something that should be shared with the public. I take it back. Obviously, I have it out here on the public forum. But me here live trying to show you these green candlesticks, and I get the impression, since we're being held up so slow and so low and so hard and so rough, that they don't want you to see all the green big candles compared to the dinky reds. Let's get down here. Yep, and here we go. There's another big sell. That was 126,000. Someone says, I'll take some there. Someone says, I'll take some there. Someone tries to sell here to dump 82,000. Someone right on the heels buys 104. Like, thank you very much. I'll take that little Weasley dump effort, and I will accentuate on the profits. Keep making more money, and just like we're all doing. And look at the stochastic here. Look at the RSI. We're down below the midway point, folks. So please be aware of that, because the same thing happens when it breaks above the red line as occurs when it gets down here close to the bottom. It turns and goes the other way. And look at that green. Look at that candlestick right there. How many shares were just swallowed up there by another catfish, right? And I'm close to this AMC too, because it's holding things up too. I'm out here. Let's see. Let's get back over here and see. All right, come on, baby, come on. Let's get on here. Oh, yeah, 9:47, beautiful. And, folks, it isn't going to stop. This isn't going to stop. It's 2:45, and even on a slow volume day, and it may pick up big time. We could see another 10 million between right now and the closing, especially on people who don't want to miss out. Fear of missing out, coupled with shorts going, God, this is getting ridiculous. This is dumping. Let's buy our way out. Buy out. We got to get out, you know. And the damn longs, they just don't quit. We can't stop it. We've tried all day. We've failed every time. Every low we've gone after, we've been defeated. We've been defeated. We were defeated. We were defeated. We were defeated here. See, they just got defeated again at 9:45. That was another low. Where they were and where are they now? They're going to be defeated again, folks, right here. And they're trying hard, because they don't want to see this continued stair step happen. They got to try to put some downward side to this. But so far, there's 9:45 again. So they did equal right here, did they? Yep. But look at how fast it bounced off of it. It's already 2 cents off that, folks. They cannot suppress this thing. They just can't. And watch the size of the buys that are going to push this right on up. 3,000 share. I've already told you that's dumps. There's 13,000 shares to bump it up to 9:47. Watch the size of them here. We got little buys too. 40 shares this spot. 45. Here we go. 19,565. Price is rising. 9:47 now. Watch the size of the buys that move the price. Watch them. I want to see this thing bounce upwards here from here and jump to 951 and a $2 million buy. It's coming. Watch. There's 100,000 shares right there. Very quick. At 9:48, folks. Watch the size. Stay with me, folks. Stay with me as we watch this thing scale up. Watch the volume start pouring in here. Let's get over to the chart. This damn thing is refreshing now, and they just don't want me to show you this, but I don't give a crap. It's coming up eventually, and we're going to see the disguise that are pulling is going to be unveiled, and you're going to see this thing rocketing on major big green candlestick spikes. So here it comes. Hopefully the thing loads up right now. It still doesn't want to give it to me. There we go. Oh yeah. You starting to see them. And the stochastic the RSI is still moving downward with 4 consecutive. Look at this. We got a 1, 2, 3. We'll count that 4, 5, 6 versus 2 on the greens to reds. And the folks, I'm telling you, all buys. Buying here, green candlestick here, green candlestick here. Even though small, we're seeing the increase that we want, even on smaller volume. And that is perfect. That is a perfect scenario, folks. And we are now at 19,625,994, 626, 627, 632, 640, 652. Look at this, folks. Look at it. It's clicking away down here, man. When you start this thing, then going, guess where we're headed, right? When you start seeing that, guess where we're headed. And I'm always going to point this out to you, too. Watch for that to occur here. Watch how this thing can start rattling off. Because what happens is it gets so many orders coming in, it can't fill them all at once. And then all of a sudden, it stalls for a while. And then all of a sudden, it goes, and next thing you know, it's at 9:53. And then it stalls there and holds and holds. And when you start seeing those things start happening, folks, this thing is absolutely going to go haywire. And you better be buying right there. If we start to see this thing do those little, and I like this. See, it's kind of sitting here for a second. Watch how the orders spill out. If we see a little go, if we see what I call the rapid fire on this thing, and it's paused right now, and I like it. I'm watching it close because if I start seeing those rapid fire succession, that means that they're pouring in. 9:49. Uh-oh. Look out, shorts. My last call for you to please, shorts, don't lose anymore. Look at this 6-month chart. See the realization that this isn't going to stop, and come on over to the long side with us, all right? We don't have any hatred for you. We want you to make money with us. Give up these efforts that you're addicted to, that you've made such great money over the last year on this chart, and it isn't even showing that anymore, folks. Every single one of them. I feel sorry that they fell for this big time bear trap. And if you want to see what I mean, we're going to come up here and we're going to go to the 2-year chart on this to show you the big, massive bear trap that was created by themselves. And you can go back here to this time and you can see these big time run-ups where the price was at 14 and went all the way to 22 on volume you cannot see. These candlesticks, a $12 rise on volume that you cannot even see. And then here again, you saw it again on very limited volume compared to currently. You saw it run again from the price they got it down to 14, took it back up again. And then here's where it all began. The major shorting all filled in, and I pull back so you can see all of this red here. Look at all the red here. Where was the price? $10 right here. And because they started shorting it up here, the biggest, when it was at 16, 15. Then they got it to 10. They doubled down and averaged at 12.50. Then they got it to 8 and they doubled down again and averaged it at 10. And then they got it down to $6 and they doubled down and average went to 8. And then they doubled down at 4.50 on the Chiffrini and they doubled down and they did it average. Now their shorted position average is 6.57. And they're getting killed right here, folks. You've got to understand what I'm telling you. It's the absolute truth. Well, not absolute truth. This is my theory and my scenario, and it looks pretty plausible, doesn't it? And it makes perfect sense. I mean, why the shit wouldn't they keep shorting it when they were just making so much money, hand over fist, just every single time, just trashing this thing down? And I point out that they did all that while the revenues were doing this, while their earnings were doing this. That was happening on the chart. Isn't that amazing? And isn't it cool to see it? And so you understand it and you grasp it and you go, man, this is an opportunity of lifetime perhaps. This short squeeze could be massive. I mean, one of those people, those are millions and millions of shares shorted, and so I have a feeling that this has really got, they're not going to hang around forever watching the prices keep going up. Look at the time now. It's a great time at 10 minutes till, going up until 3 to have it starting to make its move, and I will buy more here. I've already bought. I said I almost feel like it's part of what I'm supposed to do to help move beyond these little areas of resistance. So I come in on them and I buy more shares right there. So we're going to reuse the last one. And we're going to look at this. We're going to put in a buy order at 949 limit and see if we can catch it. It's a 950, but I don't care. I'm going to try and place it right now. 949. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. And I'm only buying 10 shares, not buying the massive. There we go. There's a 949 and still not there for me yet. Come on, let me get this. Come on, I want this 949. And bing, I got a 949 sell right there, ladies and gentlemen, and cha-ching. Because guess what? Look at the time. And then look where we're already at on this chart. Look where we're at. I shouldn't say where we're already at. Look where we already are. Okay? And let's move this to the 5-day chart now. Let's see how that loads up. Oh, look here. Look in here close, folks, because what I'm showing you is important. Look at this blue, how they tried to knock the 45 down below the 50, but what happened? Boom, right back up above, and then here comes the green candlesticks, and folks, it's very obvious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 greens. These are 14 greens versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Folks, it doesn't need to get much clearer than that, does it? Do you need to see any more? Look at all this green here versus the red, right? And wow, what a big, huge surprise, huh? What a massive surprise. You don't think we're the only ones that can see this, do you? No. The big, huge whales and fish are looking at these charts that I'm showing here, and if they're not, they should be. And they should see that when you get on this 1-year chart, if they're not smart enough to realize what's going on here with these pitch angles I've been showing people, and folks, it becomes so clear. Look at the pitch angle right there. Look at them, look at them, look at them. Pitch angles changing. Now, when we put them side by side, this gold crosses way over the second one, doesn't it? And before you saw me barely touching it, then up a little more about there, and then there, and it just keeps escaping away from them, getting higher and higher. It's getting out of control, folks, for them, getting out of control. KOD is going to be volume this afternoon, too. We're watching it close. We're going to hit 20 million right now within the next few seconds, and you're going to see it on a big, huge buy, and it's blast us over 20 million. And we're at 19,972,000 right now. And look at that little buy. It was 1 share buy, folks. There's a 5 share buy. Did you see that? I'm not kidding you. There's 300. Watch them. Watch the size of these little buys that keep throwing there. See that? It's so small. And look at the price. They're all right here just because they can see the same things, you know. And they understand there's 300 share buy. Look at this. It's 2,000. We're watching closely here. Watch closely. Watch the size of the buys. 3,000 share dump. Those are 3,000s. I've already told you. If we go to 19,970, oh, forget about it. These are bigger buys. That was 9,000 shares at 948. And there's no fear from these people whatsoever to be buying here. And there's not been any fear from them for the last 6 months, according to this chart, or the last year. And look at the people buying this dang stock against every shorter's will and desire and wish and prayer, by the way, because they're praying to God. I believe they are. But unfortunately, there are more prayers coming in from the people who are on the good side of this and just praying that the Lord shows more people via the works of people like Stock Goat, people like the fundamentals of trading, people like me, people like Danny over there on Hurricane Lopez, all of the people that are so keenly aware, and even David Ford, F-O-O-R-D, with Seeking Alpha, with a top, he's rated in the top 10 analysts among his category. He's in the top 10, not the bottom, okay? He's at the top. And that's why I ask you to please look at the information provided by these people who know what they're talking about and not paid shills, okay? All right. And golly, again, thank you for being here. I show these things over and over to people because it's important, I think, for them to understand and see the big picture. Many traders get caught up in just the daily mundane stuff and, get fearful of that. It's funny that some of my friends that trade, sometimes they're like, oh my gosh, we're taking a hit, No, we're not. Relax, chill out. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. And I prove it to them by showing them these charts like this. You can see every single attempt to force the price below this 10-day moving average has been an utter catastrophe for the shorts. All it's done is bounce off of it time and time again, and it's doing it now again. It's going to do it again. It's going to do it this afternoon. Here we are in the last minute before the power hour begins. I'm just going to ring the bell because it's time for all of us to start watching our gold bag get heavier, okay? Because the value of the gold we've got in there, it's getting more dense, right? And it's adding to it. Look at this. Watch the size of the buys. 20,042,553. 20,042. Now there's 2,000. Another smaller buys. And what we want to see, and I keep saying, if we want to see a jump here past the 950 on one buy, we want to see a 948 to 952 price move based on about 150 to 200,000 share buy, which if we see that, folks, we'll know that that's the first of them throwing their cards out. So we want to see a very large, substantial, and look at the price now. It's very, very, very clear that, folks, this thing is definitely going to move over 950. And it's going to go even higher here as we approach the 3 o'clock hour. And unless they've all made a teleconference call or on a Zoom call or whatever, and maybe Skype, and they're all together hitting the sell button right here at the same time. But, folks, that doesn't look like it's happening, does it? It sure didn't happen at 3, and it's not going to happen at 3:01 because others are out there saying, you know what, maybe we ought to buy this thing. We can't get it down anymore. The charts are all proving it. This guy, Catfish, he's got us exposed. Our sensitive yellow underbellies are exposed, and he's showing us. He's showing the long term, and this is just undeniable. No matter what they try to do with a daily price rundown, that charts just keep leading out of the fact that this thing is going to propel upwards. This charts don't. And I'm actually surprised that more of the people who are here on on YouTube that are saying the same thing I am or feel the same way don't use these charts like I do as much. They're doing great jobs with the fundamentals and the more technicals of it. But I think they should be taking a close look at these charts too, because these are the true indicators, in my opinion. Volume and charts and these angles and the inclines and declines and how they're increasing and decreasing. And that's just my opinion. I can be totally wrong, but so far, how much have I been wrong on SoFi? As I recall, there's only been one time so far where I came on where I thought it was the bottom. And then from there, I was telling people at 966, and it ended up going down to 940 something, 944. And that was, but even then I told people when I first came on, hey, 966, I think it's time. Don't go diving in. Don't dive in because they could take it on down to 943 or 944. I said they may even try for 913. I did say that. But then when it got on down the next time to the next low, then I popped back on and said, this is it. And it was. It definitely was. So there's just been that one occasion that I can recall that I was slightly off. And today I sure didn't miss it. That I buy more than a penny. And when I came on, you can see if you go back to the very beginning of this live stream when it started, go right back to the beginning. Price was 932. I said, buy it, folks. I said, buy it right now because it's not going to go any lower. It was another one of those situations where it just had bottomed out. And it was obvious because it had been trading sideways at that price for too long. When it sits there at that low for too long and trades sideways, capitulation's what that is called. That's just pure accumulation. And that's why I jumped on then and called it then. And I called it this morning when the price was at $9.32. I said, come on. And I got it at $9.31 with some of you others. Congratulations on making money on another day. And not only are we making money off of our buys today, but we're not down today. And I point out again, on Friday, I felt I was jumping up and down because I had lost $4,000 or $5,000 on Friday because I'd seen so many Fridays over the last 6 weeks where I'd have great revenues and earnings during the week on my buys and everything with SoFi, and then suddenly it would be taken away on Fridays. It was just like having, and Mr. Lopez, Hurricane Lopez points out that these are the way that they're acting is they keep dumping these shares on the retail every single Friday, and this has just been collapsing. It's been a repetitive thing. They run it up on Monday, Tuesday, then from Wednesday on. Well, that didn't happen this past week. And each day from Wednesday, we saw close go up. Thursday, close ran up. Friday, at the close, ran up. And today, what are we going to see at the close? I'll let you guess. Okay? I'll let you guess. All right. And here we go. Thank you so much, everybody who's come over here. 232 views on my channel today from people checking out what I'm saying. In case you didn't get the news, the latest news, we got another big buy-in today that was brought to our attention by Anthony Walker. And he pointed out that another company had come in. If you didn't catch that yet, we'll go back to Google and we'll put in, oh, I didn't catch it right that time. We'll try it this time. Google, and we're going to put in SOFI. And I'm trying to remember how I was able to find that. He actually gave me the name of the company. Investors. What was it? We'll have to go back to the live stream. Come up here to Anthony, and he tells where it was. And I think it goes below 950 rest of the week. It's running, guys. Catch it. Yep. How do I get on up here even higher? Because I don't see it. Huh. Let's go top chat. Can't change there. And I want to be able to go on up here and find where it was because he talked about it, the site where this was, and maybe I can find it through my history. So we'll go over here to history, and then we're going to go down here and see if I pulled it up. SoFi, David Chiavrini. It was somewhere around here that I put it in this afternoon. Google search. Come on, baby. SoFi Noto's wife. And it was earlier. Investors Observer. Here we go. Boom. Right here, folks. You're in on it. Get in here with me. Check it out. Here we go. 44 minutes ago, stock is international exchanges. That's not it. We're going to find it, though. And it's going to say something about SoFi and a new buyer coming in. SoFi, programmer, Kuma Fee, 10. Thanks, Chris. Let's see here. 8 hours. We will find this, maybe. Let's see. SoFi, Investors Observer SoFi, buying SoFi. Let's try that. Buying, and there was the name of the company. Goodness. See if we can find it. Find it 45 minutes ago. 6 hours provides. Eviction shop. Man, why? I found it earlier, but at any rate, we had another big buyer come in and buy a whole bunch of SoFi. Wasn't a small, dinky little thing. It was a large investment, and it was by Investors Observer. So let's just go up to their page here. Maybe we'll find it on here, right on their page. So we're going to click on this, and hopefully we can show you what the news updates are that was about SoFi. And if we're lucky, they'll have something that I can search in a window, and there it is. And let's go right here and type in SoFi. See what we get. Let's do some catfishing. SoFi Technologies. There we are in analysis overview. All right, there's a comprehensive evaluation. All right, let's go on over here. SoFi stock chart. Darn, looks very, very, very good. Doesn't that look pretty, folks? Man, I like the looks of that. SoFi Technologies, and why don't we see anything about these new people coming in on it today? Fundamental short-term analysts, valuation, stock sentiment, options trade, SoFi news, SoFi press releases. Well, let's just go over here real quick. Stock forecast. All right. Yes. First Republic was taken over by J.P. Morgan. Huh. When was that? 8:29 a.m. May the 1st. So, goodness gracious. Dadgummit. Well, I'm sorry I'm not able to pull this up for you about the new entry, but it was there earlier and I found it because I confirm everything people tell me. I don't just take people's word for what they say. I want to make sure that I can confirm what's being said. And unfortunately, I'm not able to right now find that confirmation again about that who bought in, but it was someone and they bought a lot. They're not messing around and they bought in before the earnings. So what does that tell you? Maybe they got a little tip or something. I don't know. Let's get on back over here and see. And we are seeing, yes, no for it. Now I want to get over here because we ended that. I want to pick another one here right now. Let's do something fun. We're going to do, I hope you like this. Mm-hmm. Do, do, do. Boston. I think the name of the album was Don't Look Back. But there we go. Boom. All right. Hey, enjoy, everybody. And thank you for being here. I do appreciate it very much. I hope you enjoy my background music as we go into the final power hour on SoFi. And we're going to start playing some beautiful music. And as I said, I don't even care about copyright. Let these people make the money they deserve. They created this beautiful, wonderful music that I'm playing for you. And so thank you for being here and being a part of this experience as I show you when, where, how, and why, what is going on with SoFi. I tell you when it's the bottom, tell you when it hits the sky. And I did tell many of you today at 9:55 it might be a time to get out. Didn't I say it? But that's if you want to get out with the little bit you bought and then come on back in now, right? That's how you make money as a day trader, right? You recognize and know when you see these patterns of the 9:55 they're so in love with, committed to, you might as well take advantage of that, right? That's what I try to tell everyone, you know. And so that's why I shouted out right when it got to that number and said, you might want to get out at 9:55. And what was the high? 9:56. So not only am I catfish Tyler buying at the bottom, but I guess I could be called high flying Tyler too. Because when it hits at that top, I can tell you usually where that is too, based on, again, I'm using the history to tell you where the bottom is, and I'm using the history to tell you where the top is, right? It doesn't take a rocket scientist, right? Very much so. Let's check our volume. Please let me know, folks, if this is too loud. I appreciate you being here. We still have 14, and we've had 234 viewers during the day. I want to thank you all for being here. I'm showing you what I think is important information, and if you agree, please like it. I am not a financial advisor. I am only here to show you what my thoughts are and my feelings are, and hopefully entertain you with some good stories about my past and my life and history and some of the crazy things I've done over time, even when I was a little kid. And I guess right now, while we watch this last power hour start and run and the price go up, I'm going to tell you a little kid story. My dad used to get in the vehicle when he was a principal and drive off to work every morning about 6:30 to get things started early at the school. And one day, my sister, I used to have a little pedal car, one of those Ranger, or what was it called, a Flyer pedal car. And one morning after Dad had taken off work, Mom was in the bathroom, probably getting ready to go to school and teach as a librarian. And so anyway, actually, she was an audio-visual technician was her degree, and I'm going to make sure and clarify so she gets credit for all of her studies and what she did. And man, was she a great teacher, and I'll tell you more about her later. But on this day, Dad had taken off early. Mom was getting ready in there in the bathroom, and Laura, my sister, 2 years older than me, and this was when I was probably about 4, said, hey, you want to go to work now? I make you some lunch, And I said, okay. So she made me a little sandwich, a cheese sandwich or something, mayonnaise or something, and then she put it in a brown baggie, and I got in my little car and pedal car, and she gave me a little kiss on the cheek, and off I went down the road. I turned down all the way down the road that we were on, which was Collier Drive, and then I turned and I got off onto another road that ran all the way down to the highway, which was Highway 540. And I got out on the highway. I was pedaling on down the highway when suddenly somebody came along, thank God, older gentleman. And today, there's so much risk in this kind of thing, but this is back in a small town, and it's been a better day. And he pulled over, obviously right away, seeing some little kid on a cart out on the highway, and he came back, walked up, he said, young man, what are you doing? And I said, I'm going to work. And so he says, can you tell me where you came from? And I said, yeah, and all this. And so he grabbed my pedal car, and he brought it, threw it in the trunk of his car, and he put me in the passenger seat, buckled me in, and took me home. And when I pulled into the driveway with him, can you imagine the look on my mother's face when that guy came walking up from the car, and I'm sure she met us at the door, and he was probably holding that car and me by the scruff of the neck. I just picked your kid up off the highway down there in his pedal car. And so I'm just sharing that with you because that's the kind of craziness I put my poor mom through. And there were other times when I did such crazy stuff that the poor lady, I don't know how she's still alive today, didn't have an absolute heart attack, but that was one of them. And I just thought I'd share it with you. And my sister, she was a fun girl to be around. My sister was a lot of fun to grow up with. We had our spouts and we had our spats and we had our difficulties. And she took advantage of her size on me for about, I guess, 12, 13 years or so. And then things started changing after that point, and I started sprouting on past her. And then that was beyond her abilities anymore to kind of manhandle me around. And I kind of kicked her ass one day and said, "This is the last time. This is for all the days before when you bent a chunk out of my back and you did other things to me that you did." And I took it all out, exacted my revenge, and then from that day on, and now we're such loving. We talk to each other. We share so much wonderful stuff. We're good friends, and family is what it's all about, folks. Everybody else, you don't need to rely on them. Turn to your family members. They'll keep you in good wraps. So here we are, seeing an effort, a futile effort by these shorts, and it's going to be a very, very sad day for them again, because unfortunately for them, they're going to have to do the same thing I'm going to show you now. They're going to have to put in a phone call this afternoon to their constituents, and they're going to have to tell them that unfortunately, no matter what we tried, and we just didn't have enough shares left to borrow to run it down more, but the low on Friday was 9.26, and today it was 9.30. And I am so sorry to have to report that to you, our constituents, because I know that's not what you want to see, because it's reminiscent of all of these lows that went higher and higher and higher over the days when it was down here in these ranges, and we just kept going up. And now we're seeing the things start to unfold on them again, higher lows. Don't worry about this over here, folks, the 956 high for now, because we're not done with this day yet, even. Not done with this day yet. And folks, I'm telling you right now, this continues to be upside pressure on very limited volume today. How are we green on this minuscule volume? And they have to be asking them, or they should be asking themselves that. How the hell, and they may still be able to get a little bit red here, but it matters not. They're still losing money over the 6 month, and their constituents are getting very tired of losing money, I bet you. And they're eventually going to tell them, "We've had it with this shit, cut it loose, buy your way out. We're done losing money on this one. Let's jump over to something we can beat up easier." Because SOFI is obviously, they're just getting too much. They got too much going on, too much revenue, too many earnings, beating the street. They're taking all the digital deposits, are just pouring in. We got to get out of here. We're done. Let's jump on the long boat and go with it to 100 with them. And that's all get really, really mega rich on this SOFI stock. Okay? And that'll be a point they get to and reach. Because I point again to you folks, back to this 1 year chart. There's so many shorted positions on this 1 year chart going way back to when. And I'm telling you folks, they're going to be in a major, major bear trap when you go to this 1 year chart. All of them are screwed. All of them, all of these people. And look how long they tried to run it sideways for this period. From 3.8 all the way over here to 4.20. A month and a half sideways trade before the one big drop on the earnings day. Then another on Chabrini's, and kaboom! After Chabrini's, see you later. Doesn't matter what anybody does, even on these triple downgrades. And then the downgrade from the Morgan Stanley, you own $60 million worth of SOFI. And then on up it goes. It continues to push to the high. It's going to bust right on out of here. You can forget about it. No way to stop this. Because we're not the only ones that can see this chart. I reiterate. These are the kind of charts that get the big fish salivating, man. Their mouths are watering. And they're coming in here this afternoon. They're buying the crap up. They're going to buy more of it this afternoon. We're going to see the same thing we've seen for the last 3 days in a row. Price going up into the close today. That's my prediction. And should I be wrong, it doesn't matter, because I've already bought way less than here today. Thank you for being here with Rock and Tyler, and we're listening to other folks' music today. Give credit to Boston for another great, man, this song is just one doggone hit after another. They were all played radio play. They all got radio play. These groups, Steve Miller, Boston, folks like Billy Joel, and man, they just wrote so many mega hits, awesome hits. Kenny Loggins, go to one of his concerts, and it'll really, really blow your mind at how many hits he had. Foreigner, my gosh. I mean, holy cow, how many songs that they must have had in the top 10. And that incredible voice by Lou Graham. And wow, I mean, the ranges that he hit. And, recently I went to a concert where he performed up here in Soaring Eagle Casino, and when I did that, I noticed obviously that those higher notes, he wasn't hitting them anymore. And it's not to any surprise after touring so many years hitting those notes. And they made him do it in the studio. And if you watch the special about Queen that came out, the movie that was done about a year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe longer, probably 4 years ago now, when that came out. But anyway, I'm exaggerating. But the guy who played the role in the movie, they brought out the point and talked about the fact that they were forcing them to hit these notes in the studios. You just got to do it, man. You got to hit that note, and they did, and it was for their own benefit when the album sold, but their detriment when they had to tour and keep replicating that same at the peak of their range, and eventually, it just goes away, and some vocalists have been having trouble with their vocal cords and have even throat cancer and this kind of stuff that is developed by this type of continual strain and stress on their vocal cords. So here we go, seeing them trying to push this thing into the red again today after green all afternoon. And good luck to you, no matter what your efforts are. All you're doing is you're putting SoFi shares from the hands of people that don't want it into people like mine that do, and are going to keep accumulating on every single downward move, just as they did today. And good God, congratulations to them for being green again on the stock, even when they try to pull it into the red negative, because you bought when it dropped to that low, right? So you're still green even if they get it a penny red. And this can be done every single day, and you should be taking advantage of this. We got here someone saying, love your channel. Thank you for being 8. Love 8. BBIG, average shareholder, has seen an average of 107. LOL, the CEO says they are $1 billion company. We'll see. All right, let's see here. I want to make sure I get everything. It kind of gets hidden behind this heart here, and I wish I could move it up where I can see it more, because it is hidden. It says 8 Love 8 BBIG average shareholder has an average of $107. LOL. The CEO says they are $1 billion company. We'll see. Okay. Well, we'll see. We sure will. And average 107. Wow. BBIG. Is that 1070 maybe? I don't know. I'm a little confused by that. But I'm glad you're over here with me. I appreciate you being here and adding into the chat room with me, because I look over everything anyone says, and we try to make good determinations as to whether that is benefiting our stock, the information we get. And then we also verify it. I don't just take people's word for something. If they come out like Anthony did and said, hey, there's big news on Google today, 2 articles on SoFi, go Google SoFi and find out what's going on. And I did. And I confirmed it. There are big moves, and we're going to see continued, repeated big moves on it. So let's go to Google again, and let's see if we can find. We're just going to put in SoFi Group, all right? SoFi Group. And we're going to go in here and click this, and then we're going to come up here. We're going to click Tools, and we want to click on not anytime, but past 24 hours, right? SoFi filtration. Our SoFi filter provides an automatic energy efficient micro filtration solution to help you to get your ESG targets. Okay, this is something within 5 hours ago. SoFi, and this is on SoFiFiltration.com. So, all right, well, that's one of them. Tech stocks need to justify multiples. SoFi head of investment strategy Liz Young joins Hyatt ahead of big earnings with Alphabet Snap. So for SoFi, scheduled to post quarterly 13 hours ago. 6 hours ago, Microsoft announced a new AI subscription service. Okay, we're looking here 3 hours ago. This is a group of investors who are long. Reddit. We got the Reddit group talking SoFi here. And that's very good to have Reddit coming over this way, because the Reddit boys and the other big ones come on here. What's the other one? Stock. Oh, goodness. StockWits is another one, and there's another one I'm having a slip. I said it last time, but anyway, we get all those boys coming on board here. This, folks, is going to just be unbelievable. And so that's what we're holding forward to. See all SoFi ETFs. We're looking for whoever just bought in today. I found it last time, so it's kind of neat. And but now having trouble digging it out. But that's okay. That's all right. They did come in, and there's another group of folks that come in. Microsoft announced an AI. If it's not under that, golly, I wish I could find it. Here it is. Moneta Group Investments LLC bought a new stake in shares of SoFi 13 hours ago. There is the announcement right there. $83,643,000, ladies and gentlemen, bought into by a company who you think they think that this is going to hold up? This one penny down? You think they think that when they're buying those kind of shares, folks? I mean, come on, wake up, smell the coffee, follow the money, right? Follow the freaking money. And this is just laughable for me to see this attempt by these people to hold this back to a penny under here as we come into the close, because it doesn't matter, folks. And look, if they're a whole penny down on this volume right here, how come they can't work it down to freaking $8 on this, or $8.88, or some number we know they love, like $9.13? Why did we only see $9.30 for a low today and $9.26 yesterday? Is it because they couldn't get it any lower? If they could, they would have, because they want to call their constituents and tell them that the price was $9.25 for a low today instead of $9.26. We beat them again. They can't. They can't say it to their constituents because they can't get it there. This is the new level for resistance, and as you can see, it bounced right off of that. Where are we now? You know, we're 13 cents off that number, folks, right? You got it, right? You're with me. You understand. It makes perfect sense. They can't get it lower because they can't. If they could, they would, but they can't, so they won't, right? They would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. And that's the way it works, folks. I'm just telling it like it is. Yep. Hey, folks, I really, really, really appreciate your being here. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you listening in on some Boston music with me. I appreciate you learning that this new company here, Monte Group Investment Advisors, LLC, bought a new stake in SoFi, and you can forget about it. Yep. 83,643,000 right there, folks. Enjoy that. And I tell you what, they're going to enjoy their profits, because there's no way that this thing gets pulled down, even on the earnings that they're going to beat this next time around. The pull down 20% could come. And then if they get it 20% down from here, that's $1.80 less. So 940, 840, what was 760, maybe 766, 777. But where will it be after that? Will we see the same thing after the first drawdown to 477, 459, and now it's at 9? So if they get it even to 7 something, it's at 14. If they get it to 8, it's at 16. It's the same thing. The record plays over again. The movie, it plays, but at a different speed. Now the speed is higher, and the revolutions are higher, and it gets more and more volume on it. Folks, do not be afraid, because as they try to walk this down this afternoon, the volume's going to build. It's going to keep building in here. It's going to be higher and higher. They don't really want to do this. It's self-defeating for them to try to do this. All right? It is. I guarantee it. We're coming in on here, and we're going to move this back here to the one-day chart right now. So we're going to go over here, one-day chart, and we're going to take a look at it. All right. Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness. Is that really the one day? What the heck is that right there? What is that? 352,000 shares just bought? You see that, folks? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by the little ones. Look at the little red here for 33,000. The dinky one there for 18. And here you go, another tinky for 62. And here, 352 green candlestick. This is what I'm here for, to show you these things so you don't get fooled. You don't get fooled. There are massive institutions buying massive amounts of shares at this little 2 cent down, and they are piling in on it. And they know it because they get these opportunities so few in life, just like the one that's being offered and afforded to us right now. So let's get back over here because, yes, sir, I'm on the 1 minute intervals on the 1 day chart. We're going to refresh this page and look at that massive green candlestick. Let's see if it's still there. Let's see if I'm right. See if it's still there. See if that is a massive green. It sure looks like it to me. And we're going to refresh the page just to make sure we're not making any mistakes. Where are we at here on our live stream? Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for your comments. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so happy for you sharing in the success of today, buying at $9.31, a full 10 cents over where we are right now. And no matter what they try to bring in this thing, you can forget about it, folks, because they're really in a major bear trap here. Look at all these shorted positions for 6 months, losing money again today. All losing money. They're going to keep losing money because they can't push it down. They couldn't even get it to a new low today. They're screwed, folks. They're absolutely screwed. If they could have, they would have taken it to a new low today, but they couldn't. They can't, so they won't. I repeat it again. There's the low on Friday, 926, and we bounced off of that today, and every low today we hit went higher off of it. Every single low today we went higher off of it. Look at this. Again, it's time of day. I want to try to show you this valuable information and what's going on with these candlesticks, and they're trying to hold me up like a slug. So let's just get over here. Show me the loaded chart, please. It can't be that hard. It can't be Yahoo. And I keep looking at all the markets as green as they are, money flowing in and shorts trying to fight a massive move of flow in. And they try to disillusion you into think people are selling here. Look at the size of these, though. Look here, look at that. And that buy was 352,000 shares. And that was a buy, folks. I guarantee you, because it's a massive green candlestick there. And again, you're seeing nothing here but piddly peon shares in comparison to run it down in consecutive order, minute by minute, little peon, a little bit bigger, but watch the big green candlesticks here. They're going to pour in here on this, and volume's going to turn. The price is going to turn. It's going to turn up, up, up. And if I'm telling you again, like I've told you many times, if these sons of bitches can get this price down below Friday's low, I'll eat my shorts. I'll pull them out and start munching them right now. If they get this thing down below $9.28, 9.27 today, I will eat my shorts. Now, did you see that 2 cent jump past from 9.39 to 9.41? All right. But the reason I'm showing you that because I want to get back in here over on this chart. Why they're not letting me do it? We're going to do it again and get on the 1 day. We want in on the 1 day interactive because what we're looking for is these massive greens that are going to come right now. They're going to be coming in. We got a fast stochastic and bearish signal there showing on Yahoo with a target price of $8.11. These geniuses at Yahoo with a target price $1.29 below where we are. And that's because they're just fools like all the others that are trying to talk people down on this. And the ones that aren't is the motley fool. They're behind this stock because they know where it's really going. And we're going to watch this build here this afternoon. Watch the volume. Watch the size of the buys. 21, 828, 605, 675. You see that? There's these little shares here. These are little people, Robin Hooders, and the little 500 shares there. Watch the size of the buys. 21,905,000. That was a $20,000 buy by somebody who says, okay, I'll take it at 939. So congratulations to you, whoever just picked that up. 21,907. There's a 100 share buy. There's a 1 share buy, folks, 697 to 698. I tell you these things. I want you to be aware. Be aware of the tiny buys coming in by retailers that don't give up on this stock either, even when it's down a whopping 3 cents today. 3 cents? Are you kidding me? Folks, I want to show you something here. 3 cents today down. Let's go over here. I want to show you this very important chart here right now. Let's get in here. I want to go to the 5 day, right? 5 day. Why do I want to do that? Because I want to see. I want you to see what happened on. Well, we're actually going to have to go to the 1 month. All right, we're in on the 1 month now, and what we want to get back to is today is the 24th. So if we go back exactly to the Monday a week ago, we want to be looking at the 17th. So let's come over to the 17th and look where the price was for the high that day, right? 974 on the 17th, right? 974. But if we go over here to the 17th and look where the high was, it was really at 981. All right, it was really at 981. So don't go by that. When you get into longer terms, it shows different numbers. But after 981, you see the next day, you see that 2 days later, 1013, folks. All right, are you seeing that? And this was, by the way, this was an 82-cent move on this day on the 17th from 899 to 981. So we had a major spike on this day on 48 million shares. All right. And what are we seeing today? Half that much volume, and we're seeing them barely get it to move at all, right? So I show you this because I think it's important to be aware of, to be very aware of it, all right? I think it makes perfect sense to be paying attention to the history to tell what the future brings, right? We look back to the past to see what's ahead of us, and that's what we should be doing. And watch the size of these buys, 21, 9, 21. Look at all these little Robin Hood buys. Look at these, look at these, look at these, look at these small ones, small, piddly, 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 piddly. Look at it starting to rattle though, folks. It's starting to rattle off. Look at this. Look at these. Watch it down here. Look at this. This is excitement, people. This is exciting. This is fun. Look at this. What's going on? What's happening? Wow. I haven't seen it kick off like this in a while, folks. What the heck? And that was a big buy. Man, I like this a lot. I like this. I like seeing what I just saw there. All those runs and these pauses and then up. Watch it. Watch how fast they're ticking off here. My God. Wow, 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 wow. It's good to know and see. Good to watch. Look at that. 22 million now. Will we get to 30 million before the close? Could I be right? Could they have been holding to the best all this time and then the explosion for the last 25 minutes? Look at her go, folks. Watch what's happening. 22 million, 033, 035, 036. We'll get thousands at a time. No one afraid at all to buy for 940. No one at all. Watch it, watch it, watch it. And watch the size of the buys moving it up. There's 100 shares, folks. Watching them close. Watch the size of the buys moving it up. 22,045. And what now? There's a 31,000 shares. These are not small buys. Come with me, folks. Wait with me. Watch. Look at the price. Watch the volume. 22,098. We're going to close this out real strong today. They're going to come at this thing big time in this last 25 minutes. And it's going to close green. I call it big time because I see what's happening with these numbers. And I see all those little rattly, fiddly. We're going to see them again. Watch it close. Watch it. Look at it rising. 942, folks. And I would strongly encourage you, being what I'm seeing right now, to pick up 5 shares. 5 to 10, because we close at 948, 949, right under 950. So if you want to make a little bit more money and add to your portfolio that you've already got, stick with me as we watch this thing. Watch the size of the buys. 22, 134, 844. We're keeping a very close eye on this right down to the end. 1,000 shares there. Look at the price here at 942, and it's holding up nicely, and it's going to continue to go upwards. Because look at that, 5,000 shares. Oh man, 20,000 shares. 22,176. Why isn't it dropping, folks? Why isn't the price dropping? Because they can't make it fall, right? They can't. If they could, they would, but they can't, so they won't. I said it again. I love that terminology. They would if they could, but they can't, so they won't, right? And, yep, yes, indeed. Now I'm going to refresh this page because Tyler wants to keep in on these green candlesticks, the big ones like that one I just showed you. Yeah. Not 80,000, not 30,000, not 25,000, but 352,000 shares purchased by someone right there. And look at that. Here it comes again. We got a massive green candlestick for 356,000 at a buy there. And here they come again. 128,000 buy on a massive green pop. And here we go again. 88,000 green candlestick. Folks, congratulations. 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 Congratulations on your intelligence to know to come in with Catfish this morning. I started streaming here this morning, and I've been streaming the whole time since 10:05 or something. I've been on the whole time, taking only a couple of little breaks, and I'm doing it because I want you all to make money with me. We have 9 concurrent viewers. We've had 241 all day long. I really, really, really appreciate your being here today. I appreciate your liking this and sharing it. I appreciate you clicking on the notification bell. I'm grateful to those who've come over to my Spotify channel and my music channel. If you're on Apple Music, Google Play, and sign up and start listening to what's going on there, because that helps me make a little bit of money as well. If you'll do that for me, I appreciate it, because I'm not monetized yet on YouTube. I'm working towards it. I'm going to get there soon, but right now, still not. And but until then, you can come over to my music and sign up on Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH, and subscribe on your music channel. You can listen to some of my originals. I'd be grateful. And I don't ever think I'm going to reach any level like the guys we've listened to today of Grateful Dead and Boston and Fleetwood Mac and others, but whatever. I got a couple songs I've sold that are out there. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to tell you what they are, and I'm sworn to secrecy. But you can hear my other songs, and some of those I think are future hits too. And when those come up and get bought, I'll have to remove them from YouTube, and no one again will know probably. But maybe the next time around, if it's a repeat customer, I'll get them to let me put my name on the album, and then I get some royalties off of it, which would be much more of a preference for me rather than taking lump cash amounts for these songs. Because some of these songs, I'm going to tell you a whole story. One of them was by a guy, Billy Ray Cyrus, big, huge, humongous hit. Achy Breaky Heart. We all know how long that stayed in the top of the charts and got everybody dancing everywhere, and it was worldwide. T-shirts, hats, caps, you name it. Achy Breaky Heart. It was all over the place, and that was a song purchased by him and for him to record and remake and redo. And believe it or not, this song was actually, it was a redo, and it was a love ballad when it was purchased by him. And I don't know the thousands of dollars that he paid, but compared to the multi-millions made off of the song, I'm sure it was a very good investment. And if you want, you can go back and even hear probably the original if you go to YouTube or Google and type in Achy Breaky Heart. And it was actually titled originally Aching Breaking Heart, I believe. And anyway, I'm just sharing it with you. It's another one of those interesting things I like to share with people about music and the history of it. So there you go, folks. Now let's get back over to this interactive chart and see what they're using to try to knock it back with, and keep it in the red. But folks, I am not worried one single bit, because I had even said to people in my last video, I don't know if Monday will break the 10, but Tuesday will be the day it breaks out beyond 10. And today you've seen their spineless effort trying to get to a new low today, which they never could achieve, and they're not going to. So I'm sad to say that it's another day with SoFi achieving a higher low, and it's going to possibly become a repeat of what we saw after the David Chiaverini on the 15th. 24 days of a higher low in consecutive, with only 3 days of a drop. And one of those days was only 1 penny drop. So when we start to see these strings of higher lows, how high could it go? That's what I want to know. So even though right now, a good effort by the shorts to hold us into the red barely, where are we going to be in after hours? Will they lose? Again, it'll be futile for them, because yes, Friday, we saw it go green in after hours, and we're going to see the same thing right now, but this time it's going to go green in the next 19 minutes. So watch with me. Watch the size of the buys. If we get to 30 million, the price will be over 949 to 955, and if it goes beyond that, then tomorrow it spikes up to 1055, perhaps. So just throwing that out as a number. I don't know for sure, and I never make predictions and guarantees. I don't hold a crystal ball. I just look at these silly charts, right? I just look at these silly freaking charts that show a 1-year chart of every single person who's shorted over the last year losing a shitload of money. They have to lose a shitload of money. Yeah, they're gonna lose a shitload today, and they're gonna keep losing a shitload of money until they learn that SoFi shorting ain't the way. Yeah, you gotta you gotta go long on this stock to make money, folks. You gotta be in with the longs to make money over the next 6 months, year, 2 years, 5 years. And folks, you have no idea where this is gonna be 5 years from now, but it isn't gonna be here under $10. So I'd suggest you be swallowing up your with SoFi worms that I swallowed this morning at 11 cents below where we are right now. And we're not done running up here this afternoon. I got news for you, as I've shown you on this 5-day chart, folks. Look at every afternoon recently, and you'll see what I'm referring to. This is the Wednesday afternoon close, and look where it was at 345 versus where it ended up at the closing, okay? You got to pay attention here. And look at this next one on the next day. You see where it was near the close, 9:50. It ran up, right? It ran up at the close. And here we go again on Friday. It did the same thing. It wasn't a major run up, but look at it dropped and then a run up at the close. And today, what will you presume will be happening during the next 17 minutes? What do you think? Where do you think we're going? What do you? Oh my God! They must have heard me say, "Oh man, this is just such a killer song." You know, all their songs. Oh, I'm glad you're here with me, folks. Appreciate you listening in. Glad the music level is good for you today to get to listen to. Thank you for being here and sharing with this experience with us. And I am absolutely going to put it all on the line. I already told you I ate my shorts if they could get to $9.28. That's impossible. And instead, now it's turning the other way and going to $9.48 before the close and out at $9.49. It's going to be my call here right now in the next 15 minutes. Watch the price. If it drops, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked. I'll be completely shocked based on what we've seen and what people know about this stock and what's about to happen in less than 1 week, folks. Today is the 24th. The 24th. And we've got to the 31st. All right? We're going to see 31st is the day. Isn't that the day? And they may even come out before, but I think it's the 31st that they've announced. Come on, let's make sure we know. I want to make sure. SoFi, this will be their quarterly earnings. Oh, my goodness gracious. This is horrible, Tyler. Learn to type. Quarterly report. Date. Uh-oh. There we go. When will they be earning the report? Yep, Monday, July 31st. Oh, my goodness gracious sakes, folks. There we are. Monday, July 31st. You see where we are, the 24th. Oh, boy, people. Oh, my goodness gracious sakes. It is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be energetic. It's just going to be like watching this stock go up the rest of the afternoon and go green. I told you it was going to go green, didn't I, before the day was up? And here it goes. We got the turn. It's moving forward. It's moving up. And it's going to be green. Let's count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Green. It's coming, folks. Trust me. Look at the volume. Watch the size of the buys. 3,000 shares to dump. I've already told you all they love the threes to dump on. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. There's 1,000. That's a long. Any of these numbers? Did I see a green bump there? So I can look at this. Look at the size of the buys. Watch them and watch the price rise. Here we go, folks. Watch it go on up. Watch the people who are wise with the buys on SOFIs. Also flies. And now it's going to run, folks. Watch the size of them. Watch them close here. 22,646, 1,000 shares. What's going to be the amount that pushes it green? That's what I want to see. 1,000 there. Just a little bit there. 20 shares. Another 100 shares. What's going to be pushing it green? Let's see. Who's the lucky buyer to push it green? Who's the lucky buyer to push it to green? And how many shares they buy it with? The 100 shares right there. It's going, folks. 200 there. There's 2 shares. Did you see that? And they're not afraid. There we go again. Look at these little buyers. Look at all the nitpickers coming in like me that just got to be driving these shorts absolutely out of their minds because this retail customer base just pours in every time, and they love SoFi stock just like you and many others here. It's good, and we should be excited about it. Hey, we're flat, folks. Watch it go now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Give it to me at 3:48 p.m. Greenville, folks. Greenville. Watch. And it doesn't matter what they try. They can't suppress it. It's too bad for you, shorties. It's another green day. And there it is. Welcome, 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 money makers. Oh, green and making money on SoFi. Another day of green. And watch it right now in the last 12 minutes. Do the same thing it's done the last 3 days in a row. And I told you it would happen because history is so repetitive now with this stock. It's becoming too easy to see it. And people are catching on. They haven't they're all starting to realize the winds of change and direction are blowing in another way. There's a lot of different things happening now that weren't happening before. This is almost the opposite of what we were seeing before. Now we're starting to see things going different ways for them. And watch as they come at this, the volume just keeps increasing on them here this afternoon. It's going to keep piling in. It's not going to let up. 22,842. And look, there's a 300 share buy right there, still staying nice and green. And no matter what they try, folks, no matter what, they are up against a wave of volume. Look at the whole market. Look at the S&P up. Look at the Dow up and rising. The NASDAQ. Oh, the Russell, folks, they're up against too much. They're up against too much volume and money and market flow. Money's coming in. Look at this beautiful chart that I called for and told you was going to happen. So congratulations if you just bought some more with me at $9.39, $9.40. Folks, they're never going to see this again. These prices are going to be history under $10. It's not going to last beyond tomorrow. And those that didn't get on are going to be like, oh my God, why didn't I listen to Tyler? Why didn't I buy on those days when it was down on those lows? Why did I just keep waiting? Why did I keep waiting? Why did I keep wondering if he was right or not? And they watch so many times, and then they start to realize that these charts that I'm talking about and what they're showing us, they make sense. Oh my God, let's get over here and look at how many green candlesticks compared to red as we refresh this page with only 11 minutes left in the trading session. And it's exactly what I said was going to happen to you this afternoon. What it was going to happen has happened and is happening. You can see the relative strength index right now. We're starting to get up here close to that red part here where it's overbought. But then again, when they start buying in with millions of shares at the end of the day here, like we're seeing hundreds of thousands and 50,000 share buys, of course it's going to do that. And they're coming at it now. Again, look at all the green candlesticks. Look at here now. Since this time at 3:33, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll give that one 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8, 8 out of 9, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 11, 9 out of 12, 10 out of 13, 11 out of 14, 12 out of 15, 12 out of 16, 13 out of 17 green to reds. How did I know it was happening? How did I know that that was going to take place at the end of the day today? Well, I'll tell you how I knew what I just showed you. Every freaking day it's going up at the end of the day now because people don't want to miss these opportunities for gap ups. And tomorrow morning we're going to open at 966. I bet you. Watch it happen. 966 tomorrow morning opening. That'll be where they try to hold it to. It might even get higher in the pre-market. So look for the 988 or so to be achieved in the pre-market tomorrow. But they'll probably try to open it and hold 966 until from breaks away from then it's over 10. And if we see this thing open up tomorrow, even over 10, it would be no surprise to me. And it wouldn't even be a surprise to me to see this thing open up over 11. And I'll tell you why. Because they come at this at night, just like they did with GME. The price was closing on a Friday afternoon, like I've told you, around $77, opened at $153 on Monday or $154. And so this is what they do. So the people are going to be so caught with their pants down. These shorts haven't even begun to take the hit they're going to take. I'm telling you, there's going to be one of these things where this thing pops, and it just takes the catalyst of news. There could be even a story break between now. Look at this gorgeous chart. Look at it running up. I have to buy some more. Give me a moment here in the last 10 minutes to just go ahead and pick up a little bit more because I have to, right? I have to. Because I know that they're cracking. I know they're cracking, and I know that we're going to crack their backs. And we're going to buy some more right now. And I am green today, and I'm going to be green tomorrow, and green the next, and green the next, all the way up until earnings, and then I'll be sitting some on the sidelines, and I'm going to be buying the crap of it if they come out again with a takedown effort, 125 million, 50 to 200 million shares to run it back, because then I'll be grabbing a bunch, and then we double from that number, whatever it's down to. We double from there, just like we did the last time. They knocked it down on the earnings to $4.59, and look where the price is now, $5 over that almost, right? Am I correct? Exactly, I'm correct. So why wouldn't you do it again? They come at it on the earnings, bam, you buy in, you double your money again. You double your money, but this time from 9, they only take it to 7.58, and then you've doubled to 14 or 15 or $16, right? Yep, that's what you do. I mean, if you're wise. And so congratulations to all you folks. Let me add to position. If you order, and I'm going to try and do a market order and place it. All right, and let's see if we end up getting that one. And I hope it's 940. Yes, I filled it 944, and I liked it because my favorite number is 8. You got the 4 out. Oh, up it goes on. 945 now. I'm sorry again that all of you shorters are going to have to be miserable with another green day on SoFi, and that makes my little heart weep for you. You want to see this? This is the world's smallest violin playing My Heart Weeps for You. Okay, all of you shorters. There it is. My heart weeps for you. Folks, hey, thank you for being with me here today. Thank you for being here in today, Jacob. Let's see what tomorrow has in store. I have my predictions, but will you, you're live? Yeah, I'll be live. I'm live every day. I get on here and I'm live and I'm having fun. I'm having a joy. I laugh and joke with people. I show them all these charts and I show them all these moves. I show them the truth. I show them what's really happening with the volume, the green candlesticks. I showed them how they use these little tiny red dumps to take it down, but all these massive buys kept coming in. Look at that buy, 356. At what time was that? 321 today. These people aren't falling for anything. You think these people fell for anything, or they fell, or they're falling for it, or any of these greens? They're not falling for it. They're buying in. They're smart. These are savvy investors that are buying in right here, folks. They aren't falling for the smoke and mirrors. They aren't falling for the downgrades. They're following in the footsteps of people like Kathy Wood, who just picked up more SoFi, and in the following in the steps of this company here that just bought a boatload more of SoFi themselves. And so, folks, I show you these things because you need to pay attention to what the big fish are doing in the marketplace. Not what these dinkies are doing, not the little guys, the biggest fish. They're coming in, they're buying the stock, they're making the price go up, and it's going to continue to climb. And folks, I just want to congratulate all of you who bought with me today at this price. When I came on, Catfish Tyler, come on the TV, on the screen, and said, buy this at 932. And congratulations, being up 11 cents, 12 cents, soon 13 and 14.50. My call for it was to see this run on up to around 9.49, and we're seeing it now push on up to 9.45, and then we're just going to see it go on up because people don't stop buying it. 23, 9.96. Watch the size of the volume. The tiny 9 share buy there, and these are people who are holding up the stock price for us. The little guys, the retailers. They won't let them bring it down. They won't let it take a red. It's the retailers. I love every one of you. I love it, love it, love it. Watching 4 minutes left. We're not going to see a splash close, I don't think, because we've got too much volume coming in. Heavy green volume coming in, not the regular red splash close volume. We've seen that before, but this is a pattern that's changed now, and daily in the afternoon, from the 3:30 to 4 o'clock, we're seeing 10-cent moves to the upsides, and we're seeing it again today. They've tried so many times all day long to achieve that low that they had on Friday of 928, but where are we now? 945, a 20-cent gain off of the low today, and that is a beautiful, beautiful sight. In fact, we're going to see even that. A 20-cent gain off the low on Friday. And it's going to be better than that, even because by the time it's 8 o'clock tonight, this is going to be over 949. That's my prediction. And why do I say that? Because, again, I'm looking at this volume coming in, the size of the buys and the price. They can't restrict it. If they can't do it now during the regular session, then normally we see them, as I pointed out in the past, they hold it right after the close. They've got a big order, sell order at 9. If it closes at 9:45, they'll have it at 9:44. They'll have 1.5 million shares there, try to hold it a penny under. But what we saw on Friday was it kept going up. That resistance didn't work, and that gave me the inclination we were going to be green today, and we are, and we were going to see the attack. We did. But look at this step ladder up. The bulls are in complete control. You can forget about this work down effort because look at this compared to all these other lows. Look where the new level of resistance is at 940 compared to where we saw resistance here. We saw resistance here. We saw resistance. And this is upside resistance. These are all moving up to the up, not down. This is not a descent. This is an ascent, and this is called a volume coming in, money coming in, price rising. And it's not massive, massive volume. This is low, low volume today compared to yesterday, almost 10 million shares less. But where are we with 2 minutes left? Green and happy, right? All of us should be happy we're green because this is what we want to see every single day. As long as we remain green, even if it's only 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 20% is not what we want. We want these little tiny gains every day that are going to keep mounting on them. And like I said, it's a war of attrition. The more they have to go to their constituents and go, damn it, we lost again today. We're down. We lost money again today. And we're paying interest? Yeah, we're paying interest. Oh, you can just imagine what they're saying to these people. They don't know what to do. And like I said, at one point, one of them is going to go, that's it, I've had enough. We can't stop this damn thing no matter what. We tried throwing all this volume out in the mornings. We've been doing it. We shorted these positions and we paid interest. We didn't make any money. We lost money again today. And they did. And you can see it. It's obvious. Look at it. Watch this. They're trying like heck. Will they try to splash the close? Watch it. Look at it go. And watch it in the after hours, folks. I do believe we're going to see 966, somewhere around that in the after hours. There it is. 944. And we're not seeing the big dive. We don't see the big dump. We did not, absolutely did not see them splash the close today. They were unable to splash it. They can't do it. It's already showing 4 o'clock here. I'm seeing 944, 945. Watch out. There's still a minute left, even though I'm seeing 4. They're showing on the Yahoo clock they've delayed this, folks. And when they start delaying, I've told you, when they start delaying, the shorts better start praying. And look at that. It finished up. All right. A beautiful close. Just as I told you, it was no way in the world going to close in the red today. And that's because there's just too many people that want this stock. And won't we be surprised now if we refresh and see it green 946? Already green, or 947. Let's see. See, they have the loaded in orders already. They have it. And they do it every day. So this is not something that surprises you. They do this right at the close every day because they got to try to dissuade people from buying it. They just got to. They got to try somehow or another. They got it green again today at the close. Look at the volume, 25.6. So we saw 5.6 million profiting people in this afternoon came in and kept on moving it right on up to Greenland. And I love being in Greenland. I like to live in Greenland, don't you? Anybody else here from Greenland? Well, we're all in Greenland because we all came on at the Burley. Look here, Jacob. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Yes. Well, folks, I've had a great time being here today. I've had a wonderful, wonderful time. I thank you for being with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to definitely call it a day. And look at this. We're already going green. We may go on up in the after hours, as I said. Might end up around 966. Might open tomorrow even higher. This looks very encouraging today, folks. This low volume couldn't pull it down. And I bet you they can't believe it. They cannot believe their eyes. They cannot believe they couldn't get another lower low today. And I'm sorry for them, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And this is a better tasting cookie every day. I love the SOFI cookie. The SOFI cookie is getting delicious. And we're going to put some chocolate-covered almonds in there, chocolate-covered peanuts. When I make my cookies, that's what I throw in my batter. And so, folks, congratulations again on a great day for us. And now, did we scale up and go ballistic? No, but when we bought at 14 cents below where we are, you have to feel good about it, right? And being green again, it's sure nice to look over at your portfolio. For all you longs, congratulations. And for shorts, I'm sorry again for another loss and the interest you're paying. So that's going to do it for today. I'm going to move over here. I'm going to pull up this screen right here. We're going to click on this right here. And we're going to pull this up for you so you can see me a little better. And we're going to come over here and we're going to find our buddy. And we're going to say, my friend, thank you for being here and dominating with us today as we pull him right on up to the top. And there we go. Now he's just one below me, now above. And wow, Well, everybody, it sure was fun, but I guess it's time for me to take off now. So we'll see you later. Thanks for bottom feeding with me. And it sure was a wonderful day for us SoFi Longs once again. So Catfish Tyler here, and thank you again for participating. And hopefully soon we'll see you again tomorrow when we're at the bottom, right? So that's it for now. I guess it's time for me to say goodbye, and I sure am grateful. So, adios, amigos, fritas, aloha, and to anybody else, I'm turning tail, and I'm going to be on out of here today, and I had fun. And I hope you did too. Thank you for sharing, and we're going to call it a day and be on our way. So now as I turn and swim off into the distance, looking for more SoFi info, and I'll be back tomorrow.